Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 17.
Chapter 401, Dreamwalker. From Loki losing control and collapsing without being completely dead, Lumion had been vigilant about being reported by the core members of the April Fool's team and staying prepared for potential surprise attacks from official Beyonders. After all, Loki knew that he was Lumion Lee, a leader of the Savoy mob, overseeing Sal de Bal Breeze. He even knew that Lumion carried the aura of the Blood Emperor Lista Tudor. In the end, official Beyonders merely approached the Market District's police headquarters to inquire about the abnormality that night and to see if Seal Dubois, a capable mob leader, knew anything. This convinced Lumion that the April Fool's team still had their sights set on him. They were reluctant to hand their target over to the authorities or force him out of the Market District where they could no longer keep an eye on him. It had to be known that a marionette sealed with an angel was undoubtedly an item that could cause Loki's strength to undergo a significant transformation. Missing out on Lumion meant he could almost never meet another one. Furthermore, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings might have a use for Termoboros. The core members of the April Fool's team were quite direct about this matter. They didn't bother concealing their mockery and malice. They believed Lumion could see through it and expected him to be provoked, eventually choosing to wait in the Market District. When to make their move was entirely up to them. They wouldn't recklessly attack while Lumion had assistance. Jenna sensed the anger and hostility lurking beneath Lumion's composed demeanor and calm words. She didn't attempt to persuade him further and simply mumbled, "I hope these villains get what's coming to them." Lumion's emotions had been on an upheaval, causing the lingering effects of his near loss of control to resurface. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand and massaged his temples to ease the pounding in his head. "What's wrong?" Jenna asked, her concern evident. Lumion replied succinctly, "The mental trauma from the battle with Loki will take a week or two to fully heal." Jenna's eyes darted as she offered, "Do you want me to give you a head massage? Franca taught me. I'm quite skilled at it. Don't be shy. We're friends, after all." Her last statement trailed off playfully, an attempt to divert Lumion's attention and alleviate his emotional state with a teasing tone. Lumion scoffed. "Why do you keep saying that from time to time? Franca mentioned this, Franca taught me that. Don't you often?" Jenna started but abruptly stopped herself. Initially, she had intended to say, "Don't you often say, my sister said that, my sister taught me that." Lumion fell silent, and Jenna did the same. After a few seconds, seeing that Lumion didn't object, Jenna left the chair armrest and moved behind him. She reached out and began massaging his temples and both sides of his head. Lumion's body tensed up. Jenna playfully teased, "Have you never been intimate with a girl before?" Lumion scoffed. "As a hunter, I would instinctively throw anyone who dared to touch my head or bestow them with a massive fireball. It took a lot of effort not to roast you." Amused and exasperated, Jenna tightened her grip. "Did the provoker potion completely alter your language and speech patterns?" Lumion responded bluntly, "Yo, why the fancy words?" As the two of them bantered, Lumion's body gradually relaxed. After a few minutes, he leaned back on the sofa and half closed his eyes. While enjoying Jenna's massage and relieving his headache, he naturally brought up the pranks of Loki, I Know Someone, and the other core members of the April Fool's team. Jenna's anger flared, and she subconsciously tightened her grip. "Take it easy," Lumion said with a hint of physical discomfort. An assassin possessed considerable strength. Jenna eased her grip, still fuming. "I've never encountered such scoundrels or vile individuals in all my performances. They deserve every bit of suffering. Damn it, why am I not a witch yet?" Lumion's eyes remained closed as he asked, "How's the digestion with the instigator potion? Have you grasped the principles of acting?" Jenna's attention shifted. As she continued to knead, she reflected, there are currently two key points. First, instigation is a means, not an end. Second, the essence of instigation lies in understanding the core of the matter and the conditions of the people involved, not in the use of abilities. Additionally, I've come to a realization. Instigation will inevitably bring about consequences, it just depends on whom you want to face those consequences. Not bad, Lumion commended, a rare occurrence. Standing behind him, Jenna lifted her chin modestly and said, I find opportunities to practice every day, especially among theater actors and apprentices at places like Theatre de Lancy and Cage-Aux Pigeons, where conflicts are abundant. Instigating someone forces me to consider who I want to benefit and who will be taught a lesson or suffer losses. It made me realize that instigation is merely a tool. Lumion's demeanor noticeably softened as he let his thoughts wander. He casually inquired, where do you think I might find an opportunity to act as a pyromaniac? Jenna's hands continued their soothing motion as she thought and replied, Trier is a place of relatively basic order. You can only act on smaller matters, you can't create a major spectacle there. But there might be an opportunity during the pursuit of those villains. When you mentioned it earlier, I wanted to set them ablaze. Lumion suddenly had an idea, though it wasn't entirely clear. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs, growing progressively louder. Jenna released her grip on Lumion's head and approached the door with a smile. Franca is back. In the bustling streets of Trier, the night might lack tranquility, but the citizens living in those areas still found their way into slumber. In one person's dream, they envisioned their children gradually improving and becoming healthier after consuming human blood bread. Suddenly, a golden retriever carrying a small backpack made an appearance in the dream. The golden retriever sat at the dream's edge, guiding the hazy scenes to reveal hidden memories deep in the dreamer's subconscious. It was the excitement of pushing through the crowd and rushing towards the death row inmate's corpse with bread in hand. It was the hesitation that came after believing that human blood bread could cure illnesses. It was the mixture of joy and skepticism that had accompanied their first hearing of this rumor. The golden retriever caught sight of the figure who had initially informed the dreamer about the blood bread rumors. It turned out to be a neighbor who lived next door. And so, the golden retriever traversed dream after dream, activating the corresponding subconscious memories to search for the source of the blood bread rumors. After hundreds of dreams, the golden retriever noticed two dreams with clear contradictions. One belonged to a father who believed that he had obtained the secret of human blood bread from a warlock he happened to meet, using it to cure his daughter's illness. The other dream belonged to his child, who had suddenly fallen ill and then just as suddenly recovered, as if the human blood bread was a miraculous elixir. The golden retriever guided the father to manifest the warlock in his dream. It was very ordinary and unremarkable. Scenes in the dream flickered rapidly, and the image of the warlock began to change, memories flowing back. When their initial encounter was revealed, the golden retriever saw a warlock with a completely different face from before. Then, the face rapidly shifted, eventually settling into the image the dreamer normally associated with the warlock. The golden retriever had her own interpretation of this. The warlock's hypnosis could only be fully effective in a face-to-face encounter, allowing the dreamer to retain their first impression of him. Only then would they be affected by the hypnosis and have the image in their memory altered. There was no need to repeat the process of awakening the subconscious within the dream. The original image of the warlock naturally surfaced in the golden retriever's mind. He had short brown hair, parted in a 3-to-7 split, flaxen-colored eyes, and a thin, freckled face. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Exiting the dream, the golden retriever turned her attention to Madame Magician, who had suddenly appeared beside her. In a human voice, she declared, I've obtained a result. Dressed in a blouse and a long brown dress, Madame Magician sighed and eagerly said, Give me the information, and I'll confirm it. The golden retriever remained silent, her eyes darkening. After a few seconds, Madame Magician took a few steps forward, causing starlight to manifest around her. It resembled a reflection of the vast cosmos on the ground. The resplendent and condensed stars spun rapidly, providing a revelation. Once Madame Magician finished interpreting, she pulled open an illusory door hidden in the darkness and disappeared. In just over 10 seconds, she reappeared and said to the golden retriever, There's no target on the street the astromancy results point to. Were we misled? The golden retriever inquired in a female voice once more. Madam Magician nodded and smirked. But this also proves that what you've seen is the actual target. As she finished speaking, Madam Justice, clad in a white dress with green trimmings, swiftly materialized. Where did you go? Magician asked in puzzlement. Madam Justice replied in a gentle voice, to plant a cue in the dreams of those seeking human blood bread. I've informed them that the Fool Pharmaceutical Company will conduct a volunteer consultation in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative this weekend, offering free treatment and medicine. When do you plan to hold the volunteer consultation? Magician asked out of curiosity. Madam Justice smiled. Tomorrow. I'll sponsor it. At 6 a.m., Auberge du Coq d'Or, room 207. Lumion naturally woke up from his dream and got ready for the day. Before he could decide on breakfast, he noticed the doll messenger appearing and delivering a letter. Puzzled, Lumion unfolded the letter and saw a portrait. Beside the portrait was Madam Magician's handwriting. This should be what I know someone looks like. We'll mobilize all the card holders and try her to search for him, including you. Chapter 402, Good Luck. Lumion examined the portrait in his hand and let out a chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that the major arcana card holders would swiftly uncover the source of the rumors and unveil I know someone's true identity. It made sense. Rumors had started circulating 2 to 3 months ago, and Lumion hadn't yet arrived in Trier or infiltrated the curly-haired baboons research society. Loki and I know someone hadn't met with any genuine threats. They were naturally audacious when it came to pulling pranks. No matter how cautious they were, leaving traces behind was inevitable. While it might be challenging for other Beyonders to detect these traces, Madam Justice was a high-ranking Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway, also known as the Psychiatrist Pathway. She possessed a profound understanding of I know someone's various abilities and was his match in every aspect. Even if this major arcana card holder herself didn't execute the operation, her partner, Susie, was more than capable of completing the mission. Lumion knew that this lady was at least a sequence 5 of the Psychiatrist Pathway, just one step away from becoming a demigod. Gazing at the portrait of I know someone, with gold-rimmed glasses, a freckled face, and a thin visage, Lumion caressed the paper and muttered to himself, "Wherever you go, you leave your mark." One day, those unable to control their sinister desires will be exposed. Taking the portrait, he knocked on room 305 before Anthony Reed, who frequently came and went from Auberge du Coq d'Or. "Keep an eye on this individual for me. He's most likely a doctor or a medical researcher." Lumion presented the portrait to Anthony Reed, who was disguised as a clerk. Then, he briefly recounted I know someone's performance at the gathering and a few of his typical pranks. He asked earnestly, where could someone like him be hiding? Anthony Reed sighed and replied, "I'm a psychiatrist, not a seer." "You mentioned that he often exhibited extensive medical knowledge at gatherings?" Receiving Lumion's affirmation, Anthony Reed pondered for a moment and continued, "In a gathering filled with pranks, the various details displayed by a Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway are what he wants you to remember. They don't necessarily reflect his true identity and could even be misleading. I suspect that I know someone isn't actually a doctor, but he possesses a deep understanding of medicine and has accumulated extensive knowledge." Not a doctor. Madam Magician's letter had also mentioned not restricting the search to doctors. But this way, millions of people in Trier could be suspects. Lumion felt both relieved and frustrated. Anthony Reed added, "A person with antisocial tendencies and enough intelligence might have a fondness for flirting with danger. He enjoys playing with others like a clown. Perhaps it won't be long before he pulls another prank, mocking all those who pursue him. The only condition being that he remains unaware of the many demigods observing this matter." Lumion watched as Anthony Reed hastily departed and then turned toward Rue de Blouses Blanches. He had initially intended to locate Lugano Toscano, a quasi-doctor, and inquire if he recognized the person in the portrait. However, it was still too early for that. Salle de Gristmill had not yet opened, and he had no information about where Lugano resided. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Franca had already risen early, having also received a letter from her major arcana card holder, and was discussing the potential course of their investigation with Jenna. Franca cautioned Lumion, saying, "We can't involve too many information brokers in the search. I know someone might notice it beforehand and change his appearance or leave Trier." Lumion nodded slowly and responded, "It's nearly impossible to locate someone like this in Trier on our own. Don't forget we still have Anthony." Franca winked at Lumion, implying that they had all the card holders in Trier on their side. "Yes, and I'm here to help too," Jenna chimed in. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and decided to proceed with his original plan to begin with doctors. In the afternoon, Jenna arrived at Avenue du Marquet and patiently waited by the public carriage stop sign. Today, she had donned a beige dress and a light brown straw hat, which shielded her from the sun and was adorned with a few cloth flowers. Her brownish-yellow hair was neatly tied into a bun at the back, with the rest cascading naturally. Without any makeup, her face remained fresh, and her blue eyes held a sweeter charm despite the absence of black eyeliner. Jenna boarded a public carriage and headed towards Quartier 7, Quartier de Thermes. Situated on the west side of Quartier de l'Observatoire, this district boasted a pleasant environment and was home to many affluent individuals. The now bankrupt owner of the Goodville chemical factory had once lived here, as had the Hotel du Cygne Blanc, where Charlie had worked as an apprentice attendant. Quartier de Thermes, also known as the Museum District, featured numerous renowned museums. Adjacent to one of the hot springs lay Delta Asylum, Trier's largest and most formal asylum. Jenna was visiting Showy Diva, the underground singer who had once taken care of her. Showy Diva had been the victim of rape by Margot of the Poison Spur mob and had subsequently left the Market District to reside in an asylum. After Lumion eliminated Margot, Jenna had intentionally approached Showy Diva to share the good news. Since then, she had been regularly visiting her. Initially, Jenna had limited funds and was preoccupied with repaying her debts, so she couldn't do much for her friend. However, when Lumion hunted the Padre, Jenna earned a substantial sum of 5,000 Vril d'Or. Coupled with 2 compensations and various other sources of income, she still had over 7,500 Vril d'Or left after repaying all her debts, except the one to Franca. With less pressure from Franca to repay the debt, Jenna could now afford to allocate a portion of her money to send the former Showy Diva to Delta Asylum, where the facilities, environment, doctors, and nurses were clearly superior. She visited her friend regularly, partly to pay the fees and partly to demonstrate to the doctors and nurses that this patient had family and friends looking out for her. Anyone who dared to mistreat her would have someone to answer to. Jenna disembarked from the public carriage, adjusted her brown straw hat, and proceeded along a bustling street. After a few steps, she noticed a 7- or 8-year-old boy standing alone by the roadside. The boy had a chubby face and was dressed in the attire of a young gentleman. His neatly combed light yellow hair complemented his appearance. Seeing the confusion in the boy's eyes, Jenna approached, crouched down, and asked gently, "Are you lost? Do you need me to take you to the police station or bring a police officer here?" The boy sported a Mercury bow tie on his white shirt. He sighed and replied, "I'm not lost. It's just that a lady who likes to drink asked me for a favor. I didn't know how to help, and it seemed a bit dangerous where she went, so I decided to wait here. Over there." Jenna followed the boy's outstretched finger and realized he was referring to either Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, the Market District, or Quartier du Jardin Botanique. "Why did you choose to wait here to help?" Jenna couldn't quite fathom the child's reasoning. The chubby boy let out another sigh and said, "I don't know why. My instincts just told me to do it." At this point, the boy looked up at Jenna with a pitiful expression. "Could you buy me some ice cream? The weather in Trier is unbearably hot." "Where's the lady who likes to drink and asked for your help?" Jenna inquired, her curiosity mixed with caution. The boy scanned the area and replied, "After I said I wanted to wait here, she went off by herself to find a place to drink." "Isn't this too irresponsible? What if the child goes missing?" Jenna couldn't help but frown. The boy eagerly asked again, "You can buy ice cream from this cafe. That way, I can have ice cream and wait inside without worrying about getting lost." Jenna, now financially stable, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "What flavor would you like?" "Vanilla," the boy quickly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jenna then spent $1 to purchase a cup of vanilla ice cream for the boy from a nearby cafe. Seated by the window, the boy received the ice cream with pure delight on his face. "Thank you. You'll be lucky." Jenna paid little attention to his gratitude. Instead, she observed as the boy joyfully savored the ice cream and then quickly left. She found patrol and constables and informed them of a missing child in the cafe ahead. Once she saw that the 2 constables had entered the cafe, Jenna breathed a sigh of relief and continued on her way with determined steps. Before long, she arrived at the Delta Asylum. The asylum was situated near a hot spring, and behind a wall, there stood a 3-story building with a grayish-blue exterior and an annex. The surroundings were adorned with lush lawns bathed in the golden sunlight, along with various mobility aids. It was an excellent environment. Jenna successfully met with her friend. The former showy diva, like other female patients, had short hair that reached her ears. Her face appeared ordinary, and her eyes held a serene expression. She seemed no different from an ordinary person. When Jenna conversed with her, it was easy to forget that she was afflicted by mental illness. However, Jenna knew all too well that provoking her could lead to an immediate and frenzied outburst, endangering both herself and others. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Jenna left the designated meeting room, ready to depart. As she walked along the outer corridor, she gazed out of the window absent-mindedly. On a green lawn, around 20 to 30 mental patients strolled leisurely, each lost in their own thoughts. They leaned against trees, soaked in the sun, or gathered in small groups, engaging in quiet conversations. They appeared just like ordinary people. Jenna scanned the surroundings casually, preparing to shift her attention elsewhere. At that moment, she spotted a figure dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown. The figure stood tall at over 1.75 meters. His short brown hair was parted in a 3 to 7 fashion. Gold-rimmed glasses mostly concealed his flaxen-colored eyes, and his face appeared notably thin, adorned with freckles. In that moment, he paced back and forth on the green lawn, seemingly lost in deep contemplation, as if pondering some philosophical question. Jenna's pupils dilated. This is I Know Someone. Chapter 403, Drawing from Experience. Jenna's instincts screamed at her to turn around, her fear that the psychiatric patient, suspected to be I Know Someone, might catch her staring. Yet, in almost the same instant, she recalled how she'd acted around Hugues Artois. With that memory in mind, she controlled her neck, shifting her gaze away with a slow, natural motion. She kept her composure, exiting the grayish-blue building one step at a time, stepping into the sunlight that poured through the window. Jenna donned a light brown straw hat adorned with cloth flowers. As she finally left Delta Asylum, returning to the same street where she had first encountered the mysterious boy, Jenna let out a sigh of relief. Her expression remained unchanged as she boarded the public carriage bound for the bustling market district. In the evening, at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, apartment 601. Lumian, who had been summoned by Jenna, listened to her findings intently. Lumian couldn't conceal his surprise and suspicion. "Is this for real? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Wasn't this just too much of a coincidence?" Jenna had only laid eyes on the portrait of I Know Someone that morning, and in the afternoon, she had tracked down the target at Delta Asylum, a place she had visited just twice. Lumian, Franca, and the major arcana and minor arcana card holders in Trier had turned up nothing. The sheer coincidence here made Lumian's instincts tingle with hints of conspiracy and arrangements, robbing him of any tangible joy. "That's right. Isn't this too darn coincidental?" Franca's demeanor had been skeptical even before Lumian's arrival. She muttered, "Though it's a classic move for an antisocial, intelligent fellow to hide in an asylum and rub shoulders with the doctors, should he really be unlucky enough to cross paths with a visitor who's seen his wanted poster?" There can't be more than 50 people in Trier who've laid eyes on that wanted poster. This tally included Anthony Reed and the inquiries made by the other card holders today. Why didn't I know of such a classic scenario? Jenna mumbled. But I did stumble upon him. I'm not mistaken. Maybe I've just been lucky lately. At this point, she noticed the disbelief etched on Lumian and Franca's faces. Lumian, a man well-versed in the power of coincidence, pondered and asked, "Recall this morning and see if any other coincidences stand out, or if anything unusual occurred." Seated in an armchair, Jenna delved deep into her thoughts. After nearly 15 minutes, she cussed, "It's business as usual. There is one thing I've never encountered before." She recounted how she had come across a lost boy and treated him to a cup of vanilla ice cream. She had also found constables to watch over him. Finally, she inquired with uncertainty, "There shouldn't be anything unusual about that, right?" Franca mumbled to herself, "Did the boy mention anything about you receiving good luck?" Lumian honed in on another detail. "Did he say he was brought here by a lady who loves drinking?" "Yes," Jenna replied to the two questions with a single word. Lumian immediately grew suspicious. Apart from a few dancers, he only knew of two ladies who were quite fond of alcohol. The rest were just casual social drinkers. One was Madame Gila, and the other was Madame Magician. The former always carried multiple flasks of liquor with her, while the latter reveled in tasting various alcoholic beverages, and she could even summon a glass of wine from thin air and savor it. Since the hunt for I Know Someone was a shared mission of the Tarot Club, and Madame Gila hadn't been informed about it, Lumian cautiously deduced that the boy had been brought to Trier by Madame Magician. Combined with Franca's question about Jenna's receiving good luck, Lumian believed that the boy possessed extraordinary abilities that could bestow good fortune upon others. Jenna, having experienced this stroke of luck, was naturally fortunate enough to cross paths with I Know Someone. As Lumian and Franca fell silent for what felt like minutes, Jenna's unease deepened. "Is there really a problem with this situation?" Lumian gazed thoughtfully at his companion and responded, "It's possible that your luck has taken a favorable turn today, starting with your act of buying ice cream for that young boy." Such exchanges of giving and receiving were not uncommon in the realm of inevitability. For example, the enhancement of luck often required the recipient to willingly accept the medium and derive some benefit from it. Moreover, there had to be a subjective desire on their part to complete the luck-enhancing ritual. Therefore, Lumian had a reasonable suspicion that the boy might be a beyonder of the monster pathway, also known as the fate pathway. Through a subtle transaction involving ice cream and the bestowal of good luck, he had orchestrated Jenna's encounter with I Know Someone. The phrases like "I didn't know how to help, so I decided to wait here," or "buy me ice cream, and you'll have good luck" had all the mysterious signs of the fate domain. That's right. Franca had clearly considered this possibility. Jenna immediately understood. "Are you suggesting that this boy might be an exceptionally powerful beyonder? That he granted me an abundance of good luck? But apart from encountering I Know Someone, I haven't felt anything extraordinary. I haven't stumbled upon any money or come across free items." Franca sighed, explaining, "Meeting I Know Someone probably consumed all the good luck you were given." Lumian abruptly stood up. "I need to verify this." He made his way into Franca's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Curious, Jenna asked Franca, "How is he planning to confirm it?" Franca speculated and replied, "He's going to write a letter." To Madame Gila? Jenna knew that the woman had a messenger. Franca couldn't give a clear answer. Another lady. In her bedroom, Lumian, who had tidied up the altar, promptly received a response from Madame Magician. "So, that's how we found I Know Someone. Even as an astrologer, I find this matter charlatanic. There's no need to doubt that it was indeed a helper we hired. We expended a considerable number of favors and a substantial amount of ice cream. Since there's a result, take action. I'll keep an eye on you and help guard against any unforeseen incidents." As expected. Lumian grinned. From Madame Magician's words, he deduced that the boy wasn't a member of the Tarot Club. Hence, he wouldn't participate in shared missions without receiving some form of compensation, which in this case involved favors and ice cream. What the hell is up with ice cream? Can such a powerful beyonder be moved by ice cream? Lumion found it absurd and amusing. However, he recalled Baron Brignase's godson, a rather peculiar individual who could be swayed by delectable treats. This led him to wonder if beyonders in a boy's form had similar weaknesses. Lumion pushed open the door and returned to the living room. Nervously, Jenna stood up and inquired, "Did you confirm it?" "He's a helper with the specific task of bestowing good luck, and your encounter with him was orchestrated by fate. By treating him to ice cream, you'd chosen the correct path of destiny," Lumion responded, using the manner of a charlatan. As a beyonder with dominion over the inevitability domain, he held a certain sway over fate. Phew. Jenna let out a sigh of relief, her worries about falling into a trap dissipating. Seeing Frank arise from her seat, Lumion produced the silver light earring with a smirk. "Let's head to the asylum now." "I can't wait." "Very well," Franca replied, her inner thoughts sighing. Ever since Seal's arrival, she had been embroiled in constant battles. It had been just a few days since Loki's attack. In a four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage en route to Quartier de Thermes, Lumion gazed out of the window at the black street lamp poles and furrowed his brow. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Did Jenna truly spot I know someone?" Franca and Jenna turned their attention to him, simultaneously recalling a similar situation. From their hunt for the Padre, Guillaume Binet, they had encountered two substitutes in succession, and the actual Guillaume Binet had turned out to be a large dog lounging by the side. Franca lowered her voice and inquired, "Do you suspect it might be a substitute?" Drawing lessons from past experiences and expanding their awareness was crucial. After witnessing the Padre's clever deception, failing to consider such possibilities would signify their inadequacy in the hunter and demonist pathways. Lumion pondered for a moment and whispered, with his issue coming to light and the potential pursuit he might face, "Wouldn't I know someone be concerned that the pranks of the past few months could become a lingering threat? If I were in his shoes and couldn't erase the corresponding traces, I'd leave Trier swiftly and return after some time. Yet, he hasn't done that. This suggests that he either possesses ample confidence that we won't locate him, or he has something of significance to accomplish in Trier. In that case, remaining in the shadows while presenting a substitute in plain sight would be a clever choice." Jenna, puzzled, asked, "Could it be that he also wields lie or the substitution spell you mentioned?" Lumion chuckled. "He may not have lie, but the evil god he believes in governs the seer domain and ranks as one of the most potent faceless. With mastery of the corresponding ritualistic magic, he can beseech this deity to alter the appearance of a specific target. It was akin to how members of the Tarot Club could summon creatures from the spirit realm in the name of Mr. Fool. Using faceless-related ritualistic magic to create a substitute while secretly monitoring in person. But why didn't he just change his appearance? Why resort to creating a substitute? It would make him virtually untraceable." Franca thought of a dangerous possibility. Lumion nodded. If the individual in Delta Asylum is indeed a substitute, it implies that he serves as a trap and is intentionally using it to lure us in. I know someone will undoubtedly pay close attention to the eventual outcome. Consequently, either the extreme peril concealed within the substitute will not only ensnare the pursuer but also cause a significant disturbance, or the two individuals are intimately connected in some mystical manner. Don't be concerned about the first scenario. With a formidable lady guarding against mishaps, the ensuing possibilities will depend on you, Franca. If the person in the asylum turned out to be I know someone, the situation would be relatively straightforward. Late at night, in a room on the third floor of Delta Asylum's eastern wing. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on the bedside table, reflecting the moonlight filtering into the room. The patient in the bed was fast asleep. Suddenly, a shadowy figure opened the substantial door adorned with iron bars and quietly entered. With a polite grip, the intruder gently shut the door, rendering the room impervious to external sounds. The entire interior space seemed to be sealed. Chapter 404, Patient. Lumion harnessed the power of the decency brooch, distorting the door and sealing the entire room. With lie altering his appearance, Lumion refrained from an immediate attack on the patient lying in the bed. Instead, he strolled to the side, casting a discerning eye upon him. The patient's eyes remained tightly shut, lost in a deep slumber. His facial features, hairstyle, and hair color undeniably matched those of I Know Someone. As Lumion observed this slumbering figure, who had no realization of his intrusion, he began to suspect that this might be a substitute. As suggested by Madame Magician's letter, I Know Someone was at least a Sequence 6 hypnotist of the psychiatrist pathway, with a slight chance of being a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. On either pathway, these individuals were skilled observers, unlikely to sleep soundly in the presence of an intruder. The conundrum now lay in discerning the trap with such a substitution. Beneath the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains, the patient on the bed suddenly snapped open his eyes. In those flaxen-colored eyes, Lumion's image was instantly mirrored. Simultaneously, Lumion once more glimpsed the dark void, the countless twinkling stars, and the mysterious symbol that had come to life, forming an invisible door. A voice resonated within his heart and ears, seemingly emanating from the depths of the void and the source of his consciousness. Pass through it. Pass through this formless door, and you will gain a transformative experience in your life and boundless knowledge. Everyone possesses godhood and can hear the voice of this world's origin. To hear it clearly, you must open this invisible door and step inside. Lumion's head throbbed as he witnessed the gradual opening of the formless door. Each word from the voice transformed into a living, peculiar entity within his heart. Once more, the voice echoed, its tone tinged with perplexity and confusion. It muttered to itself, "Where is the end of the world? What did the universe resemble at its inception? Which deity brought all of this into existence, and who created him? What lies beyond the confines of the universe? How do other worlds differ? What sets human nature apart from godhood? Does true self-awareness equate to human nature or godhood? Where lies the demarcation between madness and reason? Is madness the ultimate destination for every living being?" Lumion's head throbbed with agony as he absorbed these questions, a fusion of mystical contemplation and the pursuit of answers to profound philosophical queries. It was the first time in a long while that he felt the sensation of a steel drill boring into his skull, stirring his delicate brain. Moreover, these questions triggered bizarre alterations in his spirituality and his surroundings. Madness surged forth, as if probing the boundaries of sanity. The enveloping darkness seemed to take on human nature, visibly writhing. The bed before him and the floor beneath his feet gradually etched out bizarre patterns. Even though Lumion couldn't see them, his body was suddenly consumed by an intense itch, as if yearning to shed his outermost layer of skin. Is there something that surpasses all limitations and conceptual thinking? The voice persisted in questioning the void. Within the writhing darkness, an indescribable form began to take shape. Lumion found himself powerless to resist or halt this transformation. All he could do was witness it helplessly as an overwhelming terror descended, his head throbbing. In that critical moment, a blinding and brilliant bolt of lightning erupted right before him. The colossal dendrite appeared as if it had sprung forth from a divine realm, and each silver-white branch emitted a crackling sound. Rumble! As the silver lightning struck the patient on the bed, Lumion was assaulted by a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through his eardrums and resonated within his soul. The strange creature that had animated those thought-provoking questions convulsed his body, significantly easing the throbbing pain in his head, leaving behind only a disorienting sensation caused by the deafening roar. A terrifying cascade of lightning surged across the patient on the bed, sending waves of agony and paralysis coursing through Lumion's skin, even though he stood a few steps away. In the midst of this electric frenzy, a holy chant echoed faintly, as if proclaiming, "I came, I saw, I recorded." The ward darkened, as if it had been thrust into a mysterious realm, isolated from the outside world by some insurmountable force. Lumion exhaled and shifted his gaze back to the bed. There, he beheld the patient's entire form transformed into a pitch-black, charcoal-like substance, emitting an eerie burnt odor. The body, still clad in tattered hospital gown, bed sheets, and blanket, began to dissipate, morphing into a dark silhouette. On the surface of this shadowy figure, cracks materialized, each adorned with mystical symbols and patterns. These formations resembled eyes or myriad mouths that incessantly opened and closed. Before Lumion could fully fathom this transformation, his vision was flooded with pure, radiant, golden sunlight. Once more, the ethereal, holy voice resonated in his ears. When his vision settled back into normalcy, only a faint black mark remained on the scorched surface of the bed, twisting in an uncanny, serpent-like manner. It's indeed a trap. Lumion mused, his lack of surprise evident. He also deduced that both the patient and one of Loki's marionettes were recipients of the same evil god's boon based on the starry void and the formless door formed by wandering symbols. The substitute for I know someone clearly occupied a higher sequence. Had Loki and I know someone once targeted a secret organization that worshipped an evil deity? This is the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth? What did he seek to achieve? Did this all somehow tie into I know someone's decision to remain in Trier? Is this substitute merely a taunting jest aimed at those who pursue them? I know you're on the hunt for me, and I'm aware of the clues you may uncover. Yet, I'm intentionally granting you a glimmer of hope. Thoughts raced through Lumion's mind like lightning as he attempted to analyze the current situation from I know someone's perspective and extract clues about the fugitive's whereabouts. Given the level of danger posed by the patient, Lumion deduced that both I know someone and Loki would have struggled to capture him alive and recruit him into their team. With Loki possessing a marionette with a similar pathway, it seemed clear that the patient hadn't actively and consciously cooperated with them. This, coupled with the bewildered tone and endless questions of the substitute, led Lumion to suspect that the man had succumbed to madness due to some knowledge or truth gained through the boon or the use of some abilities, rendering him a true mental patient. Leveraging his professional skills as a psychiatrist, I know someone had likely skillfully guided the patient, fostering a sense of trust and camaraderie. Eventually, he reached a point where he could convince the patient, enabling him to perform a ritual and request a change in appearance. Glancing at the iron-barred window, Lumion noticed that the deep darkness had receded. Crimson moonlight filtered through the relatively thin glass and bathed the ward in its glow. Conversely, the darkness that had once been typical at Delta Asylum's periphery had intensified. The void seemed distorted, as if encased in a spherical barrier. Madam Magician hadn't employed any additional abilities after dealing with the dangerous patient. She had merely concealed the entire asylum and its surrounding lawn. It appeared as though she was implying that Lumion needed to handle this situation independently. She only assisted by preventing any disturbances from alerting Trier's official beyonders. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. Starting from his search for Loki, he quickly filtered through the matters related to April Fools. Slowly, a conjecture formed, weaving together the pieces of the puzzle into a cohesive narrative. I know someone had once been connected to Delta Asylum, whether as a doctor, nurse, or patient. One day, he had stumbled upon a peculiar patient who incessantly posed profound philosophical questions. Guided by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, I know someone had initiated interactions with the patient. During this process, he had likely sensed the presence of an evil god's bestowed lurking around the patient. Consequently, with the assistance of Loki, they had driven away these problematic figures and gained control over the strange patient. Loki had even managed to gain a marionette. Upon Loki's resurrection, I know someone, who had been alerted, had leveraged the patient's trust in him to perform ritualistic magic and beseech the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, resulting in his transformation into a substitute and a walking trap. As for I know someone himself, he must have successfully altered his appearance, his whereabouts now unknown. Amidst Lumion's frustration, he suddenly thought of something. Jenna had indeed encountered the substitute for I know someone, thanks to good luck. However, encountering a substitute, one designed as a trap, hardly constituted good luck. This was unlucky. That was unless they could somehow use the substitute to trace back to I know someone, or if Jenna had encountered both the substitute and the real I know someone but failed to recognize or directly see him. Both scenarios pointed toward a high probability that the elusive I know someone was still lurking within the asylum. Even if the trap ultimately failed, pursuers would likely conclude that I know someone had long since relocated to a new hiding place. Beneath an oil lamp lay the darkest and most easily overlooked spot. With this revelation, Lumion acted swiftly. He spun around, heaved open the heavy door, and sprinted into the asylum's corridor. With a resounding crash, he burst through a window at the stairwell's corner, landing on the lawn encircled by the main building and its adjoining structures. Simultaneously, he employed the knee's face to transform into the patient he had encountered earlier. In a commanding voice, Lumion bellowed his questions to the cosmos from the lawn. Where is the end of the world? What did the universe resemble at its inception? Which deity brought all of this into existence, and who created him? His voice resonated throughout the asylum, reaching into every room. A few seconds later, Franca's voice echoed in Lumion's ears. There's an abnormality in the doctor's duty room and the nurse's workstation on the first floor, as well as in the first ward on the third floor near the west wing. Upon hearing his companion's report, Lumion couldn't help but chuckle. He pressed his hands against the void before him, instantly igniting crimson flames. The flames spread swiftly, illuminating the invisible spiderwebs that enshrouded the entire building. These intricate layers of spiderwebs extended into every room, diligently monitoring the movements of all its inhabitants. This complex setup had consumed nearly half of Franca's spirituality and required a significant amount of time to prepare and maintain. The crimson flames transformed into 3 blazing serpents, each colossal in size, which slithered through the spiderwebs toward the doctor's duty room and nurse's workstation on the first floor, as well as the ward on the third floor. Chapter 405, No Reservations. The blazing serpents reflected in the eyes of the doctor on duty, the 3 night nurses, and the patient who had woken up. Fear appeared on their faces, and they turned around in various panicked movements. As they fled in the opposite direction of the flames, they shouted, "Fire! Fire! Help! Help!" As their voices echoed, the flaming serpents burned the invisible threads of spider silk, accompanied by a scorching wind formed by the clash of cold and heat. It pursued them relentlessly, blocking the exit from the room and forcing them into a corner. The 5 of them acted normally. They darted around, searching for a safe escape, wrapping themselves in blankets, and attempting to force their way through the wall of flames. They also rushed to another window, with the intention of jumping down. It seemed Lumion had misjudged the situation. Any abnormal movements didn't necessarily mean I know someone. If this continued, he risked incinerating 5 innocent people. However, the 3 crimson flaming serpents showed no hesitation. They continued to pursue the doctor on duty, the night nurses, and the mental patient, emanating an icy, ruthless madness that showed no regard for human life. As the blazing serpents closed in on their targets, a few of them began to show signs of despair. The patient on the third floor ward suddenly halted and turned around. Grayish-white, stone-like scales sprouted on his once ordinary face, covering his skin that was not concealed by the blue and white striped hospital gown. In an instant, he transformed into a horrifying, lizard-like figure. The grayish-white scales resisted the scorching flames and aided him in breaking through the barrier of the crimson serpent. Sensing this transformation through the flames, Lumion's lips curled into an eerie grin. According to the information provided in Madam Magician's letter, Beyonders of the spectator pathway at Sequence 6 Hypnotist would gain an ability known as Dragon Scales. This ability allowed them to manifest grayish-white scales on their skin, greatly reducing and resisting damage. This ability was closely tied to the spectator pathway's mythical creature form, as every high-ranking spectator ultimately transformed into a dragon, a mind dragon. The appearance of dragon scales confirmed that the patient in the west wing on the third floor was at least a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the spectator pathway. Combined with the trap and his unusual movements, the patient's identity became evident. I know someone. Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder and used his ability to traverse the spirit world, instantly appearing in the ward. During this hunt, he refrained from wearing the lie earring or carrying the flawed boxing gloves. This was because his adversary was a formidable psychiatrist, and any openings in his emotions or desires could be easily exploited. As Lumien's figure vanished from Milan, the crimson fire serpents, which had expanded from consuming flammable materials in the doctor's duty room and nurse's workstation, abruptly dissipated. They transformed into glimmering specks of light that disappeared before the faces of the despairing and terrified onlookers. Apart from the charred remnants of various items, there was little evidence of the inferno they had narrowly escaped. On the third floor of Delta Asylum, Lumien emerged from a room adjacent to the west wing. His gaze locked onto the patient, whose body was covered in grayish-white scales, and whose eyes emitted a faint golden hue. He didn't exchange pleasantries or make inquiries. Instead, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp exclamation, "Ha!" An imperceptible yellow beam shot forth from Lumien's mouth, aimed at the suspected "I know someone." However, at a distance of 2 to 3 meters, the pale yellow aura beam by the spell of Harumph brushed past the Beyonder and struck the iron-barred glass window behind him. Battle hypnotism. This was one of a hypnotist's Beyonder abilities. It could forcefully hypnotize an enemy in battle, causing them to act irrationally or make incorrect judgments. However, such actions couldn't directly harm the hypnotized person, and the effect would wear off quickly as they regained their senses. Just moments ago, when Lumien and the Beyonder locked eyes, the former had unwittingly fallen under his hypnosis. He had mistaken his own reflection in the glass window for his target, causing the spell of Harumph to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, I know someone's light gold eyes widened, reflecting Lumien's male aurora form. Lumien's head jerked backward, as if caught in a whirlwind. His emotions swirled with a mixture of joy and hatred. Crimson flames surged beneath his skin, and his eyes glinted with a sinister madness. Frenzy. This was a psychiatrist's Beyonder ability designed to trigger intense emotions and destabilize the target's mental state, causing them to enter a frenzied state and suffer severe mental damage. If the target had existing psychological issues or strong emotions, they might even lose control when subjected to frenzy. Before undergoing psychiatric treatment from Madame Susie and Madame Justice, encountering I know someone in this state could send Lumien spiraling into madness, turning him into a monstrous figure. At that moment, magma-like blood dripped from his nose. His mind was in disarray, and he instinctively took deep breaths, temporarily losing the ability to execute his planned moves. I know someone refrained from launching another attack on Lumien at that moment. Firstly, causing the other party to lose control or perish would lead to the immediate release of the high-level creature sealed within his body, a sight that could drive even a Beyonder below the demigod level to mental and physical collapse. Secondly, since Muggle's brother was present, it was likely that Hidden Blade wasn't far away. The invisible spider silk that had been ignited was likely her handiwork. In this dire situation, I know someone's first instinct was to swiftly exit the battlefield, escape Delta Asylum, and find a place to conceal himself once more. In an instant, he retrieved a broken arrow from the pocket of his blue and white striped hospital gown. The broken arrow looked ancient, with an obsidian-like arrowhead at its tip, adorned with mysterious patterns. With a squelching sound, I know someone thrust the obsidian arrow into his own chest. The item sprang to life, greedily absorbing the crimson blood that flowed forth. I know someone immediately sprinted toward the tightly sealed door, leaving behind an afterimage. Despite the grayish-white dragon scales covering his face, he exuded an uncanny charm, as if he had transformed into a dashing young dragon. This was the arrow of the bloodthirsty. By piercing it into his chest and feeding it his blood, it temporarily transformed I know someone into a vampire. This granted him extraordinary speed, accelerated regeneration, and a few spell-like abilities. Bang! As I know someone pushed open the heavy, solid door of the asylum ward, he failed to dart into the corridor. He collided with an ice barrier that had formed at some point. Amidst the sounds of cracking and shattering, the ice wall crumbled, but it also caused I know someone to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Most of the shattered ice failed to penetrate his dragon scales. Only a handful managed to breach his defenses, leaving traces of blood in their wake. Thanks to the vampire's rapid regenerative abilities, the minor injuries swiftly began to heal. I know someone saw no need to rise to his feet. As his light gold eyes flickered, invisible waves radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. In her state of invisibility, Franca felt as though she was witnessing the most horrifying scene from the depths of a nightmare, recalling her past terrors. Her body trembled, and she abandoned the protection of her invisibility, appearing in the corridor of the asylum. Awe. This was a psychiatrist's awe, also referred to as dragon might or mass chaos. It had the power to instantly induce panic in a single target or all living beings within its range, plunging them into chaos. Relying on dragon might to maintain control of the situation, I know someone agilely leaped up, intending to put some distance between himself and Franca as he sprinted down the corridor. He refrained from attacking her at this moment because he understood that demonesses possessed abilities like mirror substitution and staff substitution. Trying to kill her or cripple her combat abilities with a single strike would only delay his escape. As he vaulted out of the shattered ice, I know someone caught a glimpse of the ward, now empty. Lumion Lee appeared to have recovered from the effects of frenzy and used teleportation to evade Aw's influence in the nick of time. Just as this realization crossed I know someone's mind, he saw the male version of Aurora, Lumion, materialize in front of him. Without hesitation, I know someone's golden eyes focused on Lumion, preparing to cast Awe once more. In the next moment, Lumion's figure vanished again. He had employed spirit world traversal twice in quick succession. Almost simultaneously, I know someone's pupils dilated, and a shiver ran down his spine. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This time, Lumion's destination was behind him. It was akin to blink. Lumion's figure instantly materialized behind I know someone, witnessing a dense black fog emanating from the latter's body, an attempt to evade to the side of the corridor. Too slow. Lumion harumphed, sending 2 white beams of light shooting from his nostrils to encompass the area ahead. I know someone couldn't evade and was struck by the white beams as he was thrown to the ground, tumbling twice. Lumion breathed heavily, feeling drained as his head throbbed with pain. 3 consecutive teleportations and 2 rounds of using the spell of Harumph and other abilities had completely sapped his energy. If it hadn't been for the substantial amount of pyromaniac potion he had digested compared to when he hunted the Padre, sustaining this level of expenditure would have been extremely challenging. Franca, who had recovered from Awe, approached and shook her head in disapproval. No need for all that. It's not like you don't have assistance. Why go all out when help was available? Even if the major Arcana card holders hadn't been lurking in the shadows, and even if I know someone had managed to escape the asylum, wouldn't he have left behind some blood that could be used for a curse? Lumion didn't respond, making his way over to the unconscious form of I know someone. Chapter 406, Inevitability-like ending. Staring at the unconscious enemy in the corridor, Lumion refrained from an immediate attack. He squatted down in silence. He retrieved a bottle of sedative obtained from the Bliss Society's Rentis, unscrewed the cap, and brought it to the patient's nose. Franca glanced over and advised, "Remove the broken arrow from his chest first. Otherwise, I think his body can handle most of the sedative's effects." The grayish-white stone-like scales on the Beyonder suspected to be I know someone slowly dissipated due to the unconsciousness and spirituality brought about by the spell of Harumph. Lumion nodded and used the hand holding the bottle cap to carefully remove the obsidian arrow. Franca breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "The question now is how do we confirm if this guy is the real I know someone? A powerful hypnotist can manipulate a Beyonder of the same pathway and sequence, altering their self-awareness and making them believe they are I know someone. They can substitute the real deal to appear in all sorts of occasions, completing different pranks and fight any adversaries. Fuck, why does it seem more troublesome than dealing with a marionettist?" What Franca meant was that the enemy in front of her might also be a victim, someone whose perceptions had been altered to make them believe they were I know someone. This possibility couldn't be ruled out, so she wasn't capable of steeling herself to kill him before channeling his spirit. Furthermore, Lumion's remaining truth serum wouldn't work in this case. The hypnotized person would only tell what they believed to be true. Lumian screwed the cap back onto the sedative bottle and thought for a moment before suggesting, "Let's set up a ritual and seek confirmation from Mr. Fool. Since Loki can use Celestial Worthy's help to locate members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society within a certain range, we can employ a similar method to activate the special aura on I Know Someone. If it's there, he's real. If not, he's fake. What if he's a member of the Research Society who was captured by Loki and I know someone?" In the past, several people went missing without their deaths being confirmed, including some psychiatrists. Franca began to suspect the source of I Know Someone's Beyonder characteristics that allowed him to advance to Sequence 7. Research Society members they had hunted? Lumian pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, let Jenna in. She might still have some lingering good luck in this aspect. If she doesn't encounter anyone else, it proves that the unconscious one is I Know Someone. You're responsible for protecting Jenna." Before Lumian could finish, Madam Magician's voice echoed in his ears, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Crouching in front of the unconscious person, Lumian sensed the space around him come alive, contracting inward and swallowing the Beyonder suspected to be I Know Someone. "Wow," Franca exclaimed, and Lumian slowly stood up. The two of them waited patiently. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the Beyonder in the blue and white striped hospital gown was ejected from the void. Immediately after, they heard Madam Magician's response, "It's I Know Someone." Beneath the crimson moon in the sky, the Delta Asylum loomed, its darkness even denser and curved into an eerie arc compared to the surrounding night. On the rooftop of the 3-story grayish-blue building, the shadowy magician turned to her companion and said, "Apart from the lunatic, there are no hidden dangers or traps. Did I overreact and overestimate the situation?" Justice, resembling a dream, replied calmly, "There's nothing wrong with your choice. It's never wrong no matter how much importance you attach to matters related to that celestial worthy. Only by paying enough attention each time can we avoid being suddenly deceived and falling into a true trap." Magician nodded slightly, closed the notebook in her hand, and cast her gaze towards the third-floor corridor which wasn't in her line of sight. Upon hearing Madam Magician's conclusion, Lumian let out a chuckle. He put away the remaining half of the sedative and turned to Franca, saying, "We can let Jenna in now." Franca nodded and disappeared into the shadows along the corridor. Lumian looked down at the seemingly ordinary I Know Someone, his eyes deep and a sly smile on his lips. The effects of the spell of Harumph should have worn off long ago, but the Bliss Society's sedative was still doing its job. Considering I Know Someone's physique, this sedative wouldn't last much longer. However, Lumian was prepared for this moment. At that very instant, the Delta Asylum was in chaos due to the fire and shouting. Particularly on the first floor, the commotion was intense. The duty doctor and a few burly guards patrolled the area to ensure that no tinder remnants remained. Meanwhile, Jenna and Franca skillfully navigated through the shadows and ascended to the third floor. Lumian took a sheepskin from Guillaume Benet, the padre, and spread it on the ground. He carefully wrapped I Know Someone in it. After a brief contemplation, Lumian raised the obsidian arrow in his hand and plunged it into I Know Someone's left eye. The excruciating pain jolted I Know Someone awake, and his left eye turned bloodshot. Almost simultaneously, he heard a sinister chuckle. "Sheep!" Amidst the echoing Hermes' words, I Know Someone, cocooned in the ritual sheepskin, was instantly engulfed by dark light, rendering him powerless. When the dark light finally subsided, he had transformed into a grayish-white sheep. Lumian withdrew the obsidian arrow from the crushed eyeball and swiftly plunged it into I Know Someone's right eye. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room as Lumian pulled out the arrow. He pressed down on the struggling sheep with one hand and stroked its head with the other, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Now, we can finally have a good chat." While Lumian engaged in this whispering conversation, he tossed the obsidian arrow to Jenna. Next, Lumian produced an ordinary bottle of wound medicine and meticulously applied it to I Know Someone's blood-colored eye socket. He wrapped the other party's eyes in layers of white bandages he had prepared. Only then did I Know Someone, who had awakened from his coma and was enduring intense pain, regain some composure. He attempted to use his abilities, but to no avail. Franca and Jenna watched Lumion intently as he continued to tend to the transformed sheep. I know someone, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. Initially, Jenna had wanted to assist Lumion in extracting information or exacting revenge, but now, she felt that this scenario was enough. She shifted her attention to the obsidian broken arrow in her hand but noticed no negative effects. She wondered if it was one of the mystical items Franca had mentioned before. As Lumion retrieved a brownish-yellow twine he had prepared in advance and began to wrap it around the sheep's neck, the duty doctor, alerted by the sheep's bleeding, arrived on the third floor with several burly guards. Franca and Jenna swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows, while Lumion, disguised as Aurora, calmly turned and led the sheep to the end of the corridor. Crimson flames erupted from Lumion's body, which had regained some of its spirituality, and blazed fiercely in the corridor. The duty doctor and the guards dared not approach, witnessing a figure walking through the flames, heading to the end of the annex corridor. The figure was also guiding a sheep. It resisted, unwilling to leave, but the rope around its neck forced it to move forward. After being dragged on the ground for a while, the sheep, its neck tightening and its breathing becoming labored, finally stood up and followed. By the time the flames in the corridor abruptly extinguished, sparing any damage to the adjacent rooms, the doctor on duty and the guards had lost all trace of the man and the sheep. Am I hallucinating? The situation was so odd and unbelievable that these individuals shared the same thoughts. Meanwhile, the charred corridor stood as evidence that a fire had indeed occurred, miraculously without harming anyone. Leaving a guard to report the incident to the nearest police headquarters, the duty doctor returned to his office on the first floor in a bewildered state. As he sank into his chair, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the infernal being associated with fire has emerged from the abyss? Is its signature to lead a sheep? Is this the embodiment of flames? His thoughts grew more fantastical with each passing moment, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have gone straight to the cathedral to consult the bishops and padres rather than involve the police. Knock, knock, knock. He heard a knock on the door. The doctor on duty jolted in his chair. He straightened up and responded with a deep voice, "Come in, please." As the door creaked open, the doctor's eyes froze. It was the blonde devil, accompanied by the sheep with its eyes wrapped in white bandages, and its grayish-white face stained with blood. "I need to trouble you with something," Lumion said calmly as he led I know someone into the doctor's office. "My sheep exhibits severe anti-human tendencies and extreme violence. I want to treat its mental illness." "How?" Before he could formulate a response, the handsome blonde devil inquired, "Do you know how to perform a lobotomy?" "Yes, a little," the doctor on duty replied subconsciously. "But it's a sheep. Could the brain structure be the same?" As he contemplated this, he watched the sheep struggle frantically in its bindings, unable to escape. Lumion chuckled. "It doesn't matter. We can give it a try. It's just a sheep. If it dies, so be it. We can still roast it." With that, he dragged the unruly sheep toward a nearby treatment table, using his hands and feet to pin it down. If the patient had been human, the doctor, lacking experience and prohibited from performing a lobotomy, would never have dared to attempt it. However, because it was a sheep, he had no reservations. In an effort to avoid antagonizing the arsonist devil and cooperate while awaiting the arrival of the police, the doctor on duty cautiously approached the treatment table. He said hesitantly, "I need an ice pick." His intention was to create an excuse to go to the ice warehouse and distance himself from the arsonist devil. However, just as he finished speaking, a hand emerged from the shadows, offering him a sharp icicle. "Wah, what's going on?" In a shock, the doctor vaguely heard the words, "No need to thank me." Numbly, he accepted the thin icicle and unwrapped the white bandage covering the sheep's head. The sheep's struggle intensified. Assessing the damage to its eye sockets, the doctor on duty inserted the thin, sharp icicle through the crack and carefully manipulated it, stirring its brain's frontal lobe. After a few moments of struggle, the grayish-white sheep abruptly fell silent. Chapter 407, Reward for Good Luck. After the surgery, the blind sheep stepped off the treatment table, calm and docile, no longer resisting. The duty doctor felt like he was in a dream. The operation was a success. The surgical technique designed for humans had actually worked on a sheep. The doctor watched in a daze as the arsonist devil guided the blind sheep, now cured of its mental illness, out of the room and disappeared into the crimson moonlit night. Wherever they went, crimson flames ignited the white bandages and barely visible fur. In the blazing flames, black fire flowed like a river, cleansing away the remaining icicles, footprints, and any other traces. The doctor felt no immediate danger and watched in a daze, as if enjoying a spectacular fireworks show. After an unknown amount of time, all the flames subsided. The guard who had been dispatched returned to the Delta Asylum with a group of black-uniformed police officers. "Why did it take you so long?" the doctor blurted out instinctively. The leading officer cursed angrily, "Son of a bitch, we were ambushed in the shadows on the way here. Someone was shooting at us from the darkness." In apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, in the Market District. After securing I know someone to one of the dining table's sturdy legs, Lumion paid the sheep no mind. He lay on the sofa in the living room and pretended to be asleep. His appearance had been altered back by lie, and the decency brooch had long been taken off. Franca glanced at the sheep, which stood silently and didn't attempt to escape with the dining table, and asked, "Are we going to interrogate him now?" She avoided looking at Lumion because he had become so irritating that she felt like punching him. Even the sheep, now a pacifist, was eager to do the same. Lumion's voice remained calm as he replied, "I'll question him once I've regained my spirituality." "That makes sense. It's safer this way. After all, I know someone is now a sheep with his frontal lobe removed. He can't use his abilities or put up resistance." Franca, dressed in an assassin's suit, averted her gaze and headed to her bedroom to avoid losing control of her hands, black flames, frost, or spider silk. She wasn't worried that any accidents might occur prior to the interrogation, leading to I know someone's bizarre death or him turning into a monster due to losing control. Madam Magician and the Major Arcana card holder had already confirmed I know someone's identity. They must have seized the opportunity to obtain the most important information. Jenna, holding the broken obsidian arrow, approached the divan with a warped expression. "Your trophy." She offered the obsidian arrow to Lumion, who hadn't yet closed his eyes. During this exchange, her right hand trembled slightly, as if she wanted to thrust the arrow into the other party's eye. Lumion didn't take it and calmly said, "This is your reward for your good luck. Or rather, this is your true stroke of luck." Why does he sound like a circus fortune teller? Jenna didn't refuse. After mumbling to herself, she quickly turned around and entered Franca's bedroom. It had to be said that after her companion advanced a demoness of pleasure, even as a woman, she would blush and feel her ears heat up when she saw her change her clothes. After changing into comfortable home clothes, Franca used magic mirror divination to get a rough understanding of the name, abilities, and negative effects of the obsidian arrow. Name, Arrow of the Bloodthirsty. Ability, plunge it into the chest where the heart and let it absorb blood. The user will gain potent self-healing and regeneration abilities, along with exceptional physical attributes. Whether it's speed, agility, the ability to communicate with animals, vision, smell, or hearing, they will all be greatly enhanced. Their charisma will also receive a significant boost. In addition, the user will gain dark domain spell-like abilities such as Abyss Shackles, Claw of Corrosion, and Wings of Darkness. Negative effects. While in use, you will despise sunlight and crave blood. Your blood will be continuously drained by the item until you succumb to excessive blood loss. You must constantly monitor your condition and remove the broken arrow in time. The more you use it, the more likely it is to cause subtle changes in your body. If these accumulate beyond a limit, it might even lead to bodily collapse. Note, try not to use it for more than 3 minutes at a time. It's best to use it with intervals of more than 3 days. This way, your body will have a chance to recover and prevent any mutations. Avoid using it during a full moon. While it can enhance your condition, it can also easily lead to illusions and danger. Not a bad mystical item, Franca praised sincerely as she handed the arrow of the bloodthirsty back to Jenna. Carrying it doesn't have any negative effects. Such a mystical item could fetch over 40,000 vril d'or at various mysticism gatherings. Holding the arrow of the bloodthirsty, Jenna pondered and said, "If I give it to you, will that settle the debt I owe you?" She believed she owed Franca 30,000 vril d'or. Franca chuckled. "Don't worry. This arrow of the bloodthirsty can significantly boost your strength, providing you with true self-preservation abilities. You can sell it later once your sequence has advanced to the point where it's no longer useful. Take your time paying back the money you owe me. There's no rush." Jenna fell silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Lumion slept until 6 a.m., feeling refreshed but still with a slight throbbing in his head. As he sat up and looked around, he noticed that the sheep I know someone had transformed into was standing quietly by the dining table, its empty eye sockets filled with dried blood. Lumion chuckled. "Your resilience is impressive. Such severe injuries and basic treatment didn't do you in." He led the sheep into the living room and poured the remaining truth serum into its mouth. With that task completed, Lumion recited an incantation in Hermes. His grace. A dark light flashed, and the grayish-white sheepskin split open, revealing I know someone's body in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Lumion guided him to a chair and had him sit down. Staring into his empty blood-red eye sockets, he smiled and sighed. "As I mentioned yesterday, we can finally have a good chat." The calm I know someone remained silent. Lumion retreated to the sofa and sat down. He patiently waited for the truth serum to take effect before asking, "What's your name, what was your original occupation, and why were you in the Delta Asylum?" He began with the simplest questions, using the truth serum to guide the other's instinctive responses. I know someone's voice was unremarkable, yet strangely compelling. "My name is Pierre Thurio. I was originally one of the deputy editors of Basic Medicine. I once mentioned that I know someone who ended up in an asylum due to negligence and overconfidence. Well, that someone was me. I was obsessed with manipulating the minds of others and didn't pay enough attention to my own issues. One day, I just lost my mind. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself in the Delta Asylum. Fortunately, I was only mentally unstable and didn't completely lose control. I still had some sense of self-preservation and didn't unleash my beyonder powers recklessly. If I had, they would have sent me to the Inquisition. The person you mentioned is indeed yourself." After discovering that I know someone was hiding in the asylum, Lumion gained a new understanding of what he had said back then. He pressed further, "Now that you've regained your consciousness and the ability to think, why do you choose to remain in the Delta Asylum?" I know someone didn't show any mockery or amusement. He answered calmly, "I find the asylum fascinating. The thought patterns, mental states, and mental constructs of the patients here are significantly different from those of ordinary people. They deserve observation, research, and analysis. Moreover, some of them have gone mad due to illness, while others have become mentally unstable due to other factors. The latter group includes individuals who have come into contact with the mysterious and abnormal." "Including the one that posed as you?" Lumion asked, seeking confirmation. I know someone nodded slowly. "Yes, he's quite special. I've been observing him for a long time. He's like a philosopher, constantly posing unusual questions. Patients close to him, nurses who care for him, and even doctors who treat him have gradually shifted toward his mental state. There were also guardians with hidden supernatural abilities lurking around him. We dealt with the guardians and worked to gain his trust. Everything went smoothly. We learned that they are part of an organization called the Entry Persons and practice a secretive ritual known as Medoro's worship. It allows one's astral projection to ascend to various heavenly domains and witness extraordinary phenomena. They can touch the fringes of immortality and gain knowledge and corresponding abilities, enabling them to undergo a fundamental transformation behind the formless door. Entry Persons. Formless door. Lumion memorized the information and continued asking, after Loki's resurrection and his given warning, "Why didn't you immediately flee Trier?" I know someone's response lacked any emotion as he said, "How lame would that be? We'd have to eliminate a few pursuers before making our escape." So that's the reason. Lumion thought there must be something significant that had kept I know someone in Trier. Then why didn't you go into hiding somewhere else? I know someone replied calmly, "I want to witness the despair and suffering of those chasing me. Using my life for amusement." Lumion couldn't help but chuckle. Do you not realize the strength of the Tarot Club? I know someone pondered for a moment and then said, "The secret organization that uses tarot cards as their code names? What do they have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, Lumion burst into laughter as he bent over, his amusement clearly exaggerated. Chapter 408, Motive. Amidst exaggerated laughter, the doors of the 2 bedrooms creaked open. Franca and Jenna appeared at the door, casting puzzled glances at Lumion. "What's so funny?" Franca muttered as she approached. How could he interrogate a criminal to get a reaction akin to watching a comedy performance? Lumion stopped laughing and remarked, "Ignorance can lead to many dangers, as can arrogance. And having ignorance and arrogance makes it almost irredeemable." Observing this, Jenna retreated to the bedroom and closed the door. She knew there were certain matters between Seal and Franca that were best left unknown to her. Why? Is this guy really ignorant and arrogant? Franca used her right hand to quickly tidy her disheveled hair after waking up. She settled into the recliner and fixed her gaze on I know someone, who remained composed and emotionless. Lumion recounted how I know someone found it pointless to simply escape and insisted on seeking some amusement. He also mentioned his ignorance regarding the pursuer's connection to the Tarot Club. Franca was left speechless. She couldn't decide if this core member of April Fools was highly professional and committed to his principles or simply arrogant and ignorant. After a few moments, Franca glanced back at the guest bedroom door. Jenna is getting more involved in our affairs. Sooner or later, she would uncover our true faiths and the secret organization supporting us. Lumion said nonchalantly, "It's simple. Mr. Fool is an officially recognized Orthodox god. In a few days, take Jenna to Lavini Docks and reveal who we truly worship and whose blessings we receive. Ask her if she wants to secretly convert to Mr. Fool. If she declines, that's okay too." "Okay." Franca nodded solemnly. Lumion refocused his attention on I know someone, who remained remarkably composed, and he redirected the conversation. "Why were the lot of you targeting Aurora, Muggle?" I know someone seemed to be discussing something unrelated to himself. "Because many members of the Research Society were praising her, we decided to embarrass her." "What kind of logic is that?" Franca blurted out. "You want to tease people when they are praised?" I know someone nodded gently. Breaking the idealized image in the minds of many people is part of the spirit of pranks. Their reactions bring us immense satisfaction. Franca's face flushed with anger. She wanted to unleash a tirade but restrained herself due to her lacking vocabulary. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "So, do you even remember what happiness and joy are? Do you still experience these emotions?" Lumion let out a long sigh and asked, "And then?" I know someone wore a nostalgic expression. Capitalizing on Muggle's visit to our team to trade, I occasionally offered her helpful advice. She began to trust me more, even sharing her concerns with me as a psychiatrist seeking solutions. During that time, I played the role of a credible source, all while collecting enough information and planning a massive prank. Eventually, I discovered that the body Muggle inhabited following her transmigration belonged to a girl who believed in an evil deity of inevitability. Furthermore, she realized that her family, including her father, mother, brothers, and sister, displayed odd behaviors. There were numerous unsettling details upon closer examination, enough to induce fear in anyone who delved too deep. So, she found an opportunity to escape from home. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a family I knew, with a female member who had mysteriously vanished. After careful comparisons, Loki, the family, and I confirmed that Muggle was indeed their missing relative. Then, one day, Loki provided the family's modified soul summoning spell and instructed me to find a way to sell it to Muggle for her use. Drawing on my understanding of Muggle's psychological and emotional state, I meticulously crafted a persuasive argument. Leveraging her longing to return home and her habit of searching for clues, I convinced Mad Lady to sell the soul summoning spell to her. As expected, she began to suffer from schizophrenia. In a sense, Roche Louise Sanson came back to life. In each subsequent treatment session, I made her appear better on the surface, but her condition deteriorated with each passing session. At times, I even guided Roche's personality to emerge and engage with her. It was quite intriguing. Lumion listened in silence, refraining from interrupting I know someone's account with anger. Franca, on the other hand, was seething with anger, repeatedly sipping water to calm herself. Why are these people so detestable? They didn't regard others as real people at all. After I know someone had finished speaking, Lumion inquired further. The soul summoning spell comes from Roche Louise Sanson's family? That's correct. I know someone's condition was akin to a windless lake. They combined the knowledge obtained from a boon and a warlock's soul summoning spell, giving rise to the soul summoning spell that Muggle purchased. I'm not sure what makes it special, I'm not a scholar of witchcraft. Knowledge from a boon. Lumion quickly reviewed his knowledge of Dancer, Alms Monk, and Contractee within the Inevitability pathway, but he found nothing that could be connected to the soul summoning spell. He suspected that it might be a knowledge linked to a higher sequence of the inevitability pathway or perhaps a unique boon bestowed by the evil god known as Inevitability. After a few moments of contemplation, Lumion asked slowly, does Roche Louise Sanson's family know about Muggle's existence and her condition? Are they aware of her true identity and her current location? I know someone nodded. I informed them of the first part, and Roche herself disclosed the rest. Later, they managed to establish contact with Muggle, bypassing both me and Loki. The Sinners is involved in spreading the inevitability faith in Cordu and providing various resources. That's correct. The Padre could have joined them immediately after leaving Cordu and become their so-called archbishop. This indirectly confirms it. Lumion's emotions remained subdued, but his mind was sharp. He subconsciously clenched his fists and focused on I know someone. What are the names of the members of Roche Louise Sanson's family? Where are they currently residing? Are they affiliated with a secret organization or a cult? I know someone shook his head. After I moved into the asylum, I lost contact with them. During this period, I attempted to locate them but discovered that they had already relocated. It seemed they were no longer using their original identities, as if they were trying to hide from something. Roche's father's name is Voisin, her mother's name is Constace, her elder brother's name is Bliss, her elder sister's name is Annette, and her younger brother's name is Adder. They are all part of a branch of the Sanson family. However, I do not know their current names. Voisin was once a struggling merchant on the brink of bankruptcy, but he later joined a secret organization known as the Sinners. Miraculously, he escaped his financial woes and regained his success. He had numerous businesses, with the most notable being the Voisin Café, that doubled up as a hotel, restaurant, and various functions. It was frequented by high society, but before they relocated, these businesses were sold. Lumion proceeded to gather more information about the Sinners and sought details about the appearance, mannerisms, and habits of each family member. With the newly acquired information in hand, Lumion spoke thoughtfully, do you know what role the Sinner's demigod or Beyonder at a higher sequence played in the Cordu disaster? I know someone replied, not long before I moved into the asylum, Voisin informed me that they were taken by surprise. This occurred much earlier than the agreed-upon time, so none of them had arrived at the scene. It appears that some individuals were overly eager to obtain the boons. The ensuing mishap resulting from their failure also caused them to lose many leads. Otherwise, they would have discovered you much earlier. The sufferer lurking in the shadows of Cordu and around me isn't the demigod of the Sinners, so who is interfering with my fate with Termaboros? Lumion frowned and asked, did Roche not inform the Sinners, her parents, or her siblings about the early ritual? No, I know someone replied succinctly. They believe she wished to reduce the number of individuals receiving the boons and concentrate the power. Lumion fell into a contemplative silence, sensing that something was amiss. Could the lizard-like elf be involved? It had prevented Aurora from seeking Madame Gila's help and Roche-Louise Sanson from contacting the sinners? Lumion attempted to inquire further about this matter but did not receive additional information. Wary of the truth serum's effects wearing off, he decided to change the subject. What does the deity you believe in want you to do in Trier? I know someone's vacant eyes remained fixed on the sofa as he responded. He occasionally grants us revelations for us to decipher independently. If we interpret them correctly and complete the corresponding task, we receive something unexpected. Apart from these revelations, he rarely communicates with us directly. We can only pray to him through a ritual, and this can be done no more than once a week. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and Mr. Fool's state are very similar. Lumion was tempted to inquire about the revelations granted by the celestial worthy but decided it might be too risky to discuss. After a brief moment of consideration and deliberation, he decided to approach it from another angle and indirectly inquire. Did you start the rumors about human blood bread? Yes, I know someone admitted without hesitation. Lumion continued, what about the rumor that Mandrake can treat illnesses? I know someone calmly replied, I was the one behind that as well. It was a revelation from the celestial worthy. It was then that I realized I could influence events this way. After some time, rumors of human blood bread began to spread. The Mandrake rumor is a revelation from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Will there be any hidden dangers in using it to suppress the spirituality surge? Lumion contemplated the idea of warning the naive vampire, La Nubrook. He circled around and inquired about other revelations about the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He didn't obtain much useful information, so he could only move on to the last topic. Tell me about Mad Lady, Ultraman, Hisoka, Loki, and Bard. Chapter 409, Fire Execution. I know someone said calmly, Mad Lady is probably a traveler. I have no idea where she lives. Ultraman used to be a Sequence 6 notary of the Sun Pathway. I'm not sure anymore. He hasn't been to Trier recently, and I haven't left the asylum. We only exchange a few words at each gathering. Loki is a Sequence 5 marionettist of the Seer Pathway, but I suspect he wields more power from celestial worthy than us. He can access resources unknown to us. He even owns a mysterious ancient castle, Dylan, hidden somewhere. Bard is a Sequence 6 Prometheus of the Marauder Pathway. Of course, I'm unsure of his current situation. We haven't seen each other in reality for a long time. He did write Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles and published it under someone else's name. I'm not familiar with Hisoka. He hasn't attended any real-life gatherings in the northern continent. In my opinion, he's very dangerous, second only to Loki. He's similar to Mad Lady. If I hadn't gone crazy for a while, I would be a Sequence 5 by now. Castle Dylan. Lumion recalled Madame Gila's description of Loki's dream and suspected that the mysterious ancient castle hidden somewhere was where Loki had been resurrected. He hadn't expected Bard to be a beyonder of the Marauder Pathway. He believed that the nickname originated from the ocean songster of the Sailor Pathway or the midnight poet of the Evernight Pathway, but on second thought, it made sense. In rural stories, bards often moonlighted as thieves. This also confirmed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings' influence on the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Half of the 6 core members belonged to these 3 pathways. After I know someone finished speaking, Franca asked with concern, who else in the research society is involved with this? I know someone couldn't resist keeping it a secret. He replied calmly, I know Pettigrew is one. Pettigrew? Franca blurted out in surprise. I thought he was making fun of his height with that nickname, but it turns out he's mocking his identity. I know someone nodded gently. Before finding the organization and joining the research society, he already knew Loki. As you all know, Loki can use the celestial worthy's power to sense transmigrators within a certain range, and Pettigrew is also in the Trier Greater region. He first became Loki's subordinate before joining the Research Society. He was assigned to another team. He actually nicknamed himself Pettigrew because he wanted to play a prank and reveal the truth. He mocked and fooled all the Research Society members who lacked insight, but in reality, I knew he was hesitating, feeling guilty, and struggling. He hoped to use this method to warn the other Research Society members that there was something wrong with him. My plan was to find an opportunity to tell him that Muggle, who never discriminated against his height and was gentle and amiable to him, was harmed by us. He could be considered an indirect helper. When the time comes, his devastation and pained expression would have been very interesting. Damn it! Franka cursed. Although I know someone had been lobotomized and he had become very calm, his tone no longer mocking, his straightforward thoughts were still filled with vileness, making Franka unable to control her emotions. What else? Lumion asked on her behalf. I know someone recited 5 more aliases in a row before concluding, these are the few I know. As for the ones Loki and the others secretly developed or didn't tell me, I'm not sure. There's quite a few. Franka was filled with hatred and frustration. Lumion turned to her and said, just share this information with Madame Hela. How they handle it is up to the president and vice presidents. You don't need to be troubled or hesitant. Just enjoy the fruits of your labor. Isn't there a saying back at Aurora, your home? If you don't witness the lamb being killed and don't cook it yourself, you can enjoy the delicious mutton without it weighing on you. Otherwise, it's inevitable that you'll be benevolent, soft-hearted, and conflicted. Franka exhaled and muttered, your sister's adaptation of famous quotes is ridiculous. She gathered her composure and looked at I know someone. Did you spread news of the impending apocalypse because you believed in the celestial worthy and rushed to pursue joy, allowing you to commit all sorts of evil deeds without feeling guilty? Or did you become desperate and believe in the celestial worthy because you were certain that the apocalypse was about to arrive and humans couldn't resist? I know someone replied, both. Some tried to replicate their pre-transmigration actions and immediately gained the celestial worthy's attention, while others faced catastrophes and learned about the apocalypse. They only believed in the celestial worthy after their mental breakdown. At this point, I know someone's empty eye sockets turned to Franka, who had just asked the question. Later, the celestial worthy even gave us some revelations, allowing us to guess a portion of the truth, including. For some inexplicable reason, Lumion suddenly felt a strong sense of danger and interrupted I know someone's statement. You don't have to continue. I know someone immediately closed his mouth. Why can't he say it? Franka eagerly awaited the answer, but there was no response. Lumion recalled concepts like the barrier related to the apocalypse and said seriously, it's not suitable for you to know the truth about the apocalypse yet. That knowledge might cause you to lose control or be fatally corrupted on the spot. You can inquire about it when you become a demigod. All right. Franka glanced at Lumion and muttered, why do you act like you know the truth? Why can he do it, but I can't? I only know a little, Lumion replied candidly. And that knowledge brought me danger. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's seal. As the effects of the truth serum wore off, I know someone returned to his usual unchanging calm. Even his willingness to answer questions had vanished. Franka gazed at the lobotomized psychiatrist for a few seconds before sighing. Sometimes, we're still too naive. We might even think of ourselves as the protagonist. Lumion knew that we referred to the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Franka averted her gaze and turned to Lumion. While the sheep was undergoing the operation, I searched both I know someone's and his substitute's wards. I found some papers at the latter's place. I didn't read the content carefully, but it felt a little esoteric. As she spoke, she rose and returned to her room, retrieving a thin stack of papers. Lumion flipped through them and frowned. Medoro's worship. What's this? Franka hadn't heard the first half of the interrogation. Lumion explained briefly and concluded, this should be a spell that allows one to traverse the formless door and closely align with an evil god, gaining knowledge and experience. Even ordinary people should be able to learn it after receiving proper guidance. Franca sighed from the bottom of her heart and said, no wonder it sounds so sinister. The layers of the heavenly domains, the formless door, the extraordinary phenomena, and the fringes of immortality. It sounds very dangerous. Lumion put away the secret deed spell, Medoro's worship. Although he didn't know how to use it, nor did he need to, he could still grasp the corresponding knowledge. This would help him deal with the heretics who relied on Medoro's worship to obtain knowledge and strength. He then said to Franca, relay this information to Madame Hela. I'll handle I know someone. All right. Franca nodded gently and watched as Lumion put on the lie earring and walked to the armchair. He grabbed the calm man's shoulder and instantly vanished. Prison District, Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground. It was not yet 7 a.m., and there was no one here. It was wet, as if isolated from the world. Lumion emerged from the void with I know someone and tied the April Fool's Corps member to the stake. Then, he retreated a long distance, crouched down, and pressed his hands to the ground. Two crimson tongues of fire swiftly darted towards I know someone's body along the weed-covered ground. They grew larger and larger until they transformed into a giant serpent, engulfing I know someone completely. Lumion stood up and used his feet to maintain the flow of flames. He silently watched as the calm psychiatrist revealed grayish-white dragon scales under the stress. His body subconsciously struggled, but it wasn't as intense. His various Beyonder powers scattered in all directions, but they failed to affect Lumion, who stood beyond their range. Lumion condensed a dangerous flaming spear and hurled it, piercing and burning a hole around I know someone's chest and abdomen. The crimson flames that hadn't incinerated the dragon scales elsewhere surged into I know someone's body. As Lumion watched the April Fool's Corps member truly begin to burn, his body instinctively emitting pained cries, his thoughts raced. He quickly recalled the battle last night and today's interrogation. He had learned a lot from this, but he couldn't quite grasp the acting principle. Flames aren't just lethal, they can also be used as deterrence, intimidation, and a signal. It is necessary for pyromaniacs to combine their flames with traps. As the raging flames engulfed I know someone, Lumion felt as if a fire was burning in his heart. It was anger, satisfaction, and catharsis. At that moment, Lumion's pyromaniac potion digested a little more, just as it had after the battle the previous night. After an unknown period of time, in the uninhabited execution ground, I know someone ceased his struggles and lost his breath. His body was charred as it cracked apart. Chapter 410, A Leisure Week. In the drizzling execution ground, Lumion watched as the crimson flames gradually dwindled before his eyes. He observed as translucent, colorless mucus seeped out of the corpse. It surrounded the charred and cracked I know someone, attempting to burrow into his head through the empty eye sockets and fuse with some organ. Crimson fire ravens materialized around Lumion, darting through the remaining blood-red eyes before the slime could reach its destination. Rumble! I know someone's head exploded from the inside out, splattering grayish-white colloids everywhere. The transparent, colorless mucus had lost its binding substance, leaving it only able to condense independently, eventually forming a sticky colloid. This colloid landed beneath the stake. From a distance, it resembled an unfixed mirror, capable of reflecting everything around it. Lumion strode over and retrieved the colorless colloid, which was likely a hypnotist Beyonder characteristic. He did this amidst the scorching air and the flames that flowed around him. As he gazed upon it, he noticed minuscule transparent bubbles deep within the colloid. They caught and refracted sunlight from various angles, displaying an array of colors. After storing away the Beyonder characteristic, Lumion turned on his heel and departed from the stake. Behind him, the lingering flames continued their relentless assault, devouring the charred corpse. As the light flickered, Lumion's figure vanished from the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground. In apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, in the Market District. Lumion, who had reverted to his original form with the lie earring, rubbed his temples and turned to Franca. It's already taken care of. It's fitting for someone like him to meet his end at the stake. Unfortunately, he's a believer in the celestial worthy. Even if he doesn't take action, he remains a hidden threat, a potential time bomb. Otherwise, I would have spared him, albeit with his frontal lobe removed and his sight forever gone. Franca breathed a sigh of relief. That's reassuring. In truth, she felt a twinge of regret. If not for the insanity that had gripped I know someone in the past and his faith in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, who was suspected of triggering their transmigration, she might have attempted to channel his spirit and inquire about the potion formula for the spectator pathway, from sequence 9 down to sequence 6 or even sequence 5. However, after thorough contemplation, she decided to forsake this perilous scheme. Lumion's gaze shifted to the open door of the guest bedroom. Where's Jenna? She's gone to the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Franca taunted Lumion. She's much more diligent than you in digesting the potion. Lumion replied thoughtfully, after venting the flames within me to battle and carry out the execution, my pyromaniac potion has significantly digested. At this rate, if I can distill a new acting principle, it should be fully digested within 2 months. He didn't dwell on the subject and continued, I intend to share I know someone's beyonder characteristics with Madame Magician. Without her and the Tarot Club's support, we might have lost track of our target or lost control during our initial assault. No problem, Franca replied without hesitation. The beyonder characteristics of these followers of the evil god have eluded the grasp of high-ranking individuals. I wouldn't dare to possess them myself. There's no need to think about repaying me. Dealing with I know someone is also a mandate from the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Lumion didn't stand on ceremony. He observed as Franca returned to the bedroom, changing into a white lace-adorned shirt and slim beige pants, seemingly preparing to go out. Where are you off to? Lumion asked casually. Franca responded with a hint of annoyance, I've been caught up in all sorts of messes you've stirred up lately, and I haven't had a moment to pleasure myself. Now that it's finally settled, it's only fair that I take a break, right? I suggest you behave yourself for the next few days. Lumion couldn't help but smile as the demoness of pleasure slipped on her boots, swung the door open, and left. Once the door slammed shut, Lumion, who had originally planned to return to Aubert's du Coq d'Or to write to Madame Magician, grabbed a pen and paper from the nearby table. He meticulously jotted down all the information I know someone had given him. He then neatly folded the paper and placed I know someone's hypnotist beyonder characteristic on top of it. Summoning the doll messenger, Lumion patiently waited. Before long, the doll messenger returned, carrying the translucent colloid and a square piece of folded paper. Madame Magician's reply read, This is a shared mission of the Tarot Club. There's no need for a reward. Keep it for yourself. I've already removed the corruption that could be removed. We'll mobilize various resources to search for the whereabouts of the remaining 5 April Fool's members, but we currently lack a solid lead. The pranks mentioned in the information have been ongoing for too long. Lumion finished reading in silence, allowing the crimson flames to consume the paper in his hand. He longed to teleport directly to Phainopotter's Gaia province and the southern continent's West Balam to personally hunt down the suspicious April Fool's team members, such as Bard. However, he knew it was futile. Without sufficient information or clues, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't rely on the ice cream-eating boy's luck every time, could he? All I can do now is wait for the Tarot Club to uncover useful leads. The only person I can track down at the moment is the publisher of the underground book, Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles. If only they had met with the real author, Bard. Lumion felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. He planned to take his time with the hypnotist beyonder characteristic. While he searched for a suitable artisan, he waited for Anthony Reed to investigate General Philip's widow. If the psychiatrist gained something and succeeded in curing his psychological issues, Lumion wouldn't mind selling him the hypnotist beyonder characteristics and splitting the proceeds with Franca. If Lumion found a suitable artisan before that, he would designate the mystical item he crafted as a common resource, allowing Franca, Jenna, and the others to use it as they saw fit. After tucking away the hypnotist beyond her characteristic in a concealed pocket, Lumion exhaled and leaned back in his dining chair. Only then did he hear the growl of his stomach and realize his hunger. Since waking up at 6 a.m., he had been engrossed in the interrogation, execution, and letter writing, completely forgetting about breakfast. Honestly, leaving me alone here, it's as if I live here. Lumion mumbled to himself as he got up and ventured into the apartment's kitchen to see what ingredients were available. Scanning the area, he spotted a few potatoes. Lumion was momentarily surprised but quickly rolled up his sleeves and grabbed an apron hanging nearby. With skillful hands, he peeled, washed, and thinly sliced the potatoes into fine strips. Following the process, he ignited the stove, heated a pan, added oil, sautéed, and tossed in the shredded potatoes. He seasoned the dish accordingly. Once it was ready, Lumion toasted 2 slices of bread and poured a glass of milk. Sitting down at the dining table, he sandwiched the crispy shredded potatoes between the slices of toast and savored them, occasionally taking a sip of milk. Outside the window, the drizzle had cleared, and the sun beamed brightly. During the following week, Lumion made the most of his time. He patiently awaited the recovery of his mental damage from the past 2 battles, taking the opportunity to act as a pyromaniac and gradually digest the potion. In the midst of this process, he also managed to report to Mr. K about his recent activities and the discovery of the Evil God organization. Members of the Savoy mob and Salle de Bal Brise were surprised. Their boss had unexpectedly appeared for 5 to 6 consecutive days and had stayed for extended periods each time. Compared to their previous experiences of him being unavailable, it was as if he had found a double. Charlie was equally astounded. Seal frequented the basement bar every night to drink, tease, and taunt people, making him the prime target of this unusual dedication. Just as Franca was about to revisit Trocadero's Red House Cafe and discreetly remind Brown Sauron not to forget auditing her, Gila's Pure Silver Skull sent out a notice of a special gathering to apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches and Lumion's abandoned safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches. It had been a while since Lumion had visited the safe house. If Franca hadn't inquired about the letter upon receiving it, he might not have been aware of it. Many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society operated in a similar fashion. They had designated locations for receiving and sending letters but did not actually reside there. They only visited periodically to avoid detection by Gila, finding comfort in these small details. Lumion arrived at the abandoned safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches and carefully unfolded the letter. Its contents read, "Muggle, there's a special gathering scheduled for 10 tonight. We need to discuss something of utmost importance that concerns everyone's safety." At night, just 3 minutes shy of 10 o'clock, Lumion recited the incantation imbued with concealment powers within the confines of the safe house on Rue du Rossignol. Gradually, he felt himself sinking into a profound slumber, the sensation akin to his body being erased by an enormous eraser. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly regained consciousness and found himself standing amidst an ancient palace enveloped in the misty shroud of a town. Over 100 members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had already assembled, their figures still taking shape. Navigating through what resembled a grand masquerade ball venue, Lumion, now transformed into Aurora using Lie, wore a warlock's black robe and half-mask as he approached the academy team. He scanned the area but didn't spot the member known as Pettigrew. Standing beside a slender man with a brownish-yellow manila document bag obscuring his head was Professor, adorned in a black butterfly mask, a bow-tie shirt, and a long dark coat. It was her husband, Associate Professor. Professor regarded Lumion with curiosity and inquired, "Do you know what's happening? Why did they convene this special gathering?" Lumion, taking on the persona of Muggle Aurora, smirked and let out a sigh. "Because we have traitors among us." Traitors. Professor and the other members of the academy team echoed the term. At that moment, the half-giant president, Gandalf, attired in a simple robe and hood, and the vice president, Gila, who appeared as a black widow with her face concealed by a veil, made their way to the massive stone throne situated deep within the ancient palace. Chapter 411, Review Committee. The notice had already made it clear that this was no ordinary gathering. Most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society didn't split into groups to chat. Instead, they took their customary positions and fixed their eyes on the massive mottled stone chair. 10 minutes past the agreed time, Gandalf, the president in his linen robe, looked around and spoke in a booming voice, "Everyone, I've brought you here for something crucial. We've got a bunch of traitors among us. A bunch of traitors." Even though Professor and the others from the Academy had received Lumien's hint, they hadn't expected the issue to be this severe. It wasn't just one traitor, it was a whole bunch. The ancient palace, though dilapidated, exploded with commotion. Some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society were skeptical, while others became instantly wary, suspicious of everyone around. Some thought there might be a problem, but they didn't think it was as bad as Gandalf made it out to be. As they whispered amongst themselves, Hela, her face shrouded in black, spoke with an icy tone, "First, let's have one of the victims share her experience." Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence of the night, reaching every member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. She then turned her gaze toward the area where the Academy team was positioned. Understanding Hela's intent, Lumien confidently ascended the steps and stood next to the massive, ancient mottled stone chair. He channeled Aurora's emotional reaction if she were to discover the truth about her death and spoke with a deep, resonant voice. "On April 1st, I acquired a spell known as the Soul Summoning Spell from Mad Lady of the April Fool's team." Without any need for amplification, Lumien's imitation of Aurora's voice harnessed the concealed power that saturated the nation of the Evernight, ensuring that everyone present could hear without any leaks. It was evident that Hela had lent her assistance. Lumien, not being a true warlock, couldn't employ supplementary spells himself. Upon hearing this revelation, most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society shifted their attention to the palace's crevice housing the April Fool's team. They noticed the conspicuous absence of Mad Lady and a significant number of her team members. They could now infer which group the traitors were affiliated with. Those who had been pranked by the April Fool's team couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication. Lumien continued with his account. He didn't immediately divulge Loki and I know someone's confessions. Instead, he reconstructed Aurora's emotions. The trust in I know someone, the yearning for home, the obsession with clues, the fascination with Mad Lady's claims, the fear and unease upon discovering a soul fragment fused with her memories after using the soul summoning spell and the subsequent split into a separate personality, the desperate search for treatment from I know someone, the helplessness and horror from her repeated improvements before repeated deterioration. Lumien's agitation grew as he spoke. At times, he even choked back a sob. Part of this stemmed from his frustration. He had failed to notice Aurora's abnormal emotions and state earlier. His relaxed demeanor around those close to him had caused him to overlook subtle changes. By the time he had realized the gravity of the situation, it had already spiraled out of control. Simultaneously, as he recounted and simulated Aurora, her fragmented soul seemed to stir and hover near the edge of the seal, exerting an influence on his own psyche. As he neared the end of his narrative, Lumien took a deep breath. "I came perilously close to death because of it. Fortunately, I received assistance at the 11th hour and managed to seal my split personality. That's why I was absent from the gatherings for almost half a year. After my initial recovery, I reached out to Madame Hela and recounted my encounter. We began our covert investigation into Loki, I know someone, and Mad Lady." Hela took charge of the conversation. "So far, Loki has revealed a significant number of issues and has been dealt a severe blow from our actions. I know someone, on the other hand, was apprehended by Muggle and the rest, resulting in the extraction of a wealth of information." As Hela noticed the growing fear and concern among the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, she recounted Loki's mockery of Muggle and I know someone's intricate schemes. This revelation stoked the flames of fury within most of the Research Society's members, and they began to grasp the reasons behind Muggle and Gila's actions. Gila surveyed the assembled crowd and continued, Muggle wasn't the sole victim of their malevolence. Many members who had previously met untimely ends or disappeared were also targeted. Now, let's invite a few witnesses up. With that, several witnesses, including Black Earth and other April Fool's team members, took the stage one by one to share what they knew. Their accounts sent shivers down the spines of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members, leaving them with a lingering fear. It became abundantly clear that if Muggle hadn't survived and exposed their true colors, countless more individuals could have fallen prey to their schemes. After the witnesses had concluded their accounts, President Gandalf presented the evidence, including diaries and items. Finally, he addressed the assembly. According to I Know Someone's confession, we've managed to eliminate Loki's accomplices who were embedded in other teams. Among them, Pettigrew took his own life, overwhelmed by guilt. He was a good person but lacked determination and courage. If he had reached out to Gila and me earlier and hinted at the situation more effectively, many unfortunate events might have been averted. He wouldn't have had to carry this heavy burden. As sighs rippled through the audience, Gandalf's resonant voice grew stronger. Everyone, we've only dealt with those accomplices known to I Know Someone. It's entirely possible that there are still spies embedded in various teams, loyal only to Loki. I propose the formation of a review committee consisting of Gila, myself, and 3 other trusted companions who have already undergone mutual reviews. Our mission will be to assess the remaining members and root out any hidden threats. We'll take decisive action against Loki and his allies. Members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society hesitated, concerned that this move would expose their secrets and realities to the review committee. If any ambitious individuals were part of this committee, they could potentially exploit the information to manipulate and control members, posing a more significant threat than Loki's gang. Gandalf remained observant, waiting for their deliberations before adding, "Do not be overly concerned. Our review process won't delve into your personal secrets or true identities. The primary goal is for the review committee to draft a stringent contract that ensures Research Society members won't harm each other. Everyone will sign it, and the contract will be notarized by Apollo. We don't care which deity you believe in, your real-world profession, or your hidden secrets. As long as you pose no threat and don't become hidden time bombs, you will be fine. This limitation will be clearly outlined in the contract." Apollo, one of the 5 vice presidents, was known by a different nickname before. However, one day, he had unexpectedly approached the massive stone chair and announced his new moniker. He had already successfully passed Gandalf and Gila's scrutiny. In comparison to a comprehensive body-to-soul review, signing a binding contract to ensure each other's safety seemed far more acceptable to the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. After a show of hands, the review committee was officially established with nearly unanimous support. The committee comprised 5 members: President Gandalf, Vice President Gila, Vice President Apollo, Hidden Blade from the Sanctuary team, and Headmaster from the Academy team. Gila had initially suggested that Muggle join the review committee, but Lumion felt that, given that he wasn't truly Muggle, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to hold such a position. Thus, he rejected Gila's proposal. As the vote passed, Lumion overheard Hidden Blade Franca mutter, "Humans are still the same. If you want to open a window, there will always be plenty of objections. But if you propose to tear down the roof, they'll happily agree to let you open the window." Upon noticing Muggle's gaze, Hidden Blade Franca added, "I didn't say that." Subsequently, the members split into groups to discuss the terms of the contract. Their aim was to ensure that it contained no extraneous content and that it could effectively expose traitors and harmful actions without any loopholes. As Lumion descended the steps, he noticed Hidden Blade Franca engaged in conversation with a tall individual wearing a lion headgear. As he approached, the lion-headed man turned to her and offered a smile. "Muggle, you're in the Market District too." 007, why do you say that? Franca asked with deliberate curiosity. That 007 who's affiliated with an official faction in Trier. Lumion nodded and smirked. Just because you're active in the market district doesn't necessarily mean you live there. That's true, 007 replied, then turned to Hidden Blade with a hint of jest in his voice. You've already told me about that terrifying aura that night, and today you mentioned Loki and the other's betrayal. It would have been strange if I couldn't connect the dots and figure out that it was Madame Hela, you, and Muggle dealing with Loki, and I know someone in the market district. Besides, I heard about a marionettist going missing from Bureau 8 during that time, and it matched the abilities Loki displayed. At this point, 007 looked at Hidden Blade and Muggle in puzzlement. None of you are Beyonders of the Hunter pathway. The higher-ups suspected that the terrifying aura had been emitted by a high-level Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. Can we create that terrifying aura ourselves? It must be exogenous. Franca was telling the truth, but she was deliberately misleading him into thinking about charms, sealed artifacts, and so on. As 007 nodded slowly in contemplation, Lumion focused on him and inquired, "What's the official stance of Bureau 8 regarding the missing marionettist? Why do they believe he disappeared?" Chapter 412, Purge. Wearing the lion headgear, 007 took a moment to think before speaking. "I've only heard rumors that the marionettist disappeared with some classified information." "That's not true," Franca replied, dropping the act. 007 had already figured out that the truth of that night involved the two of them teaming up with Hela to deal with Loki. Loki didn't possess any such information. 007 didn't argue with her and continued discussing the rumors. And the classified information seems to be tied to a treasure left behind by a secret organization. Left behind treasure. Lumion and Franca both remembered the castle Dylan mentioned by I Know Someone. The location of this mysterious castle remained unknown, and Loki's dreams featured a towering and ominous ancient castle. 007 continued, "There are also members of Bureau 8 who suspect that the terrifying aura from that night is connected to the missing marionettist. An intelligence supervisor named Antoine has been repeatedly asking for more details." Antoine. He believes Loki's disappearance wasn't random, and something must have happened to him? Lumion made a mental note of the name. After recounting the rumors, 007 glanced at Muggle and said half-jokingly, "It's best if you avoid the market district. Hidden Blade has stirred up trouble there. It's very dangerous." "Who said that?" "Security has clearly improved." Franca responded confidently. Ever since she and Lumion had taken down the leaders of the Poison Spur mob, the Savoy mob had taken control of the entire market district. The frequency of mob fights, shootings, and killings had decreased significantly, and security had improved. 007 sighed and remarked, "That's only on the surface. There are more incidents involving supernatural powers than before. Sigh, I wonder when I'll get a long vacation." Lumion, in the role of Muggle, conversed with 007 for a while before returning to the Academy team. Professor, wearing a black butterfly mask, approached him and let out a soft sigh. "I was worried that something had happened to you due to the Hidden Sage's whispers, and you needed some time to recover. Who would have thought that Loki's gang was behind it?" After cursing Loki and his gang, she turned to Muggle for confirmation. "Have you noticed that the Hidden Sage's whispers have taken on a disturbing change in recent months? Aurora's grimoires didn't contain any records of this." Lumion thought for a moment and replied with a hint of bitterness, "Nothing much. As you know, I was affected by the soul summoning spell in the first few months of this year. My mental state was unstable, and recently, I've sealed a part of my personality. The issues with my body haven't been fully resolved. I had already digested the Warlock potion and was planning to gather ingredients for advancement, but I haven't dared to do so now." The professor understood and cautioned, "You should be careful. Until your mental problems are completely resolved, and you return to your normal state, don't consider consuming the potion." Her voice lowered as she continued, "I've noticed that the Hidden Sage's whispers have been revealing more living knowledge lately. It's the kind of knowledge that actively seeks out individuals and insists on entering their minds. This makes it even more dangerous for Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway like us. More knowledge actively pursuing individuals. Has the hidden sage's nature changed? Lumion had heard his sister Aurora mention the knowledge pursuer, so he didn't appear confused or bewildered. He nodded solemnly and said, "I'll be cautious." Professor didn't press further and continued discussing the specifics of the contract with Associate Professor and the other Academy team members. Muggle Lumion also took part in the conversation. It took more than half an hour for the teams to gather their members' opinions, document them, and submit them to the review committee. After careful consolidation, adoption, and rejection by Gandalf, Hela, and others, along with collective discussions involving all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the terms of the contract were painstakingly finalized. It wasn't clear if everyone tacitly agreed to enter the nation of the Evernight, but the gathering included transmigrators. There was no requirement for members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society to be of the same kind or come from the same world. Hela was aware of this but chose not to bring it up. This allowed Lumion to fully meet the conditions and willingly comply with the contract's restrictions. He wouldn't secretly investigate the backgrounds of the Research Society members and wouldn't intentionally harm one another. However, there were certain exceptions. The contract granted the review committee the right to investigate suspected members, but they couldn't pass judgment or make decisions unilaterally. They had to convene a special gathering and inform all members of the situation. Every member would then vote on guilt and suggest a rough range of punishment. Loki and the others, who were currently being pursued, were no longer protected. Anyone had the authority to apprehend them. After the contract was approved, Hidden Blade Franca, who stood beside Lumion, let out a sigh of relief and genuinely commented, "Once everyone signs the contract, the Research Society will truly become a secret organization. It was too lax before. Many matters relied on everyone's self-awareness." Lumion, showing only the lower half of Aurora's face, smiled and replied, "After all, you all didn't come together for anything significant before. You lacked a strict hierarchy. It's only natural that you had the freedom to do as you pleased. A loosely organized group could only mature gradually after weathering various challenges." As Vice President Apollo drafted an extensive mystical contract, the various teams resumed their daily discussions. This time, the primary focus of each team was on Loki and his companions' actions and potential accomplices. Gandalf, Headmaster, Hela, Hidden Blade, and others moved from team to team, observing each member's reactions closely. Suddenly, the Research Society member disguised as a horse began reciting the incantation to leave the nation of the Evernight before the review committee could patrol his area. A beyonder from ancient times, the ruler of the nation of the Evernight, the noble mother of heaven. The voice echoed through the ancient palace, but before the figure could finish the incantation, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep. The surrounding members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society were momentarily shocked before realizing the situation. They cursed, "Traitor." This individual had been one of Loki's hidden accomplices. With the mole incapacitated, the review committee resumed their patrol. 15 minutes later, the contract, as large as 2 dining tables, was produced, bearing the signature of a notary. Exhausted, Vice President Apollo drank a potion provided by Gandalf to alleviate his mental fatigue. In the following period, members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society ascended the steps one by one. Under the watchful eyes of the review committee, they read the contract and signed it using the nicknames they had been using for years. During this process, the fog outside the ancient palace grew denser, as if preventing any external interference. Once all the members had signed, 3 more traitors were exposed. One of them transformed into a torch of light after signing, while another attempted to abduct his companion next to him, only to fall into a deep slumber. Seeing this, the 3rd traitor chose to confess. After a vote, the one who confessed was handled by a hypnotist to erase relevant memories. He was expelled from the Research Society, while the remaining 3 turned into beyonder characteristics. Hela concluded, "Gandalf and I will investigate the family situations of these members. If they are ordinary people and there are no issues, I suggest auctioning off the beyonder characteristics for money and providing compensation." This compensation wasn't a reward for their wrongdoings but rather a way to assist the relatives of the members who had taken over the bodies and could no longer provide support. Many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had transmigrated to this world 5 to 6 years ago. Some had wives and children. Upon hearing this proposal, they were moved and felt it wouldn't be fair to implicate their families. Lumion had no objections. He still considered himself an outsider in this situation. In the remaining time, Lumion visited various teams, following Hidden Blade Franca's guidance, and identified 2 artisans capable of crafting mystical items. He didn't rush to interact with the artisans and entrust them with the hypnotist beyond their characteristic from I Know Someone. Instead, he planned to wait for Anthony Reed. The assistance a hypnotist could provide far exceeded that of a corresponding mystical item. After all, most mystical items couldn't speak or offer advice and guidance. Due to Loki's incident and the exposure of hidden traitors, many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society lost their enthusiasm and chose to depart without lingering, causing the number of people in the ancient palace to dwindle. The professor and associate professor couple, who had initially intended to organize an academy team gathering in Trier, temporarily abandoned the idea. At noon the following day, Lumion casually arrived at Salle de Bal Brise with a Rouen meatloaf in hand. Upon entering the cafe on the 2nd floor, he spotted Rat Christo. The short smuggling leader, sporting a pair of rat-like whiskers, greeted him with a smile. Lumion raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Got into trouble?" Simultaneously, he thought to himself, this guy is a Sequence 8 beast tamer. Beyond that is Sequence 7 vampire. With his current appearance, I wonder how the potion will increase his charm and height. Christo chuckled and said, "There's something I want to ask you." "I can't make up my mind." Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down. "And what's the matter?" Christo, resembling a large rat, glanced around and said, "The Trier Cave Association invited me to join them." "Why do you think they're interested in recruiting me?" The Trier Cave Association was a group of individuals passionate about exploring and studying caves. Over time, it expanded its scope to include mining and drew in mine owners as well. In Trier, the region with the most caves was underground. Chapter 4:13, Cave Association. Upon hearing the name Trier Cave Association and their invitation to Rat Christo, Lumion didn't feel puzzled initially. Instead, he recalled the secret map of underground Trier he had once seen from Gardner Martin. The upper section of the map was as detailed as if one had infiltrated the municipal department and copied the original information. Now, Lumion suspected that it might have been leaked from the Trier Cave Association. This seemingly civilian organization had a large number of cave researchers. Some of them were employees of the municipal department or expert consultants. They had ample opportunities to come into contact with confidential exploration and construction information. There was no lack of people who had participated in the municipal modification decades ago. They were hands-on witnesses who had bored through various tunnels and reinforced all the quarry caves. They had a deep understanding of underground Trier. Lumion looked at Rat Christo and asked thoughtfully, "Do you really not understand why they invited you to join the association?" Rat Christo smiled sheepishly and said, "I have a guess, but I'm not sure." "Seal, don't tell me they've discovered I'm a smuggler leader?" As a merchant who had long exploited underground Trier's concealed nature to smuggle alcohol, weapons, and ammunition, Christo's knowledge of different tunnels, remote mines, underground tombs, and hidden chambers rivaled that of most members of the Cave Association. He even possessed secret routes that remained unknown to others. Moreover, his nickname was Rat, and he was a true beast tamer. With the help of his animal friends, his tentacles could extend to many areas that humans couldn't reach. Christo suspected that the Cave Association had taken a liking to him because of these traits. That was why he felt uneasy. Whether it was his status as a beast tamer in the Beyonder domain or his nature as a big-time smuggler, they were enough to send him to trial. His options would probably range from hanging, a firing squad, incineration, beheading, to becoming a low-level experimentalist. Lumion chuckled. I don't believe that adventurers who join the Cave Association haven't been involved in smuggling and don't have Beyonders among them. That's right, Rat Christo exhaled and said, the Cave Association wants some business from me? Lumion glanced at him and said, that's why you should consult the boss about this, not me. Christo lowered his voice and smiled ingratiatingly. I'm just worried that the boss will take the opportunity to assign me some dangerous mission. Based on Gardner Martin's previous missions and the confidential map, this rat keenly sensed the boss's extraordinary interest in underground Trier. He felt that if he joined the Trier Cave Association, Gardner Martin might arrange for him to contact some members of the association and attempt to steal confidential information or participate in research and risky expeditions. And that often meant danger. He had consulted Lumion not only because he felt that his colleague was powerful, knowledgeable, and quick-witted, but also because he wanted to find someone to shirk his responsibility in advance. He had already made up his mind to join the Trier Cave Association and keep it a secret from Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob. For him to progress from an ordinary mobster to a Beyonder and take control of the Savoy mob's smuggling business, he relied on two principles. 1. He had to avoid provoking anyone stronger than him, choosing only to bully the weak. If he ran out of options, he could seek help from his colleagues and join forces. 2. He had to never place all his chips on a bet or one person. Previously, he had fawned over Lumion, displaying a certain degree of submission. His words were filled with praise for Lumion because he valued his colleague's rapid advancement and sequence, his strength, and his intelligence. If he befriended him, he might be able to save his life from a dangerous mission given by Gardner Martin at a critical moment. Now that he had a chance to join the Trier Cave Association and interact with more factions and powerful figures, Rat Christo naturally didn't want to let it go. He didn't want his connections to be limited to the Savoy mob and the Market District. If Gardner Martin lost power one day or he was given a certain death mission, he needed to switch teams, one that could protect him. Gardner Martin definitely couldn't know about this, but if he accidentally discovered the matter, Christo could naturally blame it on Seal. I, Rat, am a boorish and uncultured individual. I spend my days dealing with animals, laborers, and the dark underground. I have limited knowledge and ain't very bright. I often seek guidance from Seal when I encounter matters, and he told me that I could join the Cave Association. He said it was a very normal and personal matter. Lumion looked at Christo with a faint smile, his dark blue eyes and grayish-black hair, and didn't respond to his inquiry. Instead, he asked, "You've been a beast tamer for a long time, right? Do you know what the next sequence is?" Judging by Rat's care and concern for his animal companions, even if he didn't know the acting method, the beast tamer potion should have mostly been digested. I don't know. The boss didn't tell me. Christo's eyes darted around. Lumion chuckled and said, as far as I know, the next sequence of Beast Tamer is a qualitative change. It will bring you an all-around improvement, including a longer lifespan and a body with better recovery traits. Without waiting for Christo to press further, Lumion changed the subject. Therefore, you must work hard to complete the mission given by the boss and strive to obtain the corresponding rewards as soon as possible. Yes, Christo hastily agreed. Only then did Lumion steer the conversation back on track. He smiled and asked, "Do you wish to join the Trier Cave Association?" Christo stammered, I'm curious about their motives. Moreover, the person who came seems polite and keeps smiling, but I keep feeling that his actions are a threat to me." "Yes, a threat." The one following him is even more expressionless. He looks at me as if I'm a dead man, a criminal awaiting trial. Curious. Lumion chuckled inwardly, grasping Rat's inclination and thoughts. Angrily, he said, "How dare they threaten a leader of our Savoy mob? We must inform the boss about this." No need. Christo panicked. The Cave Association is a semi-official organization. We're just mobsters. There's no need to clash with them. This won't do you, me, or Red Boots, who are members of the Savoy mob in the Market District, any good. Lumion clicked his tongue silently, planning to add fuel to the fire and force the truth out of Rat. At that moment, Sarkota, who had been guarding the staircase at the bottom, walked up and said to Lumian, "Boss, two individuals calling themselves Trier Cave Association liaisons are here to pay you a visit." "Visit me? Someone from the Trier Cave Association is visiting me?" Lumian glanced at Rat Christo, who had his hands on the table in surprise and confusion. He leaned back in his chair and said to Sarkota, "Invite them up." The Trier Cave Association's two liaisons were young. They wore black formal attire and blue bow ties. One had brown hair, brown eyes, and a reserved smile. The other had black hair and brown eyes, expressionless and cold. The friendly liaison glanced at Rat Christo and fixed his gaze on Lumian's face. He smiled and asked, "Good afternoon. Are you Monsieur Cécile Dubois?" "Yes." Lumian wanted to see what the Trier Cave Association was up to. The liaison who had asked the question earlier smiled condescendingly and said, "We're members of the Trier Cave Association. My name is Joseph, and this is my colleague, Ryan. We're here to invite you to join our association. We just invited Monsieur Christo, who's standing beside you, a few hours ago." Lumian didn't hide his emotions and asked with amusement, "What do I have that caught your cave association's eye? I'm not a smuggler who frequents underground Trier. Could it be that you know that I entered the 4th level of the catacombs and obtained the Samaritan women's spring water? Could it be that you still know that I'm a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and am aware of a series of hidden catacombs like the Albert Mines?" Joseph replied with a smile, "We have our reasons. If you're willing to join our association, you'll definitely know the specific reason." Ryan, who was taller than Joseph, added coldly, "That's a good thing for you." Lumian gazed at them for a few seconds before chuckling. "I'm not interested in your association." The expressionless Ryan narrowed his eyes. "I hope you won't regret it." Joseph smiled meaningfully and said, "You might not know the significance of our cave association in Trier. Unfortunately, you missed this opportunity." With that, the two of them turned around and prepared to walk towards the stairs leading to the ground floor. As Lumian watched them leave, he raised his head slightly. What is the Trier Cave Association up to? This matter is definitely not simple. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If I offend the Cave Association, Gardner Martin probably won't let me stay in the Market District anymore. My current mission in the Iron and Blood Cross Order is to investigate the Sauron family's decline and explore the underground to find the entrance to 4th Epoch Trier. It has nothing to do with staying in the Market District. Once I leave the Market District, I'll be out of Loki's sight. I can slip into the shadows and wait patiently. I wonder if I can continue enjoying Sal de Balbrise's share of profits. If anything goes awry, I'll teleport away immediately." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian suddenly knocked on the coffee table in front of him. Amidst the thumping sounds, he glanced at Joseph and Ryan's figures and asked calmly, "Who gave you the permission to leave?" Chapter 4:14, Reason. Joseph and Ryan came to a sudden halt, swiftly turning to face Lumian. Lumian observed them in silence, offering no immediate explanation. Joseph, maintaining his smug and condescending grin, inquired, "Monsieur Cécile, I'm not sure I comprehend your meaning." Lumian spoke with composure, "I granted you permission to visit me, not the freedom to depart. This is my Salle de Balbrise, not your home. You can't come and go as you please." Though Lumian didn't intentionally use provocation, his demeanor, tone, and message radiated unmistakable disdain, as if he held no fear of their wrath. Ryan, his expression unchanged, narrowed his eyes, turned away, and continued his stride toward the staircase, completely disregarding Lumian's words. Joseph, with brown hair and eyes to match, glanced at Lumian, then at Ryan. His gaze flickered, but he made no move to stop him. Unfazed, Lumian calmly drew his revolver and discharged a round toward the staircase without hesitation. With a bang, Ryan came to an abrupt standstill once again. Slowly, he pivoted to face Lumian, exuding a palpable pressure from his eyes. A subtle movement in Christo's pocket betrayed his discomfort and vigilance, sensing imminent danger. Unperturbed, Lumian, holding the revolver, issued a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, I am carrying a concealed firearm." As he spoke, he glanced back at Ryan and Joseph, a faint, fearless smile playing on his lips. Joseph's feigned polite smile crumbled, replaced by a piercing gaze fixed on Lumian, as if assessing the mob leader's resolve, confidence, and strength. Lumian contemplated, uttering, "What are you staring at? If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, back down," to further infuriate the Trier Cave Association representatives, but considering the presence of Rat Christo, he abandoned the notion. It would expose his true intention of provocation rather than investigating their true purpose, making it challenging to explain to Gardner Martin, the current or former conspirer. His unwavering gaze remained locked with Joseph and Ryan. With the revolver in his right hand, he deftly spun the cylinder. After more than 10 seconds that left Rat Christo visibly sweating, Joseph once again wore a polite smile and asked, "May we depart now, Monsieur Seal?" "Oh, so you see through my true intentions of deliberately finding fault, hoping to get some action? Where's your arrogance and self-esteem?" Lumian chuckled inwardly and said in an infuriating tone, "Not just yet." Ryan took an abrupt step forward, but Joseph restrained him. The freckled, brown-haired, brown-eyed young man raised his chin slightly and locked eyes with Lumian. "What must we do to gain your permission?" Lumian's smile held a tinge of disappointment as he replied, "Answer my question, why did you invite Christo and me to join the Cave Association? I don't recall having a hobby of exploring and studying caves." Joseph fell into a brief silence before explaining, "Our association's cave adventurers have encountered Christo several times underground and noticed his in-depth knowledge of underground Trier. He appears to be well acquainted with many hidden routes, which aligns with our cave association's criteria for invitations." Rat Christo didn't voice any objections to this explanation. Although his primary activities involved smuggling underground, there were no completely hidden smuggling routes. They inevitably crossed paths with tunnels and mines known to cave adventurers and quarry police. During these encounters, it was inevitable that he would come across a few passers-by or be covertly observed from a distance. Lumian, all the while, idly stroked the revolver's muzzle without interrupting Joseph's narrative. Joseph paused for a brief moment before elaborating, "There are 2 reasons for your invitation. The first reason is an earth blood or specimen." The earth blood or specimen. Lumian hadn't anticipated this reason at all. Without taking much time to consider, guided by his prankster instincts and recent advice from Anthony Reed, Lumian swiftly responded, "An earth blood or specimen. Ah, I recall now. I acquired it from a lunatic named Flaming. Isn't it just a stone? It holds no value to me. I don't even know its whereabouts." Lumian then added with a touch of nostalgia, "It appears to have been stolen. I left it in a rented apartment. Heh, individuals like us rarely have a place solely for rest and sleep. My apartment was laden with numerous traps. Who would have imagined a thief successfully infiltrating and accessing the cabinet? What's more, they only took the earth blood ore and left everything else untouched. It puzzled me at the time, making me wonder if my recollection was flawed. The stone has long been lost, and no thief had broken in." Seal Dubois's words were delivered with a sincere and detailed tone, and his demeanor conveyed an apparent lack of concern regarding the ore specimen. Now, it merely seemed like the loss of some insignificant item. Joseph and Ryan exchanged glances, their attitudes subtly shifting. As Lumian finished his act, his mind raced, trying to decipher the rationale behind the Trier Cave Association's interest in the earth blood ore. The earth blood's rock stratum has existed beneath Trier for centuries, if not millennia. The specific minerals concealed within it couldn't have surfaced recently, catching the attention of Flaming and other mineral researchers. Official factions in Trier and certain secretive organizations probably know that a select few minerals within the earth blood rock stratum hold a connection to the death of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. However, they haven't uncovered their practical significance, merely corrupting the minds of those who encountered them. That night, I activated the brain on my right hand, causing numerous high-ranking individuals in Trier to sense it. Someone might have identified the aura of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor through various means, prompting an investigation into relevant items. The whereabouts of the specific minerals within the Earth Blood Rock stratum are a vital lead in their inquiry. Flaming's belongings were registered with the Market District's police headquarters. Given the Cave Association's connection to the authorities, they likely accepted the mission and sought me out, the one who had acquired Flaming's belongings. But why didn't they just send someone from the police headquarters to inquire directly? The Purifier, Machinery Hive Mind, and Bureau 8 members all possess corresponding police identities. Of course, the authorities aren't unified. They are officially divided between the government and the two churches, but in practice, each faction harbors internal divisions. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church's order of preachers clashes with the Brotherhood Minor and other ideological factions. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's cloister system opposes the cathedral system. Bureau 8 is even more of a mixed bag. Some members come from secret organizations recognized by the government, some are former nobles like Sauron, who retains some influence, and others had been groomed by Bureau 8 over the years. The only thing holding them together is the fact that Bureau 8 members can't officially align with any political party, or it would become even more chaotic. In such a fractured environment, it is possible that a group within a faction had identified the Earth Blood Ore's unique trail of clues but doesn't want others to know. Hence, they bypassed the police station's public channels and conducted their investigation through the unofficial Cave Association. Perhaps someone within the Cave Association has recognized this clue and possesses an in-depth knowledge of underground terrain and mineral specimens. They are likely among the most proficient professionals. Is this why they hadn't directly requested my cooperation with the investigation and instead attempted to recruit me into the Cave Association? Lumion swiftly reached this preliminary conclusion, eagerly awaiting Joseph to reveal the second reason. Joseph said, "We believed you had an interest in underground minerals and were a kindred spirit. Did it really get stolen, or did you leave it somewhere else but have forgotten about it?" "It must have been stolen," Lumion said truthfully. "I found some traces of a break-in. Because of this, I became concerned about the gold I had saved, so I went to the bank to rent a safe deposit box for it." Joseph nodded gently and said, "The second reason is that Kendall, an administrator of the catacombs, told us that among the individuals who brought Flaming's ashes there for burial, you seem to possess a unique sensitivity to something abnormal that others couldn't perceive." They connected the dots from the Earth Blood Ore to the catacombs. Lumion was enlightened. "I'm not sure what you mean by special." Joseph didn't elaborate or push for further information. He simply looked at Lumion and asked, "Monsieur Seal, may we leave now?" Lumion regarded them for a few seconds before nodding slowly. "Sure." The situation had taken an unexpected turn, causing him to abandon his plan of provoking the two liaisons and antagonizing the Trier Cave Association further. While he had undoubtedly irked Joseph and Ryan, they had also obtained the answers they were seeking, or at least a part of them. There might be minor repercussions in the future, but a major confrontation was unlikely. After Joseph and Ryan disappeared down the stairs, Lumion sat in contemplation for several moments. He holstered his revolver, stood up, and addressed Rat Christo. "This situation is more complex than I anticipated. I need to report it to the boss." He considered a dangerous possibility. If it turned out that the Sauron family was behind the investigation into the special Earthblood or through the Cave Association, and they discovered a connection between Seal Dubois, a mob leader, and the supposed son of a wealthy businessman who exhibited peculiar behavior in Puffer Sauron's King's Pie game, it could pose a significant problem. Therefore, he needed to inform Gardner Martin immediately, be forthright with him, and eliminate any potential hidden threats while seeking useful advice. With the Iron and Blood Cross Order as a secret organization backing this entire operation and his primary mission assigned by Gardner Martin, Lumion had no intention of handling the matter on his own. Rat Christo hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and responding, "All right." Chapter 4:15, The Sinner Complains First. Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, 11 Rue de Fontaines. Gardner Martin, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black pants, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Bathed in golden sunlight, he listened intently as Lumion and Christo shared the details of their encounter with the Trier Cave Association. Lumion took the lead, briefly explaining the origins of the earth blood or specimen. While I was staying at Auberge du Coq d'Or, I crossed paths with a man named Flaming, a lunatic who had a tragic encounter with the Montsurus ghost, leading to the bizarre deaths of his family. Occasionally, he regained lucidity. We drank together a few times. One day, he hanged himself. His belongings, including the earth blood or specimen, ended up with the police. They said they were to hand them over to his surviving relatives, but they refused to accept them. Eventually, they asked me to retrieve them, which included the earth blood or specimen. I knew that lunatic and had drinks with him. I didn't throw away the mineral specimen and casually placed it in an iron cabinet of my safe house. Lumion spoke the truth, not a single word being false. He only concealed the fact that he had helped Flaming escape the Montsurus ghost and Termoboros's reminder regarding the earth blood ore. Gardner Martin, his brownish-red eyes reflecting wisdom and a touch of silver hair in his black hair, inquired, "Where's your safe house?" Lumion replied honestly, "It's in the leftmost room on the third floor of 19 Rue de Blouses Blanches." This wasn't on the same side as apartment 6, which had emitted a terrifying aura, and there was a distance between them, so Lumion's answer was straightforward. Gardner Martin smiled. "No wonder you frequent Rue de Blouses Blanches so often. It's not just because of Jenna." "Boss, are you hinting at me not to visit Franca too often? Are you implying that you're aware of this situation?" Lumion grumbled and continued. He gave the same story he had told Joseph and Ryan from the Cave Association. Finally, Lumion subtly probed, "Will this pose a problem for our Savoy mob? There might be an official faction hidden behind the Cave Association." He wanted to convey to Gardner Martin that his cover in front of Puffer Sauron might be at risk, trusting the boss's intelligence to grasp the implication. Gardner Martin gave a slight nod and turned his attention to Rat Christo, saying, "If you want to join the Cave Association, you can, but ensure it doesn't interfere with our smuggling operations." Christo nodded repeatedly. "Understood, boss." Following Gardner Martin's instructions, he departed from the study, leaving Lumion alone. Gardner Martin smiled and consoled the official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. "Don't worry about Puffer. Even if he figures out your true identity, he'll pretend he doesn't know. Ever since you became the king in the King's Pie game, he's been suspicious of you. He'll definitely probe and exploit you again and again." It was a subtle message, urging Lumion to remain in the market district and continue overseeing Salle de Balbrise, Auberge du Coq d'Or, Salle de Gristmill, and other businesses. Lumion couldn't help but smile with relief. "All right, I was just worried that it would affect the most important mission." Simultaneously, he sneered inwardly. He keenly felt the irrationality of Gardner Martin's plan. Transitioning control to another Beyonder to oversee Salle de Balbrise and other operations, allowing Lumion to slip into the shadows, was a straightforward task for the boss of the Savoy mob and the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. There were no downsides to this arrangement. Even though he couldn't afford to mistreat Lumion, a subordinate on an important mission, he could compensate him by continuing to share the profits from Salle de Balbrise and other businesses. He couldn't risk keeping an official member, who had already attracted suspicion, in his current location. While Lumion's retreat into the shadows might make him appear even more suspicious, potentially putting the Savoy mob in the crosshairs, Gardner Martin had encountered such challenges numerous times before. There had to be a solution. Sensing the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's suspicion, Lumion aimed to use the Cave Association to keep testing him. His account and explanations were entirely truthful. Normally, Gardner Martin would believe him, but the issue was that too many unusual events had occurred around him recently. As a former or current conspirer, Gardner Martin would instinctively smell something fishy. The detailed reasons were no longer enough to hide the overall abnormality. With this thought in mind, Lumion's determination to kill surged. He stared at Gardner Martin, positioned by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and estimated the distance between them to be about 5 meters. At such a close range, if you were to suddenly employ the spell of Harumph, and Gardner Martin hadn't reached Sequence 4 and achieved godhood, lacking a mystical item to defend against such abilities, he could quickly subdue the Savoy mob boss and eliminate him. The current situation resembled that of two ordinary individuals without Beyonder powers standing within a 5-meter radius. One held a high social status and excelled in combat, while the other held a low status and lacked physical strength. However, they both concealed a revolver and possessed exceptional marksmanship. Within 5 meters, regardless of an ordinary person's status or combat skills, they would succumb to a single shot. Considering the missions for the Tarot Club and the Aurora Order, Lumion composed himself and inquired, "Commanding Officer, I wish to purchase the Conspirer Potion formula from the Order." He had gained valuable insights from his advancement to Pyromaniac. He didn't want to go through the nerve-wracking process of searching for each Conspirer Potion ingredient after digesting the Pyromaniac Potion. His goal was to gather Conspirer ingredients in advance while continuing to digest the remaining Pyromaniac Potion, thereby maximizing his time efficiency. Gardner Martin responded with surprise, "Do you have that much cash for that?" The Conspirer Potion formula can command prices ranging from 70,000 to 80,000 Vril d'Or at the most mysticism gatherings, if not more. It's unlike pyromaniacs, who are constantly perishing as others advance. Conspirers understand the importance of self-preservation, and they've become more cautious about sharing their sequence potion formulas. In Trier, the most common potion formulas available ranged from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 of the Hunter pathway. Without waiting for Lumion's reply, Gardner Martin grinned and added, "If you can unearth even a portion of the Sauron family's decline secret, I'll reward you with the Conspirer Potion formula. It doesn't have to be the whole story, just a piece of the puzzle." If you're eager to advance and don't want to wait, as an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, you have the privilege of purchasing the Conspirer Potion formula at a discounted price of 60,000 Vril d'Or. Lumion agreed without hesitation, "No problem. I'll bring 60,000 Vril d'Or tomorrow." His initial plan had been to inquire with Mr. K and Madam Magician if Gardner Martin declined his request. "Do you really have 60,000 Vril d'Or?" Gardner Martin chuckled. Lumion's heart raced as he replied deliberately, "Just about. I previously assisted a tenant of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or in recovering a 100,000 debt owed by Salle de Bal Unique on Rue Ancienne in Quartier de l'Observatoire. I took a bit over half of it." In total, he had received 50,000 Vril d'Or in banknotes and gold, worth 30,000 Vril d'Or. After repaying Franca's 25,000, he had 55,000 left. Combined with the original 1,000 gold, 1,000 banknotes, and 4,000 Vril d'Or, he had 61,000 Vril d'Or in liquid assets. Salle de Bal Unique. Gardner Martin repeated, his expression growing more serious. "You really managed to retrieve the debt from Salle de Bal Unique?" Evidently, the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order was familiar with Salle de Bal Unique. Lumion nodded, his demeanor open and honest. "Yes." The members of the Savoy mob at Salle de Bal Brise were more or less aware that he had helped Fitz collect his debt. Lumion couldn't keep Gardner Martin in the dark, so he decided to disclose it directly to confuse the situation and divert the Iron and Blood Cross Order's suspicions. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to put a little fear into Gardner Martin. Gardner Martin scrutinized Lumion and subtly moved closer to the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a few moments, he inquired with curiosity, "Have you never heard of the issues surrounding Salle de Bal Unique?" "I have," Lumion replied with a smile. If he had a monocle, he might have playfully inserted it into his right eye socket at that moment, savoring Gardner Martin's intriguing expressions and subconscious reactions. After a pause, Lumion continued, "After accepting the commission, I conducted a thorough investigation of the dance hall and realized it wasn't as simple as it seemed. It had a mysterious background and posed a significant danger, so I initially decided to abandon it. However, one day, while trailing an adversary, I noticed something unusual. One of the guards at Salle de Bal Unique's entrance had inexplicably vanished. And upstairs, Behind a window, their boss, Timmons, appeared to have lost his spirit. I saw this as an opportunity, so I made an attempt to enter and collect the debt. To my surprise, I succeeded. As Lumion spoke, he took a step forward and asked earnestly, "Commanding officer, are there any hidden dangers I should be aware of?" Gardner Martin discreetly took another step forward and smiled. "Not at the moment. Keep an eye out for any future anomalies." Lumion seized the opportunity to express his bewilderment. "Commanding officer, something doesn't quite add up. Why have there been so many events swirling around me lately? Some I initiated, while others just seem to find their way to me. Am I truly a harbinger of trouble? Or has my recent fate been to rush around and handle things, leaving me constantly busy and weary?" Gardner Martin regarded him with meaning and replied, "Perhaps, this is the destiny that every hunter is bound to face." After Lumion departed, Gardner Martin shifted his gaze to the side. A hidden door creaked open, and Supervisor Olson emerged, bearing a resemblance to a hungry bear. "How is it?" Gardner Martin inquired. Olson smirked and responded, "It's natural for him to be discontent with your arrangements. His loyalty isn't firmly established yet. He won't be able to join your team for the time being." Gardner Martin shifted the conversation thoughtfully. "The calamity on him is more conspicuous than any of us. Is it possible that he's more compatible?" Olson fell silent for a few moments before replying, "Let's observe and wait." Meanwhile, as Lumion returned to the market district, Franca sat at Trocadero's Red House Cafe. Her gaze fell upon Brown Sauron, her long, flowing orange-red hair resembling a waterfall, as she asked, "When will you folks complete the audit?" Brown Sauron didn't provide a direct response. She studied Franca, who had black hair and brown eyes, for a moment before saying, "We've identified a suspected member of the Bliss Society." Chapter 416, Suspect. "You're quite efficient. After receiving the warning, you swiftly unearthed the problem and found the clues. Instead of confirming it yourself, you're now informing me directly, intending to leverage this issue for the final audit? No wonder you didn't respond when I inquired about the audit completion date." Franca's mind raced as she grasped Brown Sauron's true intentions, representing the Demonist sect. Admiring the Demonist's appearance and demeanor, she smiled and asked, "Is it just a suspicion?" She was prompting the other party to provide more details. Brown Sauron ran her fingers through her long orange-red hair and spoke with a somber expression, "After learning from you that the Bliss Society interacts with the participants in the orgies, I observed my friends and noticed two members who were behaving unusually. One of them fell in love with a man once again and entered into a romantic relationship. Consequently, she started declining participation in the female orgies. The other one encountered a new woman and succumbed to her advances, leading to feelings of guilt for betraying us. Friends? Girlfriends?" Franca couldn't help but criticize. She smiled and inquired, "Who do you suspect are the members of the Bliss Society?" That woman, Brown Sauron's aura remained dark. She took the initiative to ask about the orgies and reassured Adaina that there was no need to feel guilty. She claimed that everyone has the right to control their bodies and freely indulge their desires without caring about others' opinions, societal judgments, moral restrictions, or religious constraints. She also stated that only deities and churches that genuinely embrace free will, physical freedom, and desire freedom are worth following. Physical freedom, desire freedom. It's indeed the hallmark of the mother tree of Desire's believers. The core members of the Bliss Society truly excel as actors. Their acting skills are remarkable. They can artfully package indulgence and debauchery, presenting desires as a manifestation of willpower, subtly diminishing the importance of rationality, clarity, and thoughtful reflection. Franca clicked her tongue and inwardly sighed. For a demoness of pleasure, this approach proved highly effective. If the surrounding humans believed it, she could swiftly immerse them in intense and genuine pleasure, causing them to lose themselves in a sea of indulgence. Long-term consequences and effects were typically disregarded by most demonesses, as they would have already digested the potion by then. However, Franca could discern that Brown Sauron was possessive and didn't want her girlfriends to engage with humans outside of the orgies. That certainly resembles the Bliss Society, Franca objectively remarked. Brown's added with a gloomy expression, as for the other one, the lover is primarily concerned with money, houses, banquets, vacations, and various luxury items. It's quite evident that he's a male courtesan. They understand women very well, are eloquent, and possess considerable capabilities. What do you plan to do? Franca asked curiously. She sensed that Brown Sauron wasn't the type to simply give up on one of her girlfriends, especially when the new lover seemed unreliable. Brown Sauron hesitated for a few moments before saying, "I've encountered him before, and I can tell he harbors an unusual desire for me. I intend to teach him a lesson, immersing him in pleasure without granting him true gratification. Once his body and mind are completely under my control, I'll discard him." Wow! Did you learn this without a mentor? Do you even remember your original form? Franca raised an eyebrow, finding a rare target for mockery. Browns glanced at her mockingly and retorted, "Based on what I've discovered and confirmed, you have two male lovers. One is mature, and the other is young. You seem to excel at enjoying yourself." Her implication was clear. What right do you have to mock me? I'm merely planning to offer that man some pleasure without engaging in actual intimacy. As for you, you've long abandoned your gender, ending up in the beds of different men. Half of my reputation has been tarnished by Seal. Franca didn't lose her composure over the humiliation. She maintained a smile and said, "I view this as a unique experience. I've already become a woman. How can I not explore something entirely different from my previous existence? If you don't experiment now, you may never have the chance in the future. Don't you desire to return to your original form? Do you not know how?" She subtly hinted at her knowledge of mysticism, paving the way for revealing her true motives for infiltrating the Savoy mob in the future. Browns was left momentarily speechless, unable to refute Franca Rowland's twisted logic. Franca continued, "Life is confined to just a few decades. Why confine yourself to such a limited scope? As long as you avoid indulgence and obsession and always remain true to yourself, you're merely experiencing the present moment. Why not venture into various realms and experiences?" At this moment, Franca had an epiphany. Pleasure wasn't just something to offer to others, it was also meant for oneself. Is this my first principle of acting? No wonder my digestion speed hasn't been slowing down recently, it's even considered fast. How can being coy be considered pleasure? Franca thought with a sense of delight. Browns fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Your mindset surpasses my expectations, but with this mindset, it will be very, very challenging for you to perform a ritual, advance to affliction, or experience pain and inflict it. I'm currently focused on pleasure. I'll deal with affliction when the time comes," Franca replied casually. The digestion process would take months, half a year, or even longer to complete. What was the point of worrying too much? Browns glanced at Franca for a moment, feeling a mix of repulsion and envy. It wasn't that she desired it, but the demonesses she had encountered, whether at higher sequences or those who had just consumed the witch potion, lacked this calmness and radiance. Each of them carried their own distortions, conflicts, and pain, and some even teetered on the edge of madness. Browns decided not to delve further into personal philosophy and steered the conversation back on track. Adina encountered the suspected Bliss Society member at an art exhibition. She goes by the name Teresa and comes from a former noble family. She's now an art dealer. I've conducted some investigation. Her identity and name are real, but they don't belong to her. In other words, there is a real art dealer named Teresa. She's impersonating her and has altered her appearance to make herself more appealing. This aligns with the characteristics of an actor, as you mentioned. When Adina had intimate contact with her, she also experienced the abilities of a sex addict. I attempted to tail her earlier, but I was too cautious and lost her trail. Adina has a date with her tonight. Franca listened attentively and then asked thoughtfully, "Can we trust Adina now?" Browns's expression contorted as she replied, "She can be trusted." Franca didn't press further and reminded her deliberately, then, will she exhibit any unusual behavior during her date with Teresa tonight? She's dealing with an actor. Perhaps. She needs a psychiatrist or an even more powerful beyonder of the spectator pathway to plant a cue or hypnotize her. This will help her maintain her normal state and prevent Teresa from becoming suspicious. If you can't find one in a hurry, I can introduce someone, but it will come at a cost. Browns's expression softened as she nodded in agreement. You're indeed more experienced than I am. Following her sigh, she smiled and asked, is that psychiatrist also a man? Franca was taken aback. Yes. Hey, what kind of image do you have of me? The two of them silently refrained from discussing which side would handle the subsequent questions after identifying the fake Teresa. It was as if they had already reached an unspoken agreement. At 7 p.m., in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, just outside the Dylan Music Hall, Franca and Lumian, both dressed in light-colored pants, walked toward the entrance while discreetly holding each other's arms. They had used lie to alter their appearances and heights, ensuring that they wouldn't be recognized by anyone they might know. Their target for this operation was the woman entering the concert hall, about 7 to 8 meters away. Among them, Ada, a participant in the Red House female orgies, had long, light yellow hair with thin, curly bangs. Her face was powdered, her eyes light blue, and her nose perky, making her quite attractive. As for the art dealer, Teresa, she had long, wavy brown hair and a simple style. When her flaxen-colored eyes scanned the surroundings, they sparkled with liveliness. This woman, suspected to be a member of the Bliss Society, had somewhat stiff facial features. It lacked softness but still exuded a strange charm. Inside the small concert hall, Lumian and Franca found their seats and then swiftly locked onto Teresa and Adina's location, discreetly observing them from behind. Franca watched with interest as Ada and Teresa leaned against each other, feigning intimacy. It was a pity that, despite her claim of loving women, Franca's limited experience mainly revolved around teasing Gardner Martin's other lovers. She had seldom been able to admire such scenes from a distance. Be careful, Lumian warned with a sigh. Franca responded disapprovingly, for a Trierian, this attitude is entirely normal. Look around you. Aren't others openly watching as well? Lumian snorted and didn't push the matter further. Their immediate objective was observation, not tailing. It was crucial to assess the target's situation before taking any action. Turning an ambush and surprise attack into an open confrontation would be a failure for any hunter. Lumian's primary goal was to gather information about Teresa's probable sequence. If she happened to be a Sequence 7 actor or a Sequence 6 recipient, Lumian was confident in executing a successful surprise attack. However, if she turned out to be a fallen tree spirit of a specific tree with a changed life form, the effectiveness of the spell of Harumph might be questionable. Although Franca had suggested using magic mirror divination to gather this intel, Lumian still wanted to witness it firsthand. The desires of a corresponding sequence of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway couldn't be easily concealed. Chapter 417, The Importance of Intel. The concert began as scheduled, and Teresa and Aldina separated, completely immersed in the orchestra's performance. In Trier, the citizens displayed immense enthusiasm and respect for the arts. During the Living Artists exhibition, the daily number of visitors surpassed that of those who frequented various execution grounds to witness executions. Franca withdrew her gaze with regret and closed her eyes, savoring a symphony that evoked the image of moonlight glistening on a tranquil lake at night. Lumian had received no formal education in this domain, so his knowledge of music was limited to three things. Firstly, Aurora's occasional humming and the melodies of shepherds' flutes. Secondly, songs from places like Old Tavern, Cordoue Village Square, and Salle de Bal Brise, which were often laced with suggestive lyrics and rhythms. Lastly, the psalms from the Eternal Blazing Suns, Massachusetts. However, now, he found himself deeply moved by the band's performance. His mood gradually settled, as if he could envision Cordoue Village and the highland pasture nestled in the darkness. It was a serene night, adorned with a canopy of stars. Lumion wasn't entirely captivated by the music. From the corner of his eye, he scrutinized the lady impersonating Teresa, carefully observing her every move. The imposter Teresa appeared highly emotional, her demeanor shifting from sorrowful during the lyrical passages to exuberant during the ensemble. She seemed to be completely attuned to the fluctuations in the music. Lumion pondered whether she had an exceptional affinity for music or if she harbored a strong desire to perform and convey something profound. If it was the latter, Lumion could tentatively conclude that the imposter Teresa was likely a Sequence 7 actor. Based on his understanding of the mother tree of desire's boon pathways, Beyonders typically wouldn't be so profoundly affected by the desires associated with a sequence after moving beyond it. However, there might still be a more pronounced influence compared to ordinary individuals. As time passed, the orchestra played 3 symphonies, culminating in the conductor turning, bowing, and addressing the audience. The final movement is titled The Girl Under the Moon. I'd like to invite the most beautiful lady here onto the stage, so that our entire orchestra can have the honor of taking a photograph with her as a beautiful memento. Franca quickly lowered her head. She had no desire to be chosen and become the center of attention. This would embarrass her a little. Nonetheless, she wasn't overly concerned. Having altered her appearance and height with lie, she could only be considered ordinary and mildly charming. After all, the greatest challenge for a demoness of pleasure when tailing a target lay in their inherent beauty, charisma, and attention-grabbing aura. If she didn't become invisible or remain concealed in the shadows, she ran the risk of being discovered. Such requests were not uncommon in Trier, and several women in the audience were eager to step forward. To them, being chosen would symbolize a significant acknowledgement of their appearance and demeanor. Lumion's gaze swept over the attendees, eventually settling on Aldina and the imposter Teresa. The former seemed visibly excited, her anticipation clear in her demeanor. On the other hand, the latter's body exhibited an abnormal tension, and she trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and nervousness evident in her demeanor. Upon witnessing these reactions, Lumion couldn't help but smirk slightly, gaining a rough understanding of the fake Teresa's situation. The desire for recognition was one of the fundamental desires of a Sequence 6 recipient of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. Hence, it was likely that the fake Teresa was a Sequence 6 recipient, not yet a Sequence 5 fallen tree spirit. Otherwise, her yearning for recognition wouldn't be so overwhelming. The invitation to bring the most beautiful lady onto the stage for a photograph wasn't a mere coincidence. Lumion had sponsored it himself. After discovering that the first stage of the date between the imposter Teresa and Aldina involved attending a concert, Lumion had sought out the Deland Music Hall to ascertain the evening's repertoire. He had then devised a plan in line with Trier's style based on the title of the final movement, attempting to bribe the orchestra. Ultimately, he had succeeded in convincing the conductor, not just because he had used Franca's 1000 Vril d'Or, but also because Lumion had provided a compelling reason. It was a romantic gesture intended for a certain lady, a gesture driven solely by affection, without any expectation of reciprocation or leaving a name. Romantic gestures had a special place in the hearts of these Trier artists. Through this event, Lumion sought to detect whether the fake Teresa harbored any exceptional desires. A skilled hunter couldn't simply wait for opportunities to arise, they had to know how to create them. Of course, the precondition was having sufficient intel. Otherwise, planning with precision or avoiding easy detection would be impossible. The conductor scanned the room and singled out the woman whom he believed to be the most beautiful. He also assumed that she was the object of the young man's affection from earlier in the day. Such extraordinary beauty was a rarity. The woman, with her bright gray eyes and neatly tied black hair, gracefully approached the orchestra, while the fake Teresa slouched in her seat, unable to hide her disappointment, regret, and frustration. "How should I address you?" the conductor inquired of the lady in the elegant black court dress beside him. With a gentle and melodious voice, she replied, "Clarice." Franca gazed at Clarice with admiration, finding her exceptionally captivating, although she couldn't quite pinpoint the reason why. After the concert concluded, Lumion and Franca decided not to tail Adina and the imposter Teresa. Instead, they headed straight to room 502 in apartment 25 on Rue Menhir in the Square District. This was a rented apartment that they had temporarily cleared out by paying. Across the way, in room 401 of building 23, was Adina's chosen rendezvous point for clandestine meetings. Tonight, she would return to that very room with the fake Teresa. With Lumion and Franca's enhanced beyond her vision, the distance between them and the target room wasn't enough to obscure their view of the situation inside. Their primary objective now was to remain hidden and avoid detection by the fake Teresa while observing. Before long, the window of room 401 in apartment 23 across the street illuminated. Several gas wall lamps cast a bright glow throughout the living room. Immediately after, Lumion witnessed the passionate embrace between the fake Teresa and Adina as they approached the glass window. Their longing was palpable, but they also wanted to shield their intimate moment from prying eyes. Quite focused, Lumion teased with a smile. Franca didn't reply, her breathing growing heavier. "Be prepared," Lumion whispered to Franca, making sure the fake Teresa's attention was on her companion. Franca nodded slightly and responded in her usual tone, "Got it." Her primary mission was to watch for any unexpected developments. Without hesitation, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. A faint light shimmered beneath his clothing, and he vanished from the shadows of building 25. Across the street in the apartment, Adina and the imposter Teresa wrestled with the curtains while they were stuck to one another, attempting to shield the glass window. Lumion's form materialized suddenly, 2 meters behind the fake Teresa, facing Adina, whose eyes were clouded with desire and cheeks flushed. Adina's eyes narrowed, and her pupils dilated. She couldn't fathom how a tall, slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes had appeared in her room out of nowhere. For a moment, it felt like she was trapped in a surreal dream. The disjunction between her physical senses and her bewildered mind was stark. Almost simultaneously, Lumion let out a heavy harumph. 2 beams of white light shot from his nose, targeting the fake Teresa and affecting Adina. In unison, the 2 women closed their eyes and slumped into unconsciousness. Lumion acted swiftly, catching the fake Teresa before she could fall to the ground. He then raised his right palm and delivered a firm strike behind her ear. A mystical coma combined with a physical one. With the fake Teresa safely incapacitated, Lumion gently placed her on the carpet, keeping a cautious distance from the unconscious Adina. He squatted beside the woman he suspected to be a recipient and began searching her dress and handbag for canisters. Having familiarized himself with the mystical drugs commonly used by the Bliss Society, Lumion located a canister of sedatives, unscrewed the cap, and brought it to the fake Teresa's nose, allowing her to inhale its contents for more than 10 seconds. Only then did Lumion exhale a sigh of relief. He stowed away the sedative, no longer concerned about the imposter Teresa waking up suddenly. He stood up and made his way to the glass window, where the curtain was only partially closed. Lumion signaled to the 5th floor of the opposite building with his thumb and index finger forming a circle, while his other 3 fingers remained extended. He was informing Franca that the operation had been successful. The target was under control, and she could join him now. Lumion might need to employ magic mirror divination later. After drawing the curtain shut, Lumion turned his attention to the unconscious fake Teresa and sighed inwardly. Intel is crucial. The same principle applied to the synergy of abilities. Without a rough understanding of the names and characteristics of Sequence 9 to Sequence 5 within the actor pathway, along with knowledge of their corresponding desires and states, Lumion wouldn't have taken such a calculated risk. He wouldn't have been able to resolve the situation in just a few seconds. As for the contractee's 3 abilities, if they weren't carefully chosen and harmonized, they could easily be defeated by a Sequence 9 hunter, much like the mouth orifice monster in Cordu's ruins. Even with Spirit World Traversal and the spell of Harumph, Lumion might stand a chance against some Sequence 5s, but it would be a formidable challenge to sustain such efforts. As Lumion waited for Franca to join him in the adjacent apartment to Adina's, Brown Sauron remained hidden in the shadows, her keen senses tuned to the situation behind the wall as she gazed at the building opposite. She could already discern the sounds of Ada and the fake Teresa returning to the apartment, along with the rustle of curtains being drawn. These scenes seemed to play out vividly in her mind. The situation tormented her. She felt a deep sense of injustice and pain, as though she had willingly sent her lover into the arms of her romantic rival. Despite her understanding that this was a carefully planned trap and that her lover and her rival had been intimate on multiple occasions, she still felt an overwhelming sense of worry and anxiety. The sporadic noises only fueled her imagination with various scenarios. Standing there made her uncomfortable, and leaning against the wall didn't alleviate her unease. Observing Franca and her young lover's concealed apartment across the way, Brown Sauron couldn't help but mutter with frustration, "Why haven't they launched their attack yet?" Chapter 418, Beatrice. Franca ended her concealment and quietly opened the door to Adina's apartment. The first thing she saw was Lumion, a tall, slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was crouched beside the unconscious Adina, vigorously wiping her face with a wet towel. Franca lowered her voice and asked in confusion, What are you doing?" "Shouldn't the target be the Bliss Society member posing as Teresa, the art dealer?" Lumion smirked and responded, "I've had a sudden thought. Actors can impersonate anyone. Once the imposter Teresa establishes an intimate relationship with Aldina, she can easily control this female companion and impersonate her to infiltrate the Red House Cafe's female orgies. Allowing Adina, who everyone is familiar with, to convey the Bliss Society's philosophy and hidden evil god faith will definitely be more persuasive and trustworthy than a new member." At this point, Lumion gazed toward the bedroom in a chilling tone and said, "Perhaps, the real Adina is hidden in a corner here, in the form of a corpse." Franca couldn't help but imagine such a grim scenario and took a deep breath. She straightened her back and muttered to herself, "Not a bad story. I'll share it with Jenna later." After her muttering, she silently closed the door and approached Lumion, refuting his suspicion. Brown Sauron is likely a demoness of pleasure. Surely, she can recognize the authenticity of her female companion. Furthermore, she interrogated Adina and knows the approximate abilities of an actor. Lumion, who had been assisting Adina in removing her makeup, confirmed that despite her altered appearance, she was still the same person. He chuckled and said, "Based on your description, I don't fully trust Brown Sauron's judgment. She clearly has less experience in the Beyonder domain than you. However, since she has the Demoness sect backing her and confirmation has been made, the interrogation results are still credible." Lumion didn't spare Adina another glance. He gestured towards the fake Teresa, who had been hit with a triple dose of unconsciousness, the Harumph spell, a physical knockout, and a sedative from the Bliss Society. He turned to Franca and said, "Use magic mirror divination to confirm if she's a core member of the Bliss Society." While Lumion had already suspected the fake Teresa was a core member based on her performance at the concert, they hadn't followed her closely the entire way. They had instead been waiting at their destination. What if she had sensed something amiss and had switched to a decoy during the journey? Considering the fake Teresa possessed a unique concoction like the Bliss Society's truth serum, she was undoubtedly connected to the Bliss Society. However, it remained uncertain if she was a core member. This answer would guide Lumion's subsequent actions. Next door to Adina's apartment, Brown Sauron continued to monitor the commotion. She could hear faint and indistinct conversations but couldn't detect much else. Adina and the fake Teresa planned to chat for a while and have some red wine? Though it isn't overly passionate, it holds a romantic ambience. Brown Sauron glanced at the building opposite, mentally urging Franca and her lover to begin, hoping they wouldn't wait until the fake Teresa was completely engrossed in desire before launching a surprise attack. In the living room of Adina's apartment, Franca raised her right palm and rapidly created a crystalline icicle. With precision, she pierced the fake Teresa's hand, drawing a small amount of blood. The fake Teresa instinctively pulled back her arm but hadn't broken through the three-layered coma. Franca then smeared the blood on a mirror, intending to use it as a medium and sacrifice to ask an entity from the underworld, hoping to obtain a unique identification of spirits. Once all preparations were complete, Franca picked up the mirror and recited in Hermes, the shadow that lingers in the underworld, the friendly creature that can be communicated with, the unique eye that never dies. The surface of the bloodstained mirror suddenly emitted a dark green hue, and a pale white aqueous light rippled. After reciting the incantation, Franca asked respectfully, "Is the owner of the blood Teresa, the art dealer?" "No," came an indifferent voice from the mirror, as if enduring the corrosion of endless time. Franca posed her second question. "Is the owner of the blood a core member of Trier's Bliss Society?" The indifferent voice gradually faded. "Yes." Franca refrained from asking further questions, as the entity only answered two at a time. She watched as the pale white aqueous light rapidly receded, and the blood on the mirror's surface strangely seeped in and disappeared. Turning to Lumion, Franca reported, "She's a core member of the Bliss Society." Lumion let out a soft sigh and said, "Unfortunately, I don't know how to perform a lobotomy. Anthony Reed isn't a hypnotist yet, so we can only channel the spirit directly." Using the truth serum didn't guarantee that the fake Teresa wouldn't resist when she woke up. Given her faith and abilities, a fierce battle was inevitable when the time came, and there was a high chance that she would be killed. In that case, he decided to proceed now. As Lumion spoke, he crouched down, his right palm ablaze with crimson flames. The flames intertwined and swiftly converged, turning white. Gently pressing his right palm against the fake Teresa's body, the blazing white fireball vanished into thin air. Rumble! A muffled explosion erupted from within the fake Teresa's body. She trembled a few times before life left her completely. Franca had been busy preparing the magic mirror spirit channeling spell during this entire process. While she could forcibly channel the spirit while the fake Teresa was unconscious, it wasn't a safe option. It could lead to unnecessary trouble for her mind and spirit, and the fact that the target believed in an evil god meant there was a risk of corruption if she wasn't careful. Next door to Adina's apartment, hidden in the shadows, Brown Sauron sensed a subtle fluctuation. Powers have been used. Has it begun? She wondered if the imposter Teresa had initiated the powers of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway to flirt, or if Franca Roland and her lover had already infiltrated the target location and were preparing to attack. Without hesitation, Brown Sauron, dressed in a black hunting suit, silently pushed open the window and crawled out through the shadows. She clung to the outer wall and slowly approached Adina's apartment. Franca completed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell, and the dark and deep mirror aqueous light flickered, reflecting a beautiful yet pale white face. "What's your name?" Franca asked directly, using the simplest question to test the effect of the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. The fake Teresa's illusory voice replied, "I'm Beatrice in court." "What's your true identity?" Franca continued to ask. Beatrice in court's expression remained stoic as she replied, "I run a winery. It's from my deceased husband." Franca then directed the question to the crucial point. "Are you a core member of the Bliss Society?" "Yes." Beatrice in court's nod was subtle. Franca didn't delve into the Bliss Society's faith or any recent revelations. Although she wasn't as fearful of the evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire, as she was of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, to the point of not daring to channel spirits, she was aware of the risks involved. She knew what to ask and what not to ask, what was safe, and what could lead to corruption. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Do you know Lumion Lee or Seal Du Bois?" Beatrice replied in a daze, "I don't know." "I don't know." Lumion, who was listening, raised his eyebrows. "None of the core members of the Bliss Society know about Susanna Mattis' ultimate plan?" Franca was equally surprised. She frowned and asked, "Why did Susanna Mattis go to the Market District before her death?" Beatrice in court replied calmly, "She wanted to awaken the great divine tree and allow its roots to enter fourth epic Trier, allowing its crown to reach into the kingdom of the false gods." "Did she say what the awakening process was?" Franca pressed. Beatrice in court's voice grew colder, and her expression became more wooden. "She didn't say. They really don't know that Susanna Mattis wanted to capture me and sacrifice me to the Mother Tree of Desire? Lumien's thoughts raced, and he whispered a name to Franca, Maipu Meyer. Franca understood and asked the spirit in the mirror, "Where's Maipu Meyer?" Maipu Meyer was the former manager of Theatre de Lancian Cage aux Pigeons, Susanna Mattis' paramour, and her most trusted subordinate. Beatrice replied in a voice increasingly resembling the dead, "I'm not sure. He's a man, and we despise and keep a distance from him." Upon hearing this, Lumien was enlightened, roughly understanding the reason. Regarding the Tree of Shadow, Susanna Mattis, who had become an evil spirit, was extremely extreme in her choices and actions. She didn't inform the other core members of the Bliss Society about the detailed situation or progress. Only her direct subordinates, Maipu Meyer and Charlotte Calvino, knew the complete plan. After Susanna Mattis and Charlotte Calvino's deaths, Maipu Meyer, who had relied on the former to become a core member of the Bliss Society, was ostracized and suppressed. Consequently, he didn't divulge the relevant issues to anyone else. This made sense. A secret organization centered around desire would undoubtedly experience a multitude of desires, both open and covert. Maipu Meyer was a visible anomaly among the core group that advocated women and loved women. Franca pondered for a few seconds and changed her question, "What are Maipu Meyer's plans for the time being?" Beatrice's face turned pale white and green, and even her stiff expression vanished. A few weeks ago, Maipu Meyer mentioned that he wanted to sneak back to the market district to do something. I haven't seen him since. Sneak back to the market district to do something? Lumien and Franca were alarmed by this revelation. Chapter 419, New Priestess. Why did Maipu Meyer return to the market district? This question raced through the minds of Lumien and Franca simultaneously. They felt a lurking danger. Could it be that Maipu Meyer genuinely cared for Susanna Mattis and sought retribution? But even then, exposing the true killer and concealed secrets to the other core members of the Bliss Society seemed like the most fitting way to exact revenge. Without harnessing the collective might of the entire organization, he would inadvertently aid his adversary, Lumien, by relying solely on his own capabilities. As Lumien observed Beatrice's pallid countenance and vacant gaze, he tried to think from Maipu Meyer's perspective and find a rationale for his actions. Maipu Meyer, a Sequence 6 recipient, harbors an insatiable hunger for recognition and a fervent desire to accomplish something noteworthy. Despite facing rejection and isolation from the other core members of the Bliss Society, he does have a motive to make a substantial solo contribution and earn genuine recognition. While revealing the existence of the Tree of Shadow to Beatrice and the others could be seen as a contribution, it doesn't measure up to rectifying his past mistakes independently to appease the Mother Tree of Desire to the fullest extent. The latter would truly earn him recognition. This peculiar competition might be perplexing to ordinary folks, but it isn't unusual for a recipient to engage in it. The question now is, what does Maipu Meyer hope to achieve in his quest for recognition? Is it revenge against me? Although a direct confrontation holds little hope for him, he could pose a significant threat if he conceals himself in the shadows and suddenly influences me at a critical moment. After all, I lack a substitute ability, and my physical strength hasn't undergone a qualitative change compared to ordinary people. He could eliminate me with a revolver. However, Maipu Meyer must have heard plenty about me from Susanna Mattis. There is a good chance he knows about the angel sealed within my body. Isn't he concerned that corruption might erupt after my demise, potentially dragging him down as well? If he were to perish, how could he satisfy his yearning for recognition? Or is it the mere notion of taking a formidable foe with him to the grave that would leave the other members of the Bliss Society awestruck and filled with genuine remorse and admiration? Is his ultimate aim to climax in tears and be propelled towards his demise by desire? Otherwise, does he aspire to make a sacrifice akin to Susanna Mattis? Yes, securing recognition from the Mother Tree of Desire is a higher level and noble pursuit. But the Tree of Shadow is severely damaged and won't recover for a long time. How can he even make such a sacrifice? Lumien struggled to decipher Maipu Meyer's plan or intentions, vaguely grasping his motives. Nonetheless, Lumion couldn't suppress a surge of frustration and violence at the mere thought of a pair of icy eyes lurking among the pedestrians, nearby tenants, dance hall customers, and peddlers. It was as though someone close to him had been replaced by Maipu Meyer without anyone's awareness. He burned with anticipation to unmask the actor. The detrimental effects of the contracts, items, and brands on him continued to destabilize his emotions. Franca, on the other hand, didn't dwell on this. Although the magic mirror spirit channeling spell endured much longer than standard spirit channeling spells, it was not entirely boundless. There was still a time limit, one measured in minutes. She was unwilling to squander this precious time on analysis that could be postponed. She continued to ask Beatrice in court. Of all the members of the Bliss Society, who does Maipu Meyer have the closest relationship with? Beatrice's voice grew increasingly ethereal. He had the strongest bonds with the members in the market district, but they're either deceased or captured. Genuinely ostracized. Franca's hopes dimmed, and she inquired further, who in the Bliss Society is most likely to be privy to Maipu Meyer's whereabouts and plans? Beatrice responded lifelessly, no one, not even the new High Priestess. Franca found herself at a dead end and changed her line of questioning. Who is this new High Priestess? Beatrice's eyes were piercingly vacant as she replied, it's Sibber. What's her true identity? Franca pressed. Beatrice's eyes on the mirror's surface seemed far more translucent than before. I don't know. She joined us later. At that point, we had evolved beyond a simple lesbian organization. We started concealing our true identities. Sibber might still be a theater actress. On the outer wall of Adina's apartment, Brown Sauron clung there in silence, resembling a colossal black spider. Through the curtains, she could only discern two shadows not far away. The voices were even fainter and more distant than before, but she could vaguely identify them as female. Adina and the imposter Teresa are still conversing? That doesn't add up. At this proximity, with an assassin's acute hearing, I should be able to clearly hear them even through the sealed glass window and thick drapes. What's happening inside? Brown Sauron's anxiety and curiosity swelled as she attempted to extend invisible spider silk through the gap in the window. Franca's magic mirror spirit channeling spell had reached its limit, and she concluded it rationally. She watched as Beatrice in court's image faded from the mirror's surface. She wasn't overly disheartened because she already knew the crucial details about several core members of the Bliss Society and their weekly gatherings' time, venue, and method. But there is no need to personally track them. They are unaware of Seal. Even if the Rose School of Thought locates them, they wouldn't extract any valuable information. Franca cast a glance at Lumion, stowed away the mirror, and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Amidst the howling wind, the two of them sensed a disturbance at the window and the presence of a figure that seemed human. The wall of spirituality had isolated their movements, reducing interference but also affecting their perception and surveillance of the surroundings. Franca's form abruptly vanished, and Lumion sidestepped, evading the window's direct line of sight. They didn't rush to attack because they had a vague notion of who was outside. Amidst the commotion, Browns, who had discreetly pried open the window, witnessed the curtain self-consciously part to either side, revealing her own silhouette. Just as she was about to react, she spotted Franca Rowland's current disguised countenance. Their gazes locked, and silence hung in the air for over 10 seconds. Finally, Brown snapped out of her trance and inquired with concern, "Where's Adina?" "She's unconscious." Franca gestured towards the carpet near the window. Brown scrutinized her female partner, then glanced at the motionless imposter Teresa, and queried once more, "Has it been dealt with?" "It's resolved," Franca replied calmly. The spirit channeling had already come to an end. Brown's gaze darted between Franca and Lumion, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. She inquired, "When did you launch the attack?" "Before the curtains were fully drawn." Franca was about to respond, but she hesitated, realizing that revealing the timing of the attack might expose Seal and her combat abilities. Instead, she quickly changed her response and smiled. "Why don't you take a guess?" Brown Sauron recollected the faint movements she had sensed but found no overt signs of a battle. This left her even more astonished. Could this wild demoness and her young partner be truly that formidable? Are their richer experiences and varied gains truly that advantageous? Consumed by jealousy, Browns leaped into the room and shut the window. She doesn't seem concerned about being attacked by us at all. Is she inexperienced, or does she have great confidence in the demoness' various substitutes? Or is there something she's relying on? Lumion observed with indifference, making no move. Franca maintained her smile and said, "We've gathered some intel, including information on the current High Priestess of the Bliss Society and a few core members." She began recounting the information she had acquired from Beatrice. The more Browns listened, the more astonished she became. They managed to gather so much intel? This should have taken a significant amount of time. When did they attack and how long did they take to finish the battle? It couldn't be that the imposter Teresa was ambushed the moment she entered the room and approached the window, could they? Based on her observations, this member of the Bliss Society appeared to be a Sequence 6 recipient, on par with her and Franca Rowland, even surpassing the suspected Sequence 7 pyromaniac, Seal Du Bois. Franca paid no heed to Browns's reaction and continued, "I'm pleased to inform you that our problem is simpler than we thought, and it's been resolved. Now, it's your problem." Heh, Beatrice isn't the only core member of the Bliss Society with an interest in the Red House Cafe. She was subtly suggesting that the Demoness sect should take over in eliminating the remaining members of the Bliss Society. "Are you instigating me?" Browns asked sharply. Franca replied with a smile, "No, just a reminder." While they continued their conversation, Lumion returned to Beatrice's lifeless form, crouched down, and conducted a more thorough search. This time, he discovered banknotes and gold coins amounting to 1,500 Vril d'Or, along with a neatly folded note. Lumion unfolded the note and read the incision written on it, "Go to the hostel and retrieve the painting within 3 days. Hostel? What hostel? What painting is this referring to? This seems like a deal made by the authentic art dealer, Teresa, but somehow, the receipt ended up in the hands of the imposter? Where is the real Teresa now? We forgot to inquire about this." Lumion pondered the implications as he held the note. He stood up, prepared to question Brown Sauron about the real Teresa's situation. Although Browns recognized that Franca was trying to instigate her, she couldn't deny that Franca had a point. Browns looked down at Adina, attempting to rouse her. At that moment, all three of them halted simultaneously and directed their attention toward Beatrice in Court's lifeless body. The light over there seemed to dim slightly, and the corpse underwent a subtle transformation. Chapter 420, Beyond Her Item. Beatrice in Court may have already been lifeless, but something within her appeared to stir. Slowly, it seeped out, rising like invisible steam, as if it sought an escape into some distant darkness. This caused the ambient light to dim, making the apartment's ceiling appear strangely ethereal. Lumion, Franca, and Browns all felt an uncanny sensation, as if they were under scrutiny. It wasn't as if an actual gaze was directed at them, rather, it was as if they were the sole occupants of the entire building, with no obstructions to the crimson moonlight in the sky, which inevitably cast an eerie glow upon them. Thump, thump. Lumion's heart raced. The two demonesses, skilled in divination, experienced an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. With a sudden snap, a translucent boil of blood materialized on Beatrice in Court's lifeless face, followed by a strange, tree-like wart with a brownish hue. The wart burst open, oozing blood-colored pus, wet and sticky. Lumion's pupils dilated, caught off guard by this turn of events. Although he had taken the lives of more than a few members of the Bliss Society and had spent some time beside their corpses, he had never encountered anything like this. Death ended everything. How could a corpse cause an unsettling undercurrent to surge around it? Even though Lumion didn't fully grasp the situation, he swiftly formulated a plan. He glanced at the hazy, illusory ceiling and the faint movements within the walls. His intention was to step forward, seize Beatrice's lifeless body, and teleport to the Albert Mines, a place he had visited previously. The deeper they ventured into the fourth epoch Trier's underground, the greater the peril. Various corruptive elements that led to a loss of control lurked there. Even with a corpse on the verge of mutation, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. That place was inherently an amalgamation of problems. Lumion planned to utilize Spirit World Traversal for a third time, returning to the surface and avoiding any danger by abandoning Beatrice's body. While Lumion made his decision, Franca instinctively moved toward Beatrice's lifeless form, which now had a second tree-like wart. Her right hand reached into the concealed pocket of her dress, aiming to retrieve the ancient mirror she had discovered underground. This ancient mirror was connected to a strange and perilous mirror world. She could attempt to encase Beatrice's body within it, allowing one form of danger to counteract another. This would buy them precious time for further deliberation. Ultimately, whether the departed believer of the Mother Tree of Desire triumphed or the enigmatic mirror world absorbed the corruption and stilled the mutation, it wouldn't directly impact Franca, the humans present, or the surrounding residents. Compared to them, the inexperienced Brown Sauron's initial reaction was to incinerate the remnants of spirituality in the corpse with her black flames, freezing the emerging mutation. This was the most Demonis-like approach to disrupting the deteriorating situation. At that very moment, Lumion and the others sensed a significant dimming of the light around them, as if the crimson moon had vanished, leaving only a few dim wall lamps. Instinctively, Lumion turned his gaze to the window and discovered that the glass had turned pitch black, no longer offering a view outside. It had transformed from a window into a sealed barrier. Simultaneously, the formless entity that had been slowly emanating from Beatrice's body appeared lost, unable to find its path to the infinite darkness. It seemed to meander aimlessly, gradually receding. Their mystical connection to an unknown entity dissipated. Lumion, Franca, and Brown suddenly lost the sense of being watched from afar and illuminated by unseen eyes. Thud. Thud. Their heartbeats slowly returned to normal as they witnessed the tree-like wart on Beatrice's body wither rapidly, and no more blood boils emerged. The darkness surrounding the corpse gradually receded, and an imperceptible object began attaching itself to the diamond necklace adorning Beatrice's corpse. Beneath the crimson moonlight, the building at 23 Rue Menhir lay concealed in darkness. Every window remained void of light, with no signs of life to be found. It exuded an eerie stillness and a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of a haunted house. Across the street, within an apartment room, an unusual and ornate mirror rested in a spotless hand. The mirror was adorned with intricately designed black serpents that intertwined. Each snake featured a large crimson eye on its head, devoid of a mouth or fangs. In that precise moment, the mirror's surface remained crystal clear, revealing a well-lit scene. Gas wall lamps emitted a warm, yellowish radiance from the windows on every floor of the building, where various domestic scenes played out. The elderly guard on the first floor smoked a cigarette, but he had collected and leaned against the lobby wall, savoring the tranquility of the night. On the second floor, a couple occupied the living room, one engrossed in a novel, the other unfolding a newspaper in front of them. Near an ajar window on the third floor, a half-naked man kept a cautious eye on the door, ready to make a hasty escape to the street at any moment. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Lumion, Franca, and Browns found themselves perplexed. One contemplated using his abilities to discern an escape route from the crime scene, while another delved into a concealed pocket with her right hand, seemingly searching for something. The third member appeared to have a premonition and distanced themselves from the other two. Another spotless hand extended and lightly grazed the peculiar mirror, encircled by the one-eyed snakes. In an instant, the well-lit building disappeared from the mirror's surface, and the silent, gloomy apartment at 23 Rue Menhir began to illuminate one by one. Figures were reflected one after another, and distant sounds could be heard. Lumion surveyed the room and realized that Adina's apartment had returned to its usual state. The unsettling anomalies, like the impenetrable darkness and the strange glass windows, had all dissipated. Beatrice in Court's corpse had reverted to its original form, and the horrific transformation now felt like a mere nightmare. Lumian, who had been ready to whisk Franca away at a moment's notice, relaxed somewhat and exchanged a look with Brown Sauron. The Demonist sect won't just send such an inexperienced member to investigate Franca. Had one of the powerful demonesses, who had been covertly observing the situation, intervened to help resolve any potential anomalies? This behavior doesn't seem characteristic of a mid-sequence Beyonder. A high-level Demoness, or a Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction wielding a godhood item. No wonder Browns had entered so openly, seemingly unconcerned about potential attacks from me and Franca. I wonder if the hidden Demoness had seen my spell of Harumph. Franca shared a similar thought. She diverted her attention from the window and regarded Brown Sauron. She expressed her guess calmly but didn't inquire further. She looked down at Beatrice's corpse and asked with curiosity and confusion, "The necklace appears to have changed." Lumian also noticed this transformation. The transparent diamond on the necklace seemed to reflect the light from the gas wall lamp in a captivating manner, causing his heart to race and his mouth to go dry. Could it have become a Beyonder weapon similar to fallen Mercury? Had the previous boons returned to their source because there were no abnormalities? Lumian formed a rough conjecture. He approached the corpse and knelt down cautiously. As he reached out to touch the necklace, a multitude of desires surged uncontrollably, making him quickly retract his hand, shivering from the bloodlust. With items like flog and a host of contractual negative effects, he was no longer suitable for contact with the necklace, which had the power to awaken the deepest desires. "You handle it," Lumian said, standing up and gesturing for Franca to take care of the necklace. Franca accepted the task without hesitation and carefully removed the diamond necklace with anticipation. Without further delay, the two of them bid farewell to Browns and made their way back to the market district. Avenue du Marquet. Franca had successfully dealt with Beatrice and stood a chance of passing the Demoness's audit. She had also acquired a Beyonder item that complemented the abilities of the Demoness of Pleasure. Her good mood was evident, and she almost hummed a tune to express her positive feelings. She glanced at Lumian, who walked beside her in silence. "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering where my Pumayer might be hiding." Lumian replied, his tone serious. "Let's go underground now." Franca was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood Lumian's thoughts. "Do you think my Pumayer might return to the place where Susanna Mattis once conducted the sacrifice to the Tree of Shadow?" Perhaps. Lumian wasn't entirely certain, but he felt there might be some clues or traces left behind. Franca, feeling confident in her gains from the spoils of war, didn't attempt to dissuade him. Together with Lumian, they entered underground Trier from the Avenue du Marquet entrance. Using a fireball for illumination, they navigated a relatively familiar path, passing by the collapsed mine where Rentis, a member of the Bliss Society, had been buried in the location where Jenna had been drugged. They ventured deeper into the altar area, a place they had previously avoided. The area was marked with scorching signs, devoid of any living creatures or the malevolent aura that once lingered. It was as if it had been exposed to intense sunlight for days, leaving behind only piles of withered bones from various creatures. The cave's collapses and crevices had been filled with soil and rocks. Lumian examined the area carefully and noticed fresh marks around the original altar. These marks clearly didn't belong to the same person and came from different visitors. As Lumian examined the marks in the deep-rooted cave-ins, memories of the Tree of Shadow, the Samaritan Women's Spring, and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's conspiracy flooded his mind. These seemingly disparate elements all pointed to one thing: they, directly or indirectly, pointed to the underground, to the hidden histories and perils lurking beneath Trier. Chapter 421, Abnormal Silence. Franca also noticed the footprints and traces. After carefully observing them for a while, she remarked, "At least 4 people have come together in the past 2 weeks. My Pumayer has accomplices?" Lumian gazed at the collapse that had been filled in and pondered for a moment before saying, "What's more important isn't whether they have accomplices, but what they're doing here. If it's truly my Pumayer and not a random team of cave explorers, he long knew that this place had been destroyed by the official Beyonders. There wouldn't be anything valuable left behind. Why did he bring people here recently? To pay homage? It's not impossible, Franca muttered. What if he achieved something and received a new boon from the Mother Tree of Desire, becoming a fallen tree spirit? It's also known as Baby Cupid. There must be a distorted desire in affairs of the heart, just like Susanna Mattis did with Charlie. Therefore, Maipu Meyer coming specially to pay homage to his deceased love fits the characteristics of the pathway. But there's no need to bring 3 or 4 people to watch him perform, right? Lumion surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps he didn't do it on purpose but just happened to pass by. Franca quickly caught Lumion's drift. Are you suggesting that Maipu Meyer and his accomplices frequent the underground of the market district? Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. I now believe that Maipu Meyer didn't return to the market district to deal with me. He might eventually seek revenge, but that's the outcome, not the process. Is their target something underground in the market district? Franca frowned. But the Tree of Shadow is severely damaged. What's so special about this place? It can't be that the entrance to the 4th Epic Trier is beneath the market district. Franca stopped abruptly. That wasn't impossible. Lumion quickly recalled the situation in the market district and various rumors he knew. Suddenly, he recalled something. Madame Magician's doll messenger had a strong aversion to Salle de Bal Brise, claiming that old bones were buried beneath the area. This had to refer to a unique situation beneath the market district. Moreover, the building facing Salle de Bal Brise was suspected to be related to Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery. Lumion promptly shared this insight with Franca before they continued following the traces out of the destroyed sacrificial mine. There's really a problem. It's not hard to figure out. Summon that messenger later and ask, Franca remarked, bemoaning the poor feng shui in the market district. She followed Lumion, providing mysticism support for his pursuit. The two of them journeyed deeper underground, but they eventually lost the trail of their target. The suspected members of Maipu Meyer's group had traversed several well-known and long-used tunnels frequented by cave explorers, smuggling caravans, and mushroom-growing citizens. Their tracks had been effectively concealed by those who came later after more than 10 days. Lumion, with a crimson fireball above him, came to a halt and stared into the pitch-black mine ahead. He remained silent for an extended moment, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Franca was about to suggest leaving when Lumion suddenly spoke. Don't you think the market district has been unusually quiet for the past month or so? How do you mean quiet? Franca retorted involuntarily. 007 certainly didn't think so. Lumion pondered his words and continued, let me put it another way. Apart from the Beyonder problem we caused, isn't the market district oddly quiet regarding mysticism incidents? No, to be more precise, after the Tree of Shadow was severely damaged, the heretics have become extremely inactive. Right, no new factions have emerged to devour the remaining smaller mobs, or to engage in conflicts with the Savoy mob. There have been no suspected sacrificial cases. Even among those that preach secretly, I only encountered a swindler from the sick church, and he was just an ordinary person. Since the Tree of Shadow incident, the only true heretics Lumion and Franca had encountered were Guillaume Binet from the Sinners Organization and Beatrice in Court of the Bliss Society. However, they had followed a trail based on former clues which weren't within the market district. The Rose School of Thought's werewolf could barely be considered one, but that was an aftermath of the Tree of Shadow incident. Brown Sauron of the Demonist sect could only be considered half an element. This organization had a solid history and believed in the evil entity of this world, not alien evil gods. Franca was taken aback. Isn't that normal? Secret organizations that believe in evil gods must operate in secret. If they were encountered by someone like you every day, they would have been wiped out long ago. Look, we didn't notice Maipu Meyer returning to the market district before. If it were anyone else, your explanation wouldn't be a problem, but I have an alien evil god's angel sealed within me. According to Madame Magician's rubbish repulsion convergence theory, there must be an abnormal reason why I haven't encountered a heretic causing trouble for so long. Termoboros has been excessively quiet recently. Lumian's thoughts raced as he said to Franca, "Can you use dream divination on me to help me remember something?" "No. Perhaps a powerful seer can, but not me." Franca shook her head. "What do you want to recall?" "You can seek Madame Gila's help. She can definitely create a real dreamscape now." Lumian nodded slowly and responded, "I'd like to recall an address where suspected heretics reside. I plan to check it out and see if they've vanished, gone into hiding, or fallen silent. Yes, there's no need to trouble Madame Gila for the time being. I know who to ask." This was him carefully making confirmation built upon bold assumptions. Seeing Lumian return to the surface as he spoke, Franca hurriedly asked, "What address? Who are you asking?" "We'll talk later. Let's head to Rue de Scotchbroom in Quartier de Noël first," Lumian said without turning around. "Why does this address sound so familiar?" Franca mused for a moment as she followed closely behind. As she neared the surface, she finally remembered. Madame Poalis's address. Madame Knight from Cordoue. Quartier de Noël, Rue de Scotchbroom. This suburban area was filled with villa-like buildings, each with a lawn facing the street and a garden at the back. Lumian walked in the shadows where the street lamps couldn't reach, carefully inspecting the lawns and gardens of each building. Franca did the same. Without knowing Madame Poalis's house number, they had to rely on the unusually vigorous and lively plants to make a judgment. As they approached the end of the street, Lumian and Franca simultaneously noticed a garden filled with blooming flowers, resembling a lush forest of plants. The grayish-white building housing the garden appeared unlit, slumbering in the darkness, in stark contrast to the surrounding residences filled with family life. "It feels like no one has lived here for a long time." Franca began to understand Lumian's concerns. Has Madame Poalis, a member of the Night's Talkers, also moved out and hidden herself quietly? Lumian observed and listened for a while to confirm that the building was empty. He then took out a piece of wire, opened the door, and entered. During this process, Franca used magic mirror divination to confirm via mysticism means. The living room was devoid of furnishings, the linen long gone. Dust had gathered on the table, indicating that no one had lived there in some time. Lumian proceeded further into the house, and Franca followed him cautiously, not daring to near or touch anything. Upon reaching the coffee table, Lumian bent down and picked up an abandoned newspaper. Although it was tattered from rat bites, there were still some remnants left. Lumian examined the newspaper under the moonlight and whispered, "Early July. This means that Madame Poalis didn't leave immediately after I got the address out from Louis Lond, nor did she depart immediately after the Tree of Shadow incident. She resided on Rue de Scotchbroom for a while and chose to abandon this place for unknown reasons." "Something is indeed amiss," Franca noted with a grave expression. They quickly searched the building and then boarded a rental carriage to their next destination. Upon receiving an old newspaper advertising the interstellar bridge from Laurent, the former tenant of Aubert's du Coq d'Or and now deputy editor of Le Petit Triarien, Lumian and Franca arrived at 9 Rue Saint-Martin in Quartier 2. The 5th floor was an office rented by a group of swindlers and suspected heretics. They aimed to raise funds for constructing an interstellar bridge to the Crimson Moon. Under the dim starlight, the entire 5th floor lay shrouded in darkness. Lumian cautiously reached out and pushed open the door to the apartment-like office. Crimson moonlight filtered through the window, revealing scattered papers on the ground. Complex mechanical symbols and intricate bridge diagrams displayed concepts that appeared both imaginative and plausible. Many of the drawers were open, devoid of any belongings, as if the swindlers had hastily retreated upon realizing the arrival of the police. Based on the written information and various traces at the scene, Lumian and Franca concluded that this floor had been vacant for nearly 2 weeks. "There's definitely something unusual," Franca remarked. "Why have the heretics from various organizations suddenly reduced their activities, hidden themselves, and gone quiet?" Lumian's expression grew solemn as he said in a deep voice, "This abnormality suggests that something significant might be in the works." Without waiting for Franca's response, he instructed her, contact 007 and inquire about any information regarding the sick church. Also, find out what problems might be lurking in Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery. I'll write a letter to Madame Magician and share our findings and speculations. He planned to also ask the doll messenger about the meaning of the old bones. All right, Franca responded promptly. Auberge du Coq d'Or, room 207. Lumion set up the ritual and summoned the doll messenger donning a light gold dress. As he handed the folded letter to her, he managed a smile and inquired, "What did you mean by the old bones underground?" The doll messenger displayed a disgusted expression. "Filthy, repulsive old bones from the fourth epoch." Chapter 422, Formula. Old bones from the fourth epoch. Lumion disregarded the doll messenger's emotional descriptions and focused on extracting the essential information. But this didn't provide a deeper insight compared to what he already knew. After all, most of Trier's underground issues had their roots in the fourth epoch. Lumion took a moment to ponder and inquired, "Where does it come from? How do the old bones look like?" The messenger responded angrily, "I've never seen them before. Their aura alone is so repulsive, disgusting, and filthy." "So, you're not entirely sure of the situation either." Lumion decided not to press the doll messenger further and observed as she vanished, carrying the neatly folded letter. Only then, as Lumion awaited Madame Magician's response, did he have the opportunity to assess his gains from the night. A vial of truth serum, a vial of Bliss Society sedatives, a vial of mysticism-smelling salts, and 1,500 Vril d'Or. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. "So late? I thought you'd resolve it quickly." Jenna, clad in a light cotton dress, stood up and greeted Franca upon her return. She believed that Franca and Seal had a high chance of winning, even if they encountered a fallen tree spirit. Franca muttered, "We ran into an accident." "Ah, just a moment." Franca looked at Jenna with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Jenna sensed something was amiss. Franca walked to her side and examined her pupils. There were no signs of her wearing blue contact lenses. "Phew." Franca let out a sigh of relief and said, "In the future, we need to continuously verify if we're actors in disguise." Actors of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway couldn't alter their bodies or fundamentally change their appearances like Faceless. They relied more on makeup items and various props. Among these, the color of the eyes was the most challenging for actors to mimic. They had to use external objects. They could prevent actors from infiltrating their ranks by checking if anyone around them was wearing colored contact lenses. Of course, this wasn't foolproof. They could always find actors with the same eye color as the target to act. In the current situation, Maipu Meyer's eyes were dark brown, Jenna's were blue, and Lumion's were the same. Franca's were a lighter shade, more akin to the blue of a serene lake. For the time being, they had no reason to worry about being impersonated by the former manager of Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Maipu Meyer had distanced himself from the Bliss Society, and he couldn't recruit a new actor anytime soon. The only person they needed to be concerned about was Anthony Reed, who also had a pair of dark brown eyes. As an acting apprentice at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Jenna was particularly attuned to the Bliss Society's activities. She instantly became alert and scrutinized Franca's eyes, fear in her voice as she asked, "Are they targeting the Market District again?" "It's Maipu Meyer. He's back in the Market District." "We don't know where he's hiding," Franca replied without reservation, recounting the entire incident. Of the Bliss Society members, the only one Jenna was familiar with was Maipu Meyer. She had a deep-seated fear of him because he had once been her manager and could influence her future. Unconsciously, she touched the arrow of the bloodthirsty concealed in her pocket and nodded solemnly, saying, "I'll be cautious." Franca didn't offer any additional information. She glanced at the wall clock and retreated to her room. She activated the radio transceiver and prepared to contact 007. Before long, she used the mechanical typewriter and analyzer to send a telegram. 007, paging 007. Within 20 to 30 seconds, a telegram produced by a machine appeared. Hidden Blade, don't do this to me. I'm scared. What's going on now? This could be a significant problem. Franca honestly warned 007. Bro, before I disclose the exact situation, help me gather some information. I need to confirm two things. First, if there have been any developments related to the malady god Faith in Quartier du Jardin Botanique, specifically on Rue Pasteur and Rue Evelyn. Second, what lies deep beneath the old cemetery of Église Saint-Robert. After a brief pause, a new telegram arrived. I'm off duty tonight, seriously. And now I have to go back to work overtime. Give me half an hour to an hour. Franca replied, no problem. As she conversed with other members of the Telegram group, she retrieved the diamond necklace she had acquired from Beatrice in court and used various methods to assess the Beyonder accessory's capabilities and adverse effects. The diamond corresponds to a total of 5 desires: lust, appetite, lust, acting, and fulfillment. It doesn't seem to have many uses. Usage of each desire shouldn't exceed 2. With it on, I seem to be better at acting and makeup. I'll just keep it in my pocket. Without it coming into direct contact with my skin or flesh, there won't be any negative effects. After wearing it, I'll become more excited than usual, and my various desires will significantly increase. If I encounter Beyonders with similar abilities, I'll be effectively restrained and even suffer a huge loss. Among them, the most intense desire is the desire for recognition. Yes, this thing can't be used against Beyonders of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. Its weakness lies in their strengths. What should I call it? The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pendant? Ah, the style doesn't seem right. Forget it, I'll call it Beatrice's necklace. It's simple, convenient, and clear. 007's response arrived faster than Franca had anticipated. In less than half an hour, he provided the relevant information. According to the Heretic database shared by various official factions, the malady god's envoy hasn't been located. He appears to have sensed danger in advance and hasn't resurfaced. The situation at Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery is extremely classified. I can't investigate it for the time being. Extremely classified? Franca inwardly hissed and relayed to 007 the eerie quietness from organizations devoted to evil gods. Rue Anarchy, Auberge du Coq d'Or. Madame Magician's slow response arrived after an hour of waiting. After the death of a bestowed, the return of power to the source is deducible, but typically, you wouldn't be able to sense it. This time, it was due to your wearing the flawed boxing gloves. They are made from the Tree of Shadow and are closely related to the one that the Bliss Society believes in, the source of the boon powers. Therefore, when Beatrice's boon power returned and the connection was strengthened, that entity indirectly noticed you and the 2 of Cups, which caused the corpse to exhibit an abnormality. This abnormality allowed the flow of the boon power to become visible. To retain the boon power and prevent it from returning, you require the corresponding ability or a unique environment. Sometimes, these 2 elements are one and the same. In simple terms, you need to advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod or obtain something at this level. Only then can you have a chance of preserving the remaining boon's power and forming a Beyonder item. Of course, in specific underground environments, such as near the Samaritan Women's Spring, you can achieve this without a high sequence. Lumion now had a clear understanding of the anomaly of the night. Unlike his previous killings of members of the Bliss Society, he now possessed the flawed boxing gloves, bringing about a different development. The use of the flawed boxing gloves attracted the attention of hidden entities to begin with, and its connection to the Mother Tree of Desire through Beatrice's belief had influenced the return of boon power, causing the abnormality. Understanding the situation and how to prevent it in the future, Lumion continued reading Madame Magician's reply. We have already noticed Trier's anomaly and are monitoring one of the leads. However, it is unclear when we will find any answers. What we can say for certain is that changes will occur, with a time frame ranging from as short as 2 months to as long as half a year. I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding what lies beneath Salle de Balbrise, as it is challenging for me to approach. All I can tell you is that it is certainly more than just the corruption left behind by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Don't dwell too much on this matter. It is beyond your capabilities to handle. Your focus should be on accumulating strength and biding your time. Accumulate strength and bide my time. Lumion repeated these words to himself as he absorbed the advice. The next morning, Lumion had a conversation with Franca and Jenna. Afterward, he gathered all his funds and went directly to 11 Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Boss, here are 30,000 gold and 30,000 Vril d'Or banknotes, Lumion said with a smile as he placed the heavy leather bag on Gardner Martin's desk. He still had 1,000 gold and nominal funds of 1,500 Vril d'Or. Gardner Martin glanced at Lumion, unzipped the bag, and began counting the money. He didn't inquire about Lumion's remaining funds. With a smile, he retrieved a faux goatskin that appeared to have been prepared in advance. You need to promise 2 things. First, memorize this formula before burning the piece of paper. Second, you cannot resell the Conspirer Potion formula without my or the supervisor's permission. Gardner Martin stated these terms without requesting a notarized pledge, as if issuing an order. Lumion agreed to these terms without hesitation, saying, "No problem." Gardner Martin nodded in satisfaction and handed over the faux goatskin to Lumion. Lumion took it and began reading. Conspirer Potion formula, main ingredient, black hunting spider's composite eye, sphinx's brain, supplementary ingredients, 1 black hunting spider's poison gland, 80 milliliters of sphinx blood, 10 grams of amber powder, and 2 white oak fruits. After reading and memorizing the formula, Lumion's right hand trembled, allowing the crimson flames to engulf the faux goatskin. Time passed in an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to them, the heat in Trier began to wane, and the temperature gradually dropped. One mid-September day, Franca stood before the window of apartment 601 and cursed Brown Sauron for what felt like the 100th time. She had already passed the Demoness sex audit and informed Browns that she had joined the Savoy mob to infiltrate the Iron and Blood Cross Order. However, she never anticipated there would be an assessment period. Only after this evaluation could she officially become a member of the Demoness sect. Her current liaison, Brown Sauron, used this as an excuse to prevent her from participating in the Red House Cafe's female orgies. This left her with no option but to endure tormenting Gardner Martin and his lovers for the past month or so. Franca turned her attention to Jenna, who appeared lost in thought, and couldn't help but sigh at her companion's fortune. The Demoness sect remained oblivious to Jenna's true identity as a beyonder of the assassin pathway. "What's troubling you?" Franca inquired. Jenna responded with a hint of distress, "My instigator potion has completely digested." Franca exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "That's a good thing." Jenna scratched her head and let out a sigh. "I haven't even paid you back for the money I owe you, and now I have to consider the witch potion formula and its ingredients. Damn it, why does it feel like the more I advance, the poorer I become?" Chapter 423, Unexpected Encounter. Franca chuckled at Jenna's complaint and replied, "That's typical. As long as you master the acting method, progress comes quickly before reaching the mid-sequences. The pace at which you save money often falls short of the expenses for purchasing the potion formula and the necessary ingredients. Don't fret about the money. Sequence 7 in the assassin pathway is a game changer. It significantly boosts your combat prowess and survival skills. You're aware of the potential catastrophe on the horizon. Only by becoming a witch and wielding the arrow of the bloodthirsty will you stand a chance at survival and protecting the people you care about. Jenna fell silent for a moment, then she swore, "You instigated me without using your abilities." "Ha, it's just the way things are. I'll share the witch potion formula with you now. Let's start gathering," Franca said as she returned to the coffee table, spread out a piece of paper, and swiftly jotted down the instructions. Jenna stood beside her, examining the Intisian words taking shape. Meanwhile, Jenna silently tallied her debts. Including the purifier reward and the earnings from my underground singing, I've saved nearly 10,000 Vril d'Or. According to Franca and Seal, a Sequence 7 potion formula can go for between 30,000 and 40,000 Vril d'Or, depending on its rarity. At the very least, I owe Franca another 30,000 Vril d'Or, bringing the total to 60,000. Even if I sell the Arrow of the Bloodthirsty, I won't be able to make up for it. In the future, I'll have to purchase various ingredients for the witch potion, costing me over 30,000 Vril d'Or. Damn it. It's no wonder why so many Beyonders at those mysticism gatherings seem strapped for cash and penny pinching. The more Jenna calculated, the more her head throbbed. If it weren't for the potion's tangible transformation and the clear, visible abilities it grants, she would have suspected she'd fallen into a scam. Why did her debts keep increasing as she worked harder? In the past, her whole family had often felt hopeless when dealing with a debt of a few thousand Vril d'Or. But now, she owed Franca 60,000, and there was no end in sight. Even with her cash and assets, she still fell short by 10,000 Vril d'Or. Gritting her teeth, Jenna decided to put these worries aside for now and deal with them after advancing to Sequence 7 as a witch. Franca quickly finished writing down the witch potion formula, Sequence 7, which, main ingredient, every drop of an abyss demonic fish's blood and an agate peacock's egg. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of jimsonweed juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, and 10 drops of daffodil juice. She handed the paper with the formula to Jenna and added in thought, avoid gathering these materials at the mysticism gathering we attend. Acquire them from the gathering you discovered and joined, as well as from the purifiers. Oh, ask Seal for assistance too. Franca was still in the Demoness sex assessment period and worried about potential spies from the secret organization in the mysticism gatherings. If participants gathered the ingredients for the witch potion, it could raise suspicions. In contrast, the purifiers were a more secure source of these ingredients, given their history of dealing with demonesses. They definitely had the corresponding characteristics in reserve. Of course, Franca would also help inquire and gather information at the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but she couldn't inform Jenna about it. All right. Jenna was well aware of the Demoness sect's hostility toward wild assassins like her. As Jenna memorized the witch potion formula, Franca inquired with concern, has your brother left Trier? Recognizing that the heretics were oddly quiet and them receiving confirmation from a major arcana card holder, Lumion and Franca had suggested that Jenna and her brother Julian relocate from Trier to another city in Intis for 6 months to monitor the situation. Jenna had insisted on staying to spend time with her comrades and had promised to advance her sequence quickly. This was the primary reason she had accepted Franca's gift without hesitation. As for her brother Julian, Jenna genuinely wanted to keep him away from another mysticism disaster. She wanted him to live a safe and happy life, and she had been busy instigating him to leave Trier. Jenna couldn't help but smile. I went to Port Lusur last weekend. Port Lusur, situated at the estuary of the Srenzo River, was one of Trier's primary ports for shipping goods out to sea. Franca was surprised and pleased for her friend. Did you manage to instigate that stubborn fellow? Without divulging the truth, Jenna shook her head and said, no. I shifted my instigation efforts to a different target. I discovered that the shipyard where Julian works has a branch in Port Lusur, so I used my instigation ability to convince their supervisor to propose a 6-month technical exchange program between the factories. I also paid to include Julian in the list. I only digested the potion after successfully instigating this. Dogs hit. No matter what I told Julian, he refused to listen. He even reneged on his word the next day after the instigation. As soon as his supervisor issued the order, he started packing. After venting her frustration about her brother, Jenna glanced at Franca and added with a sly grin, the skilled workers from Trier arrived in Port Lusur last weekend. The return leg from Lusur to Trier will be half a year later to avoid the potential disaster. Franca, why don't we figure out a way to get more people to leave Trier and lay low for a while? They won't believe us even if we tell them, Franca sighed. Moreover, if more people leave, those evil god organizations might sense it and act prematurely. If the official Beyonders aren't prepared, it could lead to more casualties. Unspoken was the fact that, combined with Madame Judgment's words and Seal's intel, the surface trier served to seal the underground trier. Everyone in the city contributed their strength, and if too many left, the seal might weaken, putting the remaining citizens in danger. Jenna fell silent for a moment, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Her upbringing and 6 months of experience had taught her to accept the harsh reality. All she could do was save as many as she could within reasonable bounds. After a pause of about 10 seconds, Jenna said thoughtfully, "When I instigated the supervisor to propose the exchange program, I noticed that many neighboring factories had similar arrangements. That's why I had an example to raise and succeeded without much difficulty. Now that I think about it, could it be a covert effort by official Beyonders to reduce the population in the market district?" "It's certainly possible," Franca considered for a moment before hesitating to add more. What she wanted to say was that it might also be orchestrated by the Tarot Club or Church of the Fool. Madame Justice, a major arcana card in the spectator domain, was well suited for such matters. Franca refrained from saying this because she hadn't yet told Jenna about her and Seal's belief in Mr. Fool. She had initially planned to visit the Fool's Cathedral at Lavini Docks with Jenna, but she dared not do so once she came under the scrutiny of the Demonist sect. "Yes, I'll have to get Seal to take Jenna to Lavini Docks. If she embraces the faith of Mr. Fool, she'll be safer in the future." Franca's thoughts drifted to Lumion. In a four-wheeled four-seater carriage, navigating through the forest and farmland, Lumion, dressed in a casual formal suit, looked out the window at the golden harvest, his mind drifting. The past month had been his most leisurely period in the past 6 months, but he didn't find this leisure enjoyable. He seized every opportunity to digest the pyromaniac potion. This included visits to the large morgue in the island district to help cremate corpses, bury abandoned large-sized trash, venturing underground to use flames to intimidate passing smuggling teams, successfully securing insurance compensation for small distressed merchants through fires, tracking down and incinerating a few wanted criminals, and igniting a desire among many to leave Trier and explore opportunities in neighboring cities. This string of actions had brought Lumion to the brink of fully digesting the pyromaniac potion. It might only take another half a month, a week, or perhaps even less. Today, Lumion had received an invitation from Count Puffer to visit his Red Swan Castle as a guest. Over the past month, the Sauron family had hosted 5 gatherings, 1 at the castle, 1 for hunting, 2 for casual chats at a cafe, and 1 for a masquerade ball in an abandoned house. Lumion had participated in all of them, but nothing significant had occurred. The only notable exception was that Puffer Sauron hadn't played King's Pie again. Where's the probe Gardner Martin mentioned? Could it be a probe this time? The Cave Association hasn't made another appearance. Do they believe me? He redirected his thoughts from the near-harvest farmland and contemplated the invitation for the day. What intrigued him even more was Gardner Martin's promise to secretly monitor every gathering hosted by Count Puffer. So, where might Gardner be concealed at this moment? Under the afternoon sun, the carriage arrived at its destination. Lumion gazed up at the beige castle, tainted with the stains of ancient blood. Passing through the imposing door and the vast atrium, he reached the elegant living room on the first floor, adorned with a dark red, plush carpet. Puffer Sauron, dressed in a red velvet coat, was engaged in conversation at the entrance with another guest when Lumion arrived. Lumion's gaze froze. The guest standing beside Count Puffer was not someone he had expected to see. Clad in hunting attire, with what appeared to be reddish-dyed hair, sharp brown eyebrows, and piercing eyes, it was Albus, another member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order under the command of Commanding Officer Gardner Martin, Lumion was well aware of their identities and objectives. However, Albus was enigmatic and seldom seen in the market district, only making appearances at gatherings for a free meal. Who is this? Lumion didn't conceal his confusion. Is he here to assist me in completing my mission? Puffer Sauron introduced with a smile, a new friend. He'll be joining us at our gatherings more frequently. At this point, Puffer turned to Albus, whose expression appeared rather unlikable, maintaining his smile. His full name is Albus Medici. Chapter 424, Underground Maze. Albus Medici. Lumion repeated the name to himself, glancing at the member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order who had suddenly appeared. During Gardner Martin's gathering, Albus had never revealed his last name, and Gardner Martin had never introduced him. Now, he had actually given his full name to Puffer Sauron. Is he trying to make it more realistic? Lumion's gaze swept across Albus's face, and he realized that when Count Puffer mentioned the surname Medici, he didn't hide his mockery at all, as if mocking the Sauron family member. Seal du Bois, Lumion extended his right hand and politely introduced himself. Albus casually shook his hand, a smile evident in his eyes. He said, "I've heard your name before, a generous patron of art." The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order emphasized generous. "That's mainly thanks to my sponsor," Lumion said with a double entendre. In the ears of the other guests, he was referring to his father, his wealthy family. As a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Albus caught the subtle message. Puffer Sauron exchanged a few pleasantries with Lumion before escorting him to the sofa. The gathering was intimate, with familiar faces all around, including Puffer's cousin, Elros, novelist Anori, painter Mullen, critic Ernst Young, and poet Irida. After some casual conversation and nibbling on snacks accompanied by black tea, Count Puffer glanced around and suggested with a mischievous smile, "How about we embark on an adventure today?" Adventure? Albus raised an eyebrow and couldn't resist a playful quip, "An adventure in the bedroom?" His insinuation was clear. Red Swan Castle might be spacious, with room for a key family member and even hundreds of soldiers at its zenith, but it hardly seemed like a place fit for adventure. Were they supposed to reenact a trial-like adventure under a bedroom's plush sheets? The jest lightened the atmosphere, and Puffer Sauron cleared his throat before continuing, "Perhaps you're unaware, but Red Swan Castle harbors an extensive underground area. In the era of its construction, its primary function was war. It had to boast a cavernous cellar and a tunnel for escape during dire situations, or it would be deemed inadequate. Throughout the centuries, my forebears expanded and modified the underground, turning it into a labyrinth resembling something out of a horror story. Even though I grew up in Red Swan Castle, my knowledge of that place is limited to the areas I frequently use. Our objective today is to venture deep into this subterranean maze and locate a count's crown that one of my ancestors misplaced in one of its chambers. The crown is adorned with numerous rubies, making it easily distinguishable. The one who retrieves the count's crown will be crowned today's king." Deep into the underground maze. Scenes suddenly flashed through Lumion's mind. The constant self-mutilating people in Red Swan Castle. Screams of unknown origin. A bronze coffin, surrounded by countless white candles. A palm with dark red, nearly black blood vessels. And a withered, black heart with a trickle of crimson seeping out. These latter objects seemed to be concealed somewhere in the depths of the underground hall. In an instant, Lumion comprehended the gravity of Puffer Sauron's proposal. Puffer Sauron's probing was here. Suppressing the urge to scan his surroundings and possibly catch a glimpse of Gardner Martin, who might be lurking, Lumion turned his attention to Albus Medici. The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order clicked his tongue and chuckled. "Sounds intriguing. This is a game for the courageous." As if to quell any doubts or reluctance among the group, doing so meant those who decline to participate are merely cowards. Count Puffer seized the opportunity to reassure them, "Worry not. If you lose your way and cannot find your path back, just pull the bell rope in your chamber. The servants will be dispatched to search for you and bring you back from below." "No problem," Anori, the short and plump novelist, quipped with a mischievous glint in his eye. "I'm quite looking forward to something happening. After all, it will provide me with excellent material for my writing." "Like Anori's last day?" Lumion joked. Having attended numerous gatherings hosted by the Black Cat Art Organization, Lumion was well aware of novelist Anori and poet Irida's unique quirks. Anori had a taboo for never praising fellow authors, while Irita's ire was only stirred by the current social realities in Intis. Anori took a sip of his black tea and mumbled, "Those old fogies from the Intis Faculty of Arts will absolutely love this theme." Seeing no objections, Count Puffer rose from his seat and addressed the assembled guests. "Let's divide into 2 groups and begin this adventure. We'll set out individually along the way. One group will follow me, and the other will accompany Seal. These individuals have all been kings in the past 3 months. Those willing to join Seal, raise your hands." "Me." Albus Medici was the first to raise his hand. Lumion had expected him to follow Puffer Sauron closely to complete the Iron and Blood Cross Order's mission. Count Puffer appeared unfazed, as if this was the anticipated course of events. The second to raise her hand was Elrose, the cousin of the host. With her long auburn hair, soft features, and bright brown eyes, she smiled at Lumion and said, "I've always been Monsieur Seal's companion in the past. I see no reason to change that now." Lumion nodded and returned her smile. He was aware that beneath her youthful appearance, Elrose possessed a complexity that belied her innocence. In one of his unsettling dreams, most participants in the King's Pie game had descended into madness, inflicting self-harm or harm on others. Only 3 individuals remained unaffected: Lumion himself, Puffer Sauron, and Miss Elrose. Lumion couldn't help but wonder about her true motivations for choosing to accompany him into the underground maze. The third to raise his hand was the poet, Irita. Holding his cherrywood pipe, he offered a straightforward reason: "He's my sponsor." The remaining guests, including novelist Anori, painter Mullen, and critic Ernst Young, formed a team with Puffer Sauron. They left the comfort of the living room and found themselves standing next to a fully armored statue. Descending the nearby stairs, designed for 2 people to walk side by side, they ventured further into the depths of the castle. The walls of the staircase were mottled and grayish-white, winding their way down into the bowels of the earth. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet as they descended. After traversing about 3 floors, Lumion and his group reached the entrance of the underground maze. The passageways were illuminated by numerous wall lamps, some connected to gas pipes, while others had a more classical design with candles burning brightly. Lumion gazed up at the ceiling and noticed the aqueous black stone bricks above, shrouded in darkness. Their cracks were distinct, and the surface exhibited signs of peeling. "Let's choose this one," Puffer declared, taking a carbide lamp from the wall and leading his team down the leftmost passageway. After setting up the carbide lamp, Lumion instinctively proceeded down the corridor ahead without hesitation. He believed that in such an environment, methodical searching might cause them to overlook something significant. By relying on the convergence of Beyonder characteristics and the concealed Blood Emperor aura, he believed he would stumble upon something of value. "What's your reason for choosing this path?" Albus Medici's expression was always a little annoying. Lumion responded with a hint of nonchalance, "I have faith in fate." "I like that reason," Elrose chimed in with a faint smile. Poet Irita took a puff from his cherrywood pipe and added, "I believe in it too, but only if fate is inclined to favor me." The quartet ventured deeper into the corridor, encountering what appeared to be storage rooms along the way. Soon, they arrived at a dimly lit hall with 3 doors, each bearing a single word in ancient Faesac: hope, death, and madness. Lumion had abandoned deep thinking by this point. Without hesitation, he walked towards the door of madness and gently pushed it open. As the door swung ajar, darkness enveloped the room, and the light from the carbide lamp spilled in, revealing an eerie sight. Lifelike wax statues stood throughout the room, both men and women, adorned in either ordinary or exquisite attire, their expressions twisted in agony. "Not bad," Albus commented, disdainfully patting a wax statue's face with his right hand. Elrose glanced at him. "Didn't your mother teach you manners?" Albus chuckled. "I don't have a mother." Elrose was momentarily taken aback, not quite sure how to respond to that statement. In the background, poet Irita spoke with a touch of admiration. "In the past, when rumors circulated about me having an affair with a widow, I'd quietly spread gossip that I had kidnapped the Member of Parliament's daughter and was suspected of murdering a merchant. I even found myself entangled in rumors involving human meat pies, and my neighbors mysteriously vanished. As long as I don't care about my reputation and actively tarnish it, no one can perch on the moral high ground and point fingers at me. As expected of a poet. Lumion praised inwardly. Holding the carbide lamp, he led the way through the room filled with wax statues, their goal being the exit at the far end. The wax figures, illuminated by the dim yellowish light of the gas wall lamps, appeared unnervingly lifelike. Their eyes seemed to follow Lumion and his companions, creating an unsettling and bizarre atmosphere. Lumion couldn't shake the memory of the previous wax statues that had come to life and attacked. He couldn't help but feel that any of these figures could suddenly spring to life and lunge at them. Breaking the indescribable silence, Albus Medici spoke in a relaxed tone, addressing Elrose, "You're Puffer's cousin. Your last name isn't Sauron, is it?" Elrose candidly admitted, "You're right." Albus casually inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" Elrose turned her head to look at Albus Medici and then at Lumion. She replied with a smile, "My full name is Elrose Einhorn." Chapter 425, The Living. Einhorn? Even though Lumion was a young man deprived of an education, he had received Aurora's rigorous education and knew that this last name represented the royal family of the Faesac Empire in the north. Previously, when he had observed Elrose acting reserved and obedient in front of Puffer Sauron, he had assumed that her father's family wasn't particularly outstanding and had perhaps even declined, forcing her to rely on her cousin. He hadn't expected her to bear such a distinguished last name. It was worth noting that more than 1,000 years had passed since the establishment of the Faesac Empire in the late Fourth Epoch. The Einhorn family had always held the throne, while the Sauron family had lost the Intis throne nearly 2 centuries ago. It was clear which family held the upper hand. Albus Medici glanced at Elrose in surprise and added a touch of provocation to his words, "You're an Einhorn?" "I couldn't tell." Elrose gazed straight ahead, returning to her obedient demeanor. She spoke emotionlessly. The Sauron family and the Einhorn family often formed marriage alliances. Even though the Sauron family has long left the Intis throne, this tradition endures. My mother just happened to marry a member of the Einhorn royal family. Poet Irida asked with interest, "So your last name is Einhorn? Why did you come to Trier? You were living in Red Swan Castle when I first met Count Puffer. 6 years ago, my father perished in the war between the Faesac Empire and the Loan Kingdom. My mother brought me back to Trier, where we stayed with my maternal grandfather, who also happened to be Puffer's grandfather," Elrose explained with a soft sigh. 2 years ago, my maternal grandfather passed away. Last year, my mother succumbed to illness. The frequency of death does seem remarkably high. Right, Aurora had mentioned that while the 4 powerful countries of the northern continent sometimes collaborated and at other times clashed, marriages between the royal family and nobles never ceased. Consequently, cousin marriages had become frequent. According to Franca, the hunter pathway has mainly been in the hands of the Sauron and Einhorn families. Could a hunter-hunter marriage guarantee that future generations would be better suited for the hunter pathway? Lumion held the carbide lamp and proceeded down the corridor toward the exit of the wax statue's room. The wax statues on either side, bathed in the yellowish glow of the carbide lamp, seemed eerily lifelike. As they ventured further down the corridor, it grew narrower, and the wax statues almost obstructed their path. Lumion couldn't help but bump into them. Their bodies were cold, and their limbs felt stiff. They were indeed genuine wax statues. Finally, the 4 of them reached the end of the room and opened the iron-black wooden door. Just as Lumion was about to depart, a subconscious impulse made him glance back. In the dimly lit room, the pained expressions on the wax statues' faces appeared haunting, as if their eyes were fixed on the exit. Lumion was reminded of his earlier encounter with the wax statue in the river. He instinctively raised his wrist slightly and discreetly extended the middle finger toward the wax statue in the room. "I really wish I could set this place on fire," Albus Medici lamented with a touch of regret. Lumion was momentarily surprised, but he secretly concurred. "Good idea." He had a suspicion that if he could incinerate these wax statues, the potion would be fully digested. Elrose Einhorn remarked calmly, Red Swan Castle experiences an average of 3 fires a month. Is she suggesting we should go ahead and burn it down without any apprehension? Lumion grumbled in his thoughts and proceeded into the corridor behind the wax statue's room. The passageway descended diagonally, leading them deeper underground. Lumion felt an urge to purse his lips and whistle in amazement, but he resisted. The 4 of them continued down until the corridor leveled out once more. The wall lamps were not lit. Whether gas or candles, they slumbered in the darkness. With the yellowish glow of their 4 carbide lamps, Lumion discerned a room at a diagonal angle ahead, its wooden door slightly ajar. A faint, lingering odor of blood emanated from within. He approached and pushed open the wooden door. Light streamed into the room, and the scene within was cast upon the eyes of Lumion, Albus, and the rest of the group. It was a small bedroom, but time had not been kind to it. The bed had crumbled, the wood decayed, and the table lay in ruins. A collection of assorted items lay scattered in the center of the room. The walls bore vivid, deep gouges, as if they had been violently clawed at by someone until their fingers must have bled and rotted. The blood, having seeped into the crevices, had oxidized over time, turning black. Its original appearance was lost, but a faint cloyed odor still lingered. Then, a whistle reached Lumion's ears. Albus Medici expressed his emotions through this sound. He moved past Lumion, entering the room, and ran his fingers along the deep scratches on the wall. I can only imagine the horrifying sounds that were produced, the chubby-faced Elrose commented, her focus on the matter somewhat off. Lumion surmised that someone from Red Swan Castle had once descended into madness and been confined in this room. The marks on the wall were the haunting legacy of their torment. After a cursory search that yielded no findings, they pressed on. They opted for the right path at the 3-way intersection, leading them to a room with its wooden door partially open. Inside, the room was in shambles, marred by the presence of the blackened bloodstains. The walls appeared to be adorned with what could only be described as decaying flesh. Albus Medici observed it and let out a disapproving click of his tongue. A guy exploded here. From the inside out. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lumion nodded almost imperceptibly. The judgment aligned with his. Could it have been the result of a pyromaniac losing control and meeting their end? Poet Irita, holding a carbide lamp in one hand, took a puff from his cherrywood pipe, struggling slightly, and offered his own perspective. I can't quite fathom why such a tragedy unfolded, but there's a certain poetic quality to it. Is an explosion a form of art? Lumion muttered as he entered the room and began his search. In this environment, his emotions were somewhat more agitated than usual, and his aggressive impulses were undeniably heightened. The putrid blood and decaying flesh seemed to exude an aura that could influence one's mental state. After moving forward for over 10 meters, the group discovered another room adjacent to the corridor, its wooden door partially open. The room didn't reek of blood, but Lumion felt as if sharp blades were pressed against his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. Sharpness. That was the word that naturally came to his mind. As the light from the carbide lamp illuminated the room, Lumion, Elrose, and the rest observed that the furniture had been reduced to tiny fragments. Beds and desks lay in finger-sized squares, partially collapsed. Remarkable swordsmanship, Albus Medici remarked with a chuckle. Lumion wasn't too concerned with this matter. What troubled him was that this place was unlike the previous 2 rooms, which had signs of decaying blood and rotting flesh. Where had the person who once occupied this room disappeared to? Lumion scrutinized the area intently before deciding to move on. Shortly, they reached a descending stone staircase. The lower portion of the staircase was enveloped in darkness, seemingly endless. On either side of the stairs were rooms with slightly open wooden doors. The interior of these rooms was pitch black, as though it could swallow all light and motion. Lumion instinctively chose the left side, pushed open the door, and extended the carbide lamp into the room. Bathed in the direct yellow light, an intact bed, an undamaged table, and a chair all stood in perfect order. Two gleaming, cold swords adorned the wall before them. On the table, a pile of colorful building blocks of various shapes and a row of iron soldiers, each as tall as a candle, were neatly arranged. These iron soldiers were clad in blue coats with golden embroidery. They wielded spears that resembled tree branches or black rifles, a popular toy in Intis that had enjoyed popularity for a century or two. Lumion walked over and placed the carbide lamp down. He picked up one of the iron soldiers and adeptly twisted the torsion spring on its back. With a series of creaking sounds, the iron soldier sprang to life, swaying forward while raising its spear. Memories of owning a set of such iron soldiers during his youth, before his mother's illness and his papa's financial troubles, flooded into Lumion's mind. There are no signs of damage here. It's as if it contains items from childhood to adulthood, Elrose observed as she circled the room. Albus Medici grinned and remarked, I wonder where the owner of this room is now. Hopefully not mad enough to scratch the walls or self-destruct from the inside out. As they conversed, Lumion extended his right palm, attempting to open the wooden desk drawer to see what it held. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed around them. My grandfather went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. Lumion tensed, his body swiveling as he scanned the surroundings for the source of the voice. Albus, Elrose, and the others followed suit, clearly hearing the unsettling voice. My father went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. My brother went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. I hear the summonings from the depths of the underground palace. Lumion, Albus, Elrose, and Irida simultaneously directed their gazes at the wooden door across the corridor. The spectral voice emanated from there. With a snap, Irida, positioned in the corridor, pushed open the wooden door behind him. Ignorance often knew no fear. The yellowish light immediately illuminated two figures and a pile of materials. One of them was a flesh-toned puppet mounted on a metal frame, hairless with rudimentary facial features. Surrounding it were molds, hair, clay, and pigments stored in containers. A man clad in a grayish-black robe, his natural red hair flowing, was diligently painting the puppet with a fine brush. Sensing the intrusion of light, the man slowly raised his head, revealing a weathered face adorned with thick hair and dark, iron-like eyes. Upon spotting Lumion, Irida, and the rest, he spoke slowly, his voice ethereal as he inquired, Are you here to make wax statues?